Alrighty, give it a second, everyone. Live. There we are. All right, what's good? Is this for real? Yes, this is for real. What's up? What's up? I don't have my main account right now because it's banned. Because it's literally because it's literally banned. Parker, it's not 7 p.m. Did I say 7 p.m.? Because that's when I would have to. I'm already busy by then. So I'm on super early today, everyone. We're gonna be getting off relatively early today. Relatively early. Looking tired. I am actually pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, everyone? Why? I got plans to hang out with my girlfriend later. We're gonna be doing stuff later. So I always switch my schedule up depending on like whatever allows me to spend the most time with my girlfriend. What time is it for you? It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. How your notifications didn't go off yet? It might take a second. It might take a second. I did actually like create an Instagram thing where I can post that I'm live, and I'll post that I'm live right now on it. I'm live on TikTok and YouTube. There we go. I sent it, and people will see it there. There's like 1,100 people in it already. I was like, yay, that's so cool. 1,100 people joined it already. That's kind of sick. Let's get everyone joining up the live right now. Do give it a second. We don't even have the main account, so we'll see how well this goes. Also, it doesn't even give me like my normal setup. It says unlock virtual camera by going live on Live Studio one more time for 25 minutes each. Oh no. Like I still don't have it on this account. It's very unfortunate, right? It's very unfortunate. Why aren't you on your regular account? Because TikTok banned me for 3 days. TikTok banned me for 3 days. I should probably make a post about it on my main account on TikTok. I guess I can make that right now. Just gonna add a million songs. Okay. I'll do that real quick. Oh my gosh, why does my hair look like this, bro? It's just literally like when I just wake up. It looks so boxy. Um, Yo, what's up, everyone? Last night I got banned on live for guest violation hate speech. So I'm live over on Parker Get a Real Job here on TikTok, or you can go to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. That's where I'm going to be live right now. There we go. I posted it to my story. We love Sleepy Parker. Yep, that's me today. It won't let me join the Instagram thing. That's so weird. Ariana, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. I don't know why it would be limiting people from joining. I might just try to extend those to community notes on YouTube as well, just to be able to extend it to as many people as possible. But yeah, I wonder why it's not letting people join. What's up, everyone joining in the live right now? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Parker get a haircut / shade. Crazy diabolical. I'm bored at work and I was hoping you and Dean would be on. Hey, well, welcome to the live. We're here. We're good. We're gonna get some debates here very soon. Very soon. Okay, all right. Let me look from the chat. See if I can add some people up. See if we can get some people. I really wish it would just like allow me to do the virtual camera because it's just like such better quality. I try to report a guest, but it makes me report you. It's really weird. I don't know why it does that. Someone said, "Does bro have a job?" Well, Jay, I just want to let you know this is my job. This is my job. I go live every day for 6 hours. Can you indeed do your battle lives again? Yeah. I mean, if the thing is, it's just like the times that we have set up for going live. Sometimes it just doesn't set up. Maybe one day here at the end of Dean's live, I'll do a battle with him and then start my own live. Oh, 6 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I do that every day. I don't know. I just like, I enjoy doing this and getting the word out there. I think it's important to do. So, we're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. I'll add some people up through multi-guest. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Why are you on so early? I'm gonna spend some time with my girlfriend later. Ariana, thank you for the $2. It says not available to everyone yet. What? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
August 2006.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, it's more of a. It's not exactly like I fully support him, but I think I would support him more than Kamala and that side.
Kamala. Okay, so like if you were to be able to go back in time and either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would do Donald Trump.
Why?
I believe just like this past week, I think a lot of people have said like bad things about this war, but I think he handled it quite well. As in, a lot of people were saying that Iran was in the right. A lot of American people were saying that, which is just mind blowing to me. But because they literally spread mass death to America, but that's another topic.
I have a question. Do you agree with Donald Trump bombing Iran? And didn't he just post a video on True Social, like of a song, bomb, 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 Iran? Like I'm pretty sure he did. I literally just saw.
I mean, I don't
I
fully
literally
support
just
it, but
saw
I mean,
that. I just saw that circling. That might be wrong. I swear that was a real post.
but I mean, I think it was a very well. I think it was done well.
Did
I
it get
mean,
deleted or was it just a little bit ago? Oh, it's here. I see it. Yeah, that's fucking insane. That's like actually delusional shit, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He
Like,
posted it.
I'm.
Someone in his branch posted that or something.
I'm. So, can you imagine if Democrats posted something like that? Seriously, just like for 1 second, Obama had weeks of backlash for literally a tan suit. Okay.
Well, there's I mean, that's the thing.
For
I
a
mean, I
tan
supported
suit.
Obama, though. I mean,
For a tan suit. Okay. Can you imagine?
I mean, that's like the only thing he really did wrong, in my opinion, when he was in office, was wearing that suit. So, I mean, he did a good job.
You're trolling. Give me an actual argument, bro. Like, do you think that's okay for a president to do?
To what? Do the video or do the bombing?
Yeah, the video and the bombing.
Well, I mean, the video is just a side piece of it. I don't really know if that's really a main topic to like.
He just doesn't care, dude, at all.
Well, that's just more of an act, if anything. Like, it's not really more of his like.
More like an act. I'm sorry.
I mean,
what are you supposed to evaluate? Kimmy, thank you so much for the galaxy.
You evaluate the actions, not his words. Actions speak louder than words. I mean, his actions speak a lot louder than his words, always. Especially with like the LA protests, with all the ICE stuff he's been doing and sending people there, and all the bombing.
You think those are good actions? Like specifically him violating people's due process rights?
I believe it's a step in the right direction.
You think it's a step in the right direction to violate people's due process rights and kidnap them from their communities?
Well, I mean, it's kind of crooked because the people he's trying to take out of America actually help America. So it's kind of a backwards way of helping people. But
so it's not help. So you're hurting people.
Well, it's either way you do it, it's never gonna help.
What?
Because
what are you saying right now?
Well, because immigrants and the people that aren't supposed to be in America actually benefit our economy and wealth significantly, and they're in our workforce and help a lot. Okay. But if you go ahead and take those out of our social places, then it actually backfires because you end up paying more money.
So then you don't want mass deportation?
Well, no one does.
Okay, no one does. Yet Donald Trump is advocating for it for like a
decade.
I
think he's advocating for people that shouldn't be in America because they're taking up American jobs.
They're not. They're not, because you understand that like when people come to the economy, not only do they provide supply, right? But they also provide demand, which then creates more jobs.
Well, I mean, they're taking up the spots. I mean, they create those spots because they're already taken up so much. So they have to open up more.
Wait, restate that one more time.
I'm saying the reason why there's jobs being open so much is because they have to, because the jobs are being filled up so much.
I'm really confused. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not following. He left. Okay. All right, let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you did do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, there's multiple reasons, but I guess I'd start with, I would say, immigration.
What about immigration?
Well, I get from a standpoint of view, I get it.
By the way,
I mean,
are you
kinda.
driving?
No, I'm sitting in a parking lot.
Okay. Just clarifying. And Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They're crazy. And then Madi, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I should be on to like 4:35 maybe. And then maybe sometime in the future here pretty soon. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, I would say from a standpoint of immigration, just as far as people, if you're, so I don't know, I don't get it. If you're not here legally, why should you be here? If you're, to me, if you're here legally, I have no problem with you being here. If you're here illegally and are not here the correct way, then I believe that you shouldn't be here. So yes, deportation is the option, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you think mass deportation is good, right?
If you're here illegally, if you are here legally, you are fine. If you are here illegally,
okay, I understand. I understand. So anyone who's in the country undocumented, you think should be deported?
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what about a child that was brought here undocumented, that's lived here their whole life? They're an adult
Is their
now.
family here? Are their parents here?
No, we'll say they're not here in this instance.
Okay, well, how were they brought here?
They were brought here, and then we don't know what happened to their parents.
Okay, I'll give you this. I'll say this. Under circumstances of that, if you are over the age of 18 and you are here illegally, you should be sent back. If
Well,
you
no,
are under,
I said now they're 18, right?
oh,
And
now they're 18?
yeah, now they're 18, and it is the case that they were a child when they were brought here. So all they've known is this
do they have
country.
legal? Do they have legal status now that they're over the age of 18 or no?
No.
Then they shouldn't be here.
Where should they be
Or
deported?
you should go about they're wherever they're from.
But you don't know where their parents are from.
That's a great. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's
So where?
that's not.
So then, please explain to me which country they should be deported to.
What is their ethnicity?
Why does that matter?
Where are their parents from? What?
Well, I'm
Where are
sorry.
their
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just does someone's ethnicity always determine where they're specifically from?
No, but I mean, where are they? Like, I don't know if you're fucking making me spin in circles, but wherever
Yeah.
they're from, like, where are their parents from?
You don't know.
Okay, well, let's just skip past this part of it because that's like probably not a
Well,
very
I,
common
I'm
thing.
I'm giving
Somebody
you
that's
I'm giving you a specific example because you said every undocumented immigrant should be deported in the country. So I'm giving you an example of an undocumented immigrant that you don't even know which country they would be able to be deported to. So
okay.
it seems like you
How
would have to say that you'd be okay with some undocumented immigrants to be in the country without
the
deportation.
circumstances you just gave me? What are I don't know, but I'm guessing the likelihood of that happening is probably
Sure.
less
Say
than
say
one in a
say say there's one case that's ever happened. We're talking about that one case.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about the one case. I'm talking about all the
Okay.
people.
Wait, no, come on,
Talking
come
about
on.
everybody that's
Wait, no, we're at least establishing a baseline. Okay, I'm doing this for a reason. It's a thought experiment. Okay.
okay.
Yeah, because given these conditions, there's no place that you would deport someone because you have no clue where to deport them. So clearly, you're going to end up with the conclusion that they should be allowed to stay in the country and should be given a pathway to citizenship.
If they can do it the correct way, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Which you believe
Yeah,
that?
I have no
Okay,
problem.
okay,
If
okay.
anybody
But
is
like,
here
so then here's the
and has
point. Here's the
done,
point. You're okay with someone being an undocumented immigrant and and given a pathway to citizenship. You're okay with that concept. Okay. So here's my view.
okay,
Every
so
single person who's in the country undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given that same pathway to citizenship.
no, because here's the deal: they're here illegally. Which, yes, they haven't. They're not a violent criminal, but if you are not here legally, that makes you a criminal.
So we have to
The
always
illegal,
okay. One second.
illegal.
I just want to let you
If
know
you
you've
if,
literally
if it's
voted for
something,
a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that released violent criminals in the country who beat police officers on January 6th because they did his bidding. Don't act to me like you care about the law. You're on an illegal app right now designated by the government, right? The TikTok ban, and it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration. You don't care about the law being broke in of itself. You only care about the law being broke if you think it's a justified law to exist in the first place.
okay, well, first off, I'm not saying that I agree upon everything of Trump. I'm not saying that that's who I voted for. That's who I agree with on most things. But that's besides the point. I came here to talk about immigration, not every other aspect of him, because that's for a different. Yeah, whatever. It's,
Why not?
well, you want to
Because you
talk
no no no
talk
like no
about
like
it,
you
right?
you act like being a criminal is a reason to restrict someone from coming to the country. So is being a criminal a reason to restrict
Yeah.
someone from being
And so
president?
here, let me just give you
So
a
is being
great.
a criminal a good reason to restrict someone from being president?
Was he a convicted felon? Was he convicted?
Yes,
Then that, why
literally.
is he in office?
Well, because
Okay. So,
you
anyways,
voted for
besides the
him.
point,
You voted for
let
the
me ask.
convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. That's literally who
Okay.
you voted for.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let me just. I'm not asking anything. I'm just going to tell you this. If I was to go to Russia, just for example, Russia, any country, like something like that. If I go there and I'm there illegally and I overstay my visit or whatever, and I just live there, what are they going to do to me there?
Are you really going to judge what we should do in America based upon how Russia controls their
Okay,
society? Are you
we'll go
serious?
Ukraine.
Are
We'll
you?
go Ukraine.
That's
We'll
a hell
go
of a
England. We'll
baseline.
go.
That's a hell of a baseline you got
What are they
there.
going to do to you in China? In China,
Why? What? I'm
I
confused.
mean,
I'm confused. Right? Why don't you judge based upon what you should do, not based upon how other countries operate?
because it comes down to the fact if you are not here legally, if it is not legal, that makes
Cool.
it
But
illegal.
what's
So you
wrong with
shouldn't.
what's wrong with being in the country undocumented if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime? What's the purpose of an immigration process in the very first place? Is it to ensure the safety and security of the American public? How is it ensuring the safety and security of the American public specifically by deporting people who are in the country who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime? So please
Because they're
explain to
not
me.
here. They're not here legally, which then makes
Wait,
it
so are you
illegal.
saying, oh, but they're violating a law? Well, you were totally okay with that when voting for Donald Trump. He was a convicted criminal. You're totally okay with him pardoning people who literally beat police officers on January 6th because they did his bidding. You're totally okay with being on an illegal app, right? And that Trump is not enforcing the ban of the app.
Let's face
You're
it, we
totally okay
all
with
do
that.
stuff that's illegal every day.
What's up?
I mean, pretty much anybody in this world or country, whatever, I guarantee you, at some point in their life, has done something illegal.
Oh,
Whether
okay.
you've been caught for it or not. I mean,
Okay, okay. So then, is your view then that like just because someone's committed a crime means that they shouldn't be kicked out of the country?
yes, they should. If you are not a legal citizen, yes, you should.
Okay, so should all tourists be kicked out of the country? Because you said everyone's committed a crime.
Are you here?
And
Are you here on a tourist?
wait. You said everyone's committed a crime, which must
Are you
include.
here on a
Hold on,
tourist
hold on, hold
visa?
on. You said everyone's committed a crime, which must include tourists. Tourists are not legal citizens. Therefore, they should be deported,
Are
right?
they here? Are they here the correct way with a visa
Wait, what do you mean
or
with
a
the?
tourist visa
Wait,
or the
wait.
tourist visa, whatever the hell it is you have to have?
I don't.
If somebody
I don't
comes
even
here
think
for
I don't think you need a visa to be a tourist.
pretty sure in order to have certain stays, you do.
It's
Yes.
just a passport, right?
I don't know what the difference is. And maybe it's once you get to a certain length of a stay, then you have to have a visa. I don't really know.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm saying prior to that point, when they're a tourist, should they be deported prior to the 90 days?
No. Well, are they here
But they're
staying?
not a legal citizen.
I'm
left. What the fuck, dude? What is going on? What is going on, dude? Dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Trump?
But to answer that, yeah, and to answer that question, okay, if they're here for the 90-day stay, whatever it is, they're here legally. Whether they're a tourist, whether they're on a visa, whether they come visiting, they're here legally.
Yeah,
So
but
you
he
can't
said
say-
the standard of being a legal citizen. So I was just critiquing that point.
I know you were messing with them, I understand. I
yeah,
am a
no.
Trump supporter, but let me ask you this question.
Well, I was arguing against his position, but go for it.
I got you. So you're saying that you think every undocumented migrant, immigrant, whatever you want to call it, should have a pathway to citizen as long as they haven't committed a crime, correct?
A violent crime or bad crime?
Okay. So I know you like hypotheticals. What if Donald Trump came out today and agreed to that, but then said, this is optional. Whoever says yes has to vote Republican for the next 10 years. Would you support it?
Well, you cut out. I have no clue what you're saying.
If Donald Trump said, I'm going to fast track and give everybody asylum who is in this country who hasn't committed a crime, but if you want, you have to vote Republican for the next 10 years. Would you still support that?
No,
Why not?
because that's
You're
not.
saying they're
that's
great
not
for
a,
the economy.
That's not a compromise I'd be willing to accept.
What I said in, okay, so it's really not the facet of they're good people and they're in this country and they better our society and they give money and everything else. You would then be against it just if they voted Republican. Same people doing the same exact jobs.
That's not a
working
concession.
every
Wait,
single
that's
day.
not a concession I'm willing to take specifically for fascism. What? I'm sorry, like that.
How is
Like
it
what?
fascist? I'm saying in a
confused.
hypothetical
I'm
situation.
confused. I'm confused. If I believe in this, how that would then entail that I have to believe that I'd be okay with the entirety of the Republican Party and people like Donald Trump, right? And people have undermined our democracy, and I have to vote for that regardless, just because it is the case that I'd be willing. That doesn't sound like a compromise that would make sense. I'm confused why this was
Well, I'm
a question you're
saying
even
it-
asking.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm saying it's a hypothetical
Yeah,
question,
I,
which
and
I know
I,
you
and
love
I
to
answered
do
and I answered it,
hypotheticals.
but I
So
just don't see the
hypothetically
relevance of it. I was
speaking-
like, I don't have to hold to that, right? Under my view,
Well,
it's
when
not
I-
a logical entailment of my
Okay.
perspective.
Right. So what you're saying
to
is
answer either
it has
way.
really nothing to do. So it really has nothing to do with the immigrant, with the undocumented
Can I
people. and how they
understand?
should
Can I
have
understand how I bring up a hypothetical that could make it relevant to the conversation and demonstrate a concept? When I'm bringing up a hypothetical, it's called a reductio ad absurdum, which I'm giving like a hypothetical, right, to portray a situation that would be relevant to the reason or argument that you provided, to critique it or to apply it to a scenario that you clearly would think either is absurd or would show a contradiction within that particular argument. That's
Correct.
the point of a hypothetical.
Exactly what I just did.
You didn't provide such a hypothetical that would specifically either entail an absurdity or a contradiction. Neither of them were entailed, and also it's not entailed from my reasoning. Right? None of my reasoning entails that I have to hold that certain perspective.
Right, what I'm saying. So let me clarify it one more time so you can understand that I just did exactly what you said. Okay. The absurdity that somebody would say you have to do something and force somebody to vote a certain way is absurd. Okay. But the scenario of you turning around and saying why you should, that the undocumented migrants in this country bring in $97.6 trillion, how they help the economy, deporting them will hurt the economy, and all of these other reasons, that if they had a pathway to citizenship, okay, and I'll do it to you this way. If they had a choice that said, okay, if you want to stay in this country, you have to vote Democrat for the next 10 years. And we will, I'm not forcing you to, is that if you want to stay in this country, you have to vote then the Democratic ticket. and
One,
you
this
get
isn't
fast
one. This
track.
isn't legal to do. Two, what's the fucking
I
point
understand, so
of
that's
doing
the
this?
hypothetical.
What's the point of the
Because
hypothetical?
this goes to show
What
your
commits me?
hypocrisy.
What commits me to saying this?
Because it's your hypocrisy. Because you're
What
talking about how
hypocrisy?
you care about. Well, because you talk about how you care about the undocumented migrants that are
I
in this
do.
country.
I do.
But if you find out that they were going to vote Republican, you're like, oh no, I don't stand for that.
Oh wait. Oh sorry.
Then
Wait. To clarify, I was misunderstanding your question. Are you saying that everyone who'd be coming to the country would support Trump, or that they
No, I
would be
said
legally
Trump. I
obligated
said
to support Trump?
no. I said Republican. Doesn't mean Trump. It could be
Or
for the
you
next
said that
10
I
years.
was
I'm
forced
comfortable
to
with
vote
this.
Republican. I'm confused.
No.
Are you
I
just saying
said,
that there would be
if
people who
Donald Trump,
wait to clarify? Are you just saying that there would be immigrants coming to the country that are Republican?
no, what I'm saying is, you said what you would like to see right now is any undocumented immigrant that is currently in this country who has not committed any type of violent or some kind of a crime,
That's
that
bad.
they should get that's bad, a pathway to citizenship. So I said, well, what if Donald Trump came out today and said that same exact thing, but whoever wants that has to now vote Republican for the next, say, 10 years?
One, that's illegal. And
I
two,
understand it's
I
a
think that makes no
hypothetical.
sense, and I'm not willing to compromise on that. I don't think that every
I
single
agree.
immigrant should be forced specifically to vote for Donald Trump
Well,
or
they're
any
not forced.
Republican.
They don't
Just
have to do it. But what if it was Democratic? Let's say they said let's say it was for the
what do you mean they're not
Democratic
forced?
Party.
So if they're not forced to do it, then I'm confused what the point
People are
is.
still illegal inside
What
the
is this guy
country, and they
talking
still get a
about, dude?
chance.
What the fuck is this brain rot, dude? What is this, dude?
My
Can you give
brain
me
rot is
an
turning around to
actual like
saying,
argument? Can you give
yes,
me an
the argument
actual
is
like point
yes,
here?
I'm telling you, is
This
that
is just
you
straight brain
have
rot,
a
dude.
hypocrisy. You're full
There's
of
no
shit when you talk
hypocrisy. What
about
is this,
it. Is
dude?
you talk about how much you care about the undocumented immigrants that are in this country, but if
Yes.
they voted Republican, you wouldn't want them here.
I would be totally okay with people who are coming to the country who are going to vote Republican. I'm
But
confused.
you wouldn't want them to say,
I wouldn't limit people from coming to the country if they're undocumented just because they're
but
Republican.
again, yeah, but you wouldn't want the people who are in this country already to work a deal that says, okay, I'll stay, I'll vote Republican for the next.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, I think it would be incredibly fucked up to say that in order for someone to get their citizenship, that they
I
should have to vote for
understand
a
that.
specific
And
political
that's
party.
why it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical because of that. But you would not
Dude, I
do
don't
it
know what the point.
because
What's the point of the hypothetical?
because it
What's
just
up,
goes to
dude?
show that you really don't care about the undocumented migrants.
How does it
all
show
you
that?
care about.
How does it show that?
I asked this guy the same exact question. Okay,
You know, I gotta tell you, Chase.
and he couldn't answer it either.
I gotta tell you, Chase. This brain rot is sending me over the edge. So I just watched you.
You got the brain rot.
Now allow
dude.
me to finish speaking real quick. I just watched you make.
I'm glad you're both here, so I could beat up on both of you.
Okay, allow me to finish, Chase. Why are you interrupting me? Okay, so I just watched you make the craziest equivocation that I think I've seen a guest make in a very long time. Let me be hyper specific with how you just fucked up and made an absolute total fool of yourself. Okay, so you asked Parker if he would support mass amnesty given the condition that every single immigrant that would be granted mass amnesty would be forced to vote in a particular direction for a particular party candidate, etc. And then when Parker said, no, I'm not willing to make the compromise of forcing individuals to do things that they do not want to do as it relates to their civil liberties in order to be granted the type of citizenship or residency that I have when I'm not forced to do this thing, amounting to mass discrimination and suppression of rights. And then you turned around and you said, oh, so what you're saying, Parker, is that you don't care about them because you wouldn't want them here if they voted Republican. No, I'll make this clear. What Parker said had absolutely nothing to do with the condition of the party affiliation in which they'd be
Parker, I
forced
gotta
to
tell
vote
you, you
for,
sound a
but
lot
more so
like
the
who?
condition that they'd be forced to vote, period. Okay?
So
Don't
again,
equivocate on what Parker's saying here.
once
Okay?
again,
Because
like
what
I told you
Parker's
the other day,
condemning
you
is
donut.
particularly the condition of
Listen,
mass
donut.
suppression of civil rights and liberties and discrimination of
Listen,
of a
when you
particular
couldn't answer
demographic
my
of
questions
individuals
the other
based
day, and I
upon
started calling
some.
you a donut, and you
Okay,
still
and now you
ran
interrupted me. Thank you.
away.
Go ahead. Okay,
Okay,
you got the
so
culmination of what I wanted to
everything
say.
that I
Both
just
of
said, everything that you just said is nothing what I said to Parker. Zero. I didn't say anything about forcing anybody. I didn't say any of those things. I simply said, hypothetically speaking, if Donald Trump were to come out and say, I will grant mass amnesty to any undocumented migrant in this country right now who hasn't committed any type of a violent crime, but you have to vote Republican for the next 10 years. Now, again, I'm just saying,
have to vote Republican.
if you two would turn around and say, no, No, I don't want that.
But you have to vote for Republican for the next 10 years would be a force/suppression of
No, they don't
of civil
have to
rights.
do it. They could say no. We're not doing it.
Oh,
See, the
okay.
point they're arguing
Okay.
right now is
See now.
nothing.
Okay.
Nothing
So you
that's
don't
coming
have
out of
to
your
do
mouths
it.
right now.
Wait,
But nothing that's
no,
coming out
here's
of
the
your
deal.
mouth
Here's the
right
deal.
now would be that's a great.
So you don't have to
Here's the
do
deal.
it.
No, Parker. He's saying that you don't have to do it because technically they could deny the pathway to citizenship or residency. But
Oh,
see what
that's
you
crazy.
fail. But see what you fail to recognize, Chase, is that coercion is force. Okay, like think about it this way. If I walk up to you tomorrow and I put a taser on your neck and I tell you that if you do not give me every dollar in your bank account, I'm going to unleash this taser on your neck. Well, technically, you don't have to give me every dollar in your bank account. Technically, you could take the taser to the neck. So under your view, apparently that wouldn't be force. No, but because of the coercive measure of the use of the taser on your neck, that would still amount to force. So very similarly, because of the coercive measure of a denial to a pathway of residency or citizenship, significantly reducing the one's quality of life, hinging on the idea that they would be obligated to vote for the Republican Party for the next 10 years, that would amount to force through coercion. You have no clue what you're talking about.
No, what I am, once again, you are making up a literal, I'm making up a hypothetical. Now, going back to what I was saying, normally you would be turning around and saying, you know something, it is so important to me that undocumented migrants who help this economy bring $97.6 billion in, how they, all the things that you spew about, that you care so much about, whether they voted Democratic or Republican should not matter to you. It's the same people, it's the same ones that you're telling how are being oppressed and how they're getting low income jobs and how they should be here. It really shouldn't matter to you in any way, shape, or form, whether they voted Republican or Democratic. But when I just put out the hypothetical that they would have to vote Republican, you lose your shit. And everything else that you spew about them turns out to be a bunch of bullshit.
Because you're forcing. How about this? How about this? How about this?
You're making it
Wait,
into literally.
how about this? How about this?
So,
How about this? How about
Like
this?
you told me the other day.
Can I explain something to you?
Just
Can I explain something?
concede, Dean. 1 second, Parker. Just do what you did to me.
If you were saying that Donald Trump would be okay with like granting citizenship or a pathway to citizenship for anyone who specifically like who would vote Republican or something or consider themselves Republican, but they can change that at any point in time, right? If they have the freedom to do that, sure. If it were like that we had all knowledge and it was specifically that we knew that someone was Republican and that they would be given a pathway to citizenship, right? We'd be totally okay with that as well. We're not saying that people should be restricted from coming to the country because of their political voting status. That's not what we're arguing right now.
But it is.
No, it's not.
That's exactly what Dean just said. He even made it to a scenario of putting a taser against your neck. No, I'm saying if it was.
Yeah, because you're talking about the coercion specifically of forcing
No,
someone
I'm
to vote a
talking about
specific
it
way for a
again
certain
it's
designated period of time.
hypothetical. You just don't like the
Okay,
idea.
Chase, I'm gonna
of it.
repeat your hypothetical.
Okay.
Tell
No,
me
Dean,
about-
but hold on one second.
No.
Dean, then
I'm
I'll
gonna
beat up
repeat
on
your
you in a
hypothetical.
minute.
Tell me if I have it right or wrong. Because if you're saying that you're coming up with a hypothetical that does not imply coercion, that does not imply force, okay, let me make sure that I have the hypothetical correct. Is your hypothetical merely saying, well, what if Donald Trump did mass amnesty for all undocumented immigrants in this country tomorrow, but for whatever reason, those undocumented immigrants then voted Republican for the next 10 years? Is that the question that you're asking me? Because if that's the question that you're asking me, yes, I don't care how individuals decide to vote, as I don't think that such a plan would hinge on the way in which an individual would decide to vote. I think that this hypothetical is significantly far out of the modal scope of the world that we live in due to the fact that obviously this would never happen. But if for whatever reason it did happen, that it just so happened to be the case that these undocumented immigrants that were granted a pathway to residency or citizenship voted against their best interests for the next 10 years, my response to that wouldn't be to say that they shouldn't have mass amnesty. My response would be to then go on live every single day for the next 10 years to try to convince them of that. But I don't think that's a question that you're asking. So is that the question that you're asking, or is that not the question that you're asking?
You gotta send me an invite. Give me a second. All right, in the meantime, make sure to like the stream, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people.
That's exactly what I was saying, Dean. But your first reaction was to say no to it. Your first reaction was make it up or put a laser to your neck and all your other nonsense that you did. So your first reaction wasn't for the well-being of the undocumented.
Oh, you
It
just
was
asked the question
no
wrong, Chase.
way
Chase,
for it to be
you just asked the question wrong.
Republicans.
See, the way that you asked the
I
question.
asked the question perfectly.
Yeah,
You
no,
guys
did.
changed
Chase,
your answer at the.
Chase, I'm
Dean,
telling you.
just
Let me,
concede, Dean. Just
Chase,
concede, and then we'll move on.
I'm going to tell you.
Let's concede, Dean.
So the way
Just
that you
concede.
asked,
That's what you
hey,
told me
Chase,
the other day.
Chase,
All
you
you have to do
asked
is,
the
Dean, I'm going
question
to do the same
wrong.
thing you did to me the other day. Concede. Concede, then I'll ask you the next question. Just concede.
So the way that you asked the
Remember how you did it the other day?
So
Just
I'm not
concede.
gonna,
Just concede.
I'm not gonna concede
I
because I
know.
can
You know why
demonstrate.
you can't concede?
Well,
Because every single day you
because you're
come on here,
steamrolling. Because I'm trying to tell you, and you
He's
won't let
so
me answer.
mad.
You
are
won't let me
right.
tell you I won't concede. You won't let me tell you. You're trying to control the narrative. You're trying to tell everybody
Well, I'm
watching what
doing
I
what you
think
did to me the other day.
without allowing me the opportunity to say what I think. Okay, so anyways, I'm not willing to concede because I could demonstrate why you were wrong. I understand that you were absolutely and furious because it is the case that a
I'm not
20-year-old is
furious.
cooking your 6-year-old ass right now.
Oh,
But I
yeah.
digress. Okay,
Right,
so
I
the
know. Like I
reason
told
why
you
I
the
won't
other day,
concede.
you
Oh
are the
wow! Now I got the
intellectual
6-year-old
genius.
whining like a toddler. Yo, what world do we live in where a 20-year-old has more maturity than somebody old enough to be their grandfather?
More
But
maturity.
anyways, so the reason why I'm unwilling to concede is the reason that you are wrong. The reason that you misrepresented the question that you were asking is because originally you didn't just say, well, what if Donald Trump did mass amnesty? Then those immigrants, for whatever reason, just so happen to vote Republican for the next 10 years. You said, well, what if Donald Trump granted mass amnesty on the condition that those immigrants would have to vote Republican for the next
That
10
is
years?
my question. And your answer was absolutely not.
Wait, you don't see the difference between those two questions?
Yeah, I do. I see the difference of you turning around and not caring as much if they had to vote Republican for the same people
Yeah.
as you
Wait,
say
if
you
people were
do
forced
for the
to.
ones who just made
Oh
their
my god. Oh
choice.
my god. We don't want people to be forced to. That's the issue that we're having here. So again,
Parker, we're
if it
talking
was that we were all knowing.
hypothetically.
Here, did you know
You're
that?
taking
Did
it. You
you
want
know?
to take
I
a
just want to let you know
hypothetical and
something.
turn it into a literal.
I just want to let you know something. How about this? How about this? You say, if we knew that a majority of the undocumented immigrants that we were going to be given a pathway to citizenship, specifically were going to be Republican voters, right, themselves out of their own choice, would we still allow for them to be given a pathway to citizenship? The answer would be yes. That would be a better question for you to ask specifically. This question you're asking here is not entailed given the position, and whether or not we would compromise on that, right, isn't specifically something that we'd have to hold to. That's why it's an irrelevant hypothetical for you to ask.
Again,
Right,
you know
like
what?
think of it. Imagine if you asked,
It's
well,
fine.
what if Donald Trump did mass
Everybody knows
amnesty?
what my question was.
No.
Everybody knows what the
No.
answer is.
Imagine if
You
you were
want me
to
to beat
ask.
you guys up on some other topic?
Imagine if you were to ask, what if Donald Trump did mass amnesty tomorrow under the condition that all of the immigrants would have to vote Democrat for the next 10 years? Do you know what my answer would be?
What's that?
My answer to that question
I
would be
know what it'll
no.
be now. Of course, I know what it's going to be now.
My
You're going to
answer
say
to that
no,
question
it
would be
wouldn't,
no.
because I wouldn't want them to be forced to vote Democrat. Of course,
Right,
you're going to say that.
precisely.
Of course. Jeez. Okay. No kidding. You would say that.
Right. So do you understand like the way that you're asking the question? You're just like asking it incorrectly.
No, you know what? The way I asked the question was the way to see the reaction. The reaction was right off the bat, no way.
Okay, and we were particularly saying no way to like mass suppression of civil liberties and forcing a demographic of
You
individuals
took my
to
question
vote for a
and
particular
turned
party.
it into something that you would have agreed with. That's all you did. Okay. But right off the bat, it was no, no, no.
Right.
Laser to the neck.
I
I'll take your
will
money.
still say no to mass suppression of civil
I
liberties
understand.
and forcing a
Come on,
demographic of
Dean.
people to vote for a
Listen,
particular
at
party.
least one time you can concede and say that
He
you're not the
wants
intellectual
Dean. He wants you to
genius that
concede
you
so
are.
bad. He wants you to
Dude,
concede so bad.
It's
You know
because
what's funny
it's
to
because
me?
I
Because
grilled him in front
he
of like
told it to me
20,000
the other
people
day when I
yesterday.
when
It's
I
because
when I
I grilled
stopped
him
him
so
on the
fucking hard.
Iran thing. When I asked him straight out, Dean, should Iran
Wait, so you're
or
telling
should
me you got
Iran
grilled
not?
in front of 20,000 people yesterday and he came back for more today? That's brutal. Jace,
Yeah, but
thank you for
except
the
I didn't.
$7.
Because
Thank you so much, Jace. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
all the comments.
Yeah, it is.
You know what's the funny thing about it, Dean? I'm not big on this thing for TikTok for followers, but yesterday, after I spoke to you, a day before, I got 99 new followers, about 30 messages saying how I cooked you.
The fact that you went on a stream with 20,000 people for that long and only gained 99 followers when you were debating against him is actually diabolical. 20,000 people were in that stream. And only 99 of them thought to follow you after being in the stream for that long.
There wasn't 20,000, first of all. Second of all, who cares? The thing is,
What do
Dean
you
got
mean there wasn't 20,000? I've seen Dean's analytics. What are you talking about?
dude, honestly,
I've seen his analytics.
like my average, like including the YouTube stream, is like
Do it again.
closer to like
Then let's try it
25.
again. Dean, should Iran or should Iran not have a nuclear weapon?
Dude, come on. Why is he totally pivoting from that? Come on. What the fuck was
Because that's the
that?
question he couldn't answer.
No,
That's the
dude,
question he
okay, wait. Can you just tell me why you pivoted? Can you address what I just said, maybe?
Oh yeah, that's the question I refuse to answer because there's a pivot. You don't just get to
Dude,
like
he
do
did it
We were
again.
talking about Iran.
you don't just get to like do and say whatever you want when you're having a
You
debate.
still can't
Let me
answer.
explain. Let me
Look at
explain
you.
this
You
concept.
still
Chase, let me explain this concept to you like you're literally a 5-year-old, okay? So in this case, when you're having a debate, you don't just get to do or say whatever you want after
Well, you don't
already
have debates,
suggesting
Dean. You
a
have
prior
arguments.
argument in which you couldn't substantiate with reason or evidence. So imagine that I come to you and I say that Donald Trump is the worst president ever. And then you ask me why, then I failed to provide you any reason, evidence, or facts to substantiate my claim. And then once you were just absolutely embarrassing me, I then turn around and I say, what color shoes are you wearing? And then when you're like, Dean, what the fuck? Why would I answer that question? I'm going to need you to substantiate the claim that you came up here to debate. And then I'm like, you're scared to tell me what color of shoes you're wearing. Well, see, that's what you were doing with that
Once
question on the
again,
live
Dean,
yesterday.
Dean, I just want to let you know, I think you need to apologize to all 5-year-olds out there because that was incredibly rude to all 5-year-olds. Seriously.
You know, Dean, what I got to see, what you're doing right now is completely wrong because we weren't talking about two different topics. We were talking about the whole situation that happened in Iran. Okay. And after I debunked you on the facet of why Iran turned its enrichment of uranium into 60% over the Biden administration and had nothing to do with the JCPOA, then I just simply asked you, do you think Iran should or should not have a nuclear bomb? And here we are on a second debate now in front of what?
Dude,
24,000
it's
people? I just look at
no,
it.
we're not in front of 20,000. No, we're in front of.
Well, let's add
We're
the
in
20
front
that
of-
we were in yesterday that he couldn't answer. So he can't do it in front of what? 5,000 people? He still can't answer the question.
Dude, it's because you're using it as a pivot. You didn't even. Now I don't even know what the hell we were even talking about before because you just like literally did this for so long.
If you're curious, the short answer to your question is no. The long answer would be I don't think that any country on Earth should have nukes.
Now can you go back to what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so hard to answer yesterday, right?
Well, yeah, I don't negotiate with the Dodgers. So
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'm tired of abusing you guys. I got to go. I got other things to do.
What? Dude, so you don't even want to talk about what we were just saying, and you also acknowledged what you just said was abusive?
You want to talk on a different subject? You want to talk on E.G. Carroll and why I don't think that case made any sense whatsoever? You want to talk on
Of course you're a rape apologist, but I was specifically just asking you like if you would even address the prior context, and apparently you won't.
What the prior context is if
He doesn't. I doubt. Honestly, I doubt you even remember at this point. Like, let's be totally honest. You don't fucking
The
remember.
first thing that we started talking about the mass amnesty to people who would vote Republican if Donald Trump granted it to them.
So no, that's not what we were just talking about. But
We're talking about the Iran. I don't know what you're talking about.
exactly. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? He
Right,
pivoted
but you
for
just say
so.
that's not it. We only talked about two subjects, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just named both of them, and you both said that wasn't it. What were we talking about? Dean's blue shoes?
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Right.
That's exactly
Okay.
what we're talking about. So I'll ask you a question before you run. Where do you get your news from?
You and Dean.
No, like genuinely, where do you get your news from?
Generally, I do. I get my news from you and Dean, and then I just, logically do the opposite. And I just say, okay, I know that's not true. I know that's not true. And I know that's not
No,
true.
can you actually be serious? Where do you get your information from?
From the newspapers, I read the Times, I watch CNN, I watch Fox. I watch mostly the opposing
I would
sides.
say it's mostly
than you
Fox.
do. No, it's not. You see,
Mostly,
like
I
to
would say
listen
it's
to
mostly Fox. Can you name one CNN host?
one CNN host, Anderson Cooper. Okay, you have.
He
what's
only
her
knows
name?
that because he's a rape apologist and because he knows specifically the interview with
What the hell
Eugene
does a
Carroll
rape
and
apologist have to do with
Anderson Cooper. Because you're referencing in your head that one interview that rape apologists always reference specifically with Eugene Carroll, right? That's the only fucking reason you know that CNN host. Name one other CNN host. I'm serious, please.
So on CNN, you have.
Name one of the CNN.
I'm thinking of her name. She does the night show with Scott Jennings, Abby. I watch her show all the time. I like from CNN. I mean, I like who used to be over there too, was Cuomo, but he's not there anymore. I like. I don't like them, but I know their names. You know. So.
Oh, you like Cuomo?
What's that?
You like?
I liked him when he first came on CNN. You know,
Yeah,
I like him now.
You know that Cuomo really likes me, right? So
So.
it's funny because
I'm not. Listen, I don't think you're a bad dude. I just think that your morals are all wrong. I just think that you're not in the right direction. And like you said 5 minutes ago, you're only 20 years old, and I know you'll grow out of it. You know, so it's like it's like poverty. You know, the best thing about poverty is you can't go any further down. You can't become any more further left. So the only way as you
wait,
get
that's not
older,
wait,
you
that's
are
not true. We could
going
definitely be
to
further left.
becoming more and more and more to the right. You're going to.
I could
And
tell
that's a
you,
good
I could
thing.
tell you like further left positions we could hold, right? Like it is an instance, for instance, like we could be like socialists or communists.
But you were praising the new person who just won the Democratic mayoral over in New York.
dude, go Zoran. That's
Yeah,
fine.
what?
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There
Wait,
you
wait,
go.
wait.
So that's my point.
Wait. Do you understand that effectively, like Zoran's policies are just like very, very liberal policies, like more liberal than like we are, but like that's still not even like gonna dispute the fact that we think that it's incredibly important for the progressive nature of the party to like go out there and to like be voting on candidates that actually believe in the things and are principled in their views, right? That genuinely care. Like I think that's an important thing. Right, it feels like a lot of moderate politicians who are in the Democratic Party have lost out on. So like
You think
I do like
like,
I do like it. I think it's
funding
important for the party.
But then also,
You
you
think
know,
the
like
funding
I get
police-
it, Chase. Like he does call himself a socialist. I am being like go that guy. So I get it. You're making that association. I disagree with socialism, but I think he was a pretty good candidate, much better than Cuomo.
Okay, well, to be seen, because he's still got to go against a Republican. No.
Yeah,
And
I think he'll do fine against a Republican.
Yeah, it's
Listen,
New York. It's New York.
listen, I grew up my whole life in New York. It is definitely not the same. And if that happens in New York, you're going to see just, a lot of people leaving New York again, which is going to suck. Okay. So, I mean, it's too much. What is that?
Wait, I have a question. Are you saying people leaving? Are you
stores.
saying people leaving an area makes it worse?
Say it again?
Are you saying people leaving an area because of policy makes that area worse?
No, what I'm saying is where they go to is what's going to make it worse. Where they're showing up to. So if they come to Florida or Texas or any of these
Oh,
places,
you just don't
we
want
need it
people from
anymore.
New York to go to Florida?
I don't want anybody. Listen, exactly. We have too much traffic and too much nonsense and everything it is down here. So to answer your question, which you were trying to
You live in
catch me
Florida.
on-
You live in Florida.
And didn't you tell us that you were born in New York?
Yeah. Doesn't mean I can't live in Florida, right?
And you do live in Florida right now? You do?
Yeah.
That makes so much sense.
What'd you say? Yeah, exactly. Listen, 25 years ago when I lived in New York, I used to try to talk all my friends into moving down. Today, I'm like, no way, stay up there. Don't come. Because too many people are here. Too much traffic, too much this, too much cost, too much everything is going through the roof. down here.
You are you are like the stereotypical, like in terms of the meme, like the meme, the Florida man. Like I feel like you would be in a title. Like we could like after this here, like in 2 years, we're gonna see Florida man with some crazy title, and it's gonna end up being you, and we're gonna be like,
Nah,
no fucking way.
Yeah, exactly what you'll say is no fucking way because it wouldn't be me. Okay. I mean, you guys are certainly the ones that are going to have more change coming in your lives. You'll see in 10 years from now, when you guys look back at yourselves, you're going to be, can I really believe that was my thoughts? Can you really believe that this is the shit I used to think of when I was 20, 21, 22, 23 years old? It's crazy. And you'll see it. You mark my words. Okay, let's do that. Let's go.
You're
and
gonna
how
be
long-
like me when you're older. I promise you that. How about this?
Oh, no,
How about
you
this?
won't
Think
be.
about
You
this
won't
for
be older.
critically think about this for 1 second. Is age the only determining factor of where your views are? Per standard. No.
it's
So
still-
although your age can lead to your views changing over time, does not mean that because like when I get older, I'm going to change in my views in the same way that you have changed in your views. The
No, but
influences
life
of things
ex-
that have
life
happened in my
experience.
life are radically different than things that have happened in your life. So to say that it would operate in the same way in your life as it would operate in my life doesn't make any sense. Genuinely.
Well, let me explain to you how it would. Okay, you have. How old are you? 20? What? 22, 23? I don't know.
I'm 23.
Let's say, like, so you're 23. Okay, so you're at 18 years before you get to my
Hold
age.
up. Before he tells me this, Fruit, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. For here's another one because the caller is annoying. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Fruit. Thank you. And then Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for Hi Parker. Today's my 31st birthday. I'm a lifelong Democrat, but truly learned so much from you in my 30th year, and I'm so excited to keep learning. Thank you for so much and everything you do. Can we some W's for Jocelyn in the comment section right now, and happy birthdays as well. Happy birthdays for Jocelyn in the comment section right now. Seriously, thank you so much, Jocelyn. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. W's for Jocelyn in the comment section, as well as let me say thank you to some people. Sierra, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I know. I'm sorry. I got banned on my main account for 3 days. Cindy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'll have to check that out. Jonathan, thank you for the $5. I think he's unhinged. He's actually unhinged. And then Megan, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. And then Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Yeah, no, I know. I was just making the joke because it's like a meme.
Then also, Chase, you were just saying that like maybe our views will be different when we're older, and we'll look back and cringe on what they are now. So listen, I'm not going to deny that like in the next like 30 years of life, like I'll do like extensive research and like probably have like better views than I do hold to right now, right? But I don't even know what those views are. Okay,
I agree.
what I definitely know is that those views are not what you hold to. Okay,
No, I agree with that
like,
too.
like my views are already 10 times better than yours. They'll
No,
just
you're
simply
not
be
better
1,000
than me.
times better than
You're
yours
just
by the
different than
time
me.
I'm your age. So if
You see-
anything, you should be embarrassed that you were like 55 years old holding to the terrible views that you do. You could have
Well,
really used
you
the
should
last like
realize.
40 years of your life to become like an intellectual, and obviously that's not something that you've done.
Well, so now to answer that, that just goes and answers my question. See, because ridiculous remarks like that just goes to show your own inexperience. You're sitting there
This is
saying
why
to
people
me,
voted for Donald Trump right here
you're sitting
because
there
you're so
saying to
rude to me.
me
You're so
that
rude every single day. You
I'm
come on
not
this platform
rude.
and
He's not
you're
rude.
so rude to people. This is why people voted for Donald Trump.
Right, and then also like you're saying it like it's like ridiculous that I'm just basically calling your views like bad and like wrong and calling your views stupid. Well, that was your implication that you made about me and Parker when you said when we grow up we'll think drastically different than we do now. The implication was that the views that we hold to today are wrong. So does this mean that you're also ridiculous? Does this mean that you're also immature? Does this mean that you also have growing to do?
Anybody on this live ever heard Dean turn around and say, I was wrong? Ever. I can
Yes,
imagine being in your
yes. I've
house.
seen. Yes, dude. Oh my
Of course
gosh.
you did. When he was arguing you?
Wait, not just me, right? All
Oh, no,
I have,
so he has
dude.
been wrong
I
to
just
you.
want to let you know, as someone who has spent countless hours on live stream with Dean, I have seen both of us acknowledge, right, that we've said things and done things that are wrong, right? You understand that, right? Not
Okay, tell me
only,
one.
oh, okay. For example, in terms of Dean, Dean had economic views specifically relating to libertarianism that he changed over time, that he realized that he had a better perspective if he were to hold to a progressive standpoint. And that oftentimes happened on live, right? Where he held views that were libertarian, and then over time, through literally, like I'm saying, through over like a year, you could see the progression within his own views, right? Particularly on that. That's just
And what
one
about
really
yourself?
good example relating to the conversation we're having right now.
Okay, what
Or
about yourself?
specifically, I'll give you another one. How about
Okay,
immigration,
two.
right? Where
Uh-huh.
specifically, like when he was on Jubilee, it was the case that he had more of like I would say near the Democratic Party stance as it relates to the context of immigration. And now, right, he holds right a more understanding and nuanced view on immigration, right? That's incredibly similar to mine. So like I've seen change in terms of that.
Okay, what's yours?
I can give an example in terms of when I first got on TikTok, I was a communist, right? So I've changed my beliefs in terms of economic views, especially as I learned a lot in terms of economics. Would you like me to give Vass
No,
more?
that's enough. That's enough. You know why? Because without getting into an argument with you, Parker, that's exactly what I'm saying. And you're saying these things just happened to you both over just in the last year. So
No,
what I'm
wait, wait, wait.
saying
When I
is,
first got on
yes,
TikTok, wait,
as
wait, wait.
you
I just
get
want to clarify.
older,
When I first got on TikTok, that was like 4 years ago.
whatever, 4 years ago. Oh my God, I have shoes older than 4 years. But the point being is, it's exactly
Wow,
what I just
nice,
said to you
interesting.
guys. Okay, that my point is, over the course of time, 10 years, 15 years, your views are going to change. And like you
Thank you for
just
telling me that.
acknowledged that but Dean said, no, they won't. Dean just, all he said it was,
Wait,
well,
wait,
they're
wait,
not
wait,
going to be
wait.
yours.
Think about it
I
this.
don't ask them to be
No, 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 no,
mine.
no. You have to understand that the way people's views change isn't in the same way that yours are going to change, right? So the change of my views might have just happened when I was younger, and the change for your views just happened when you were older. It took longer for it to happen because you were less involved with politics. As we
No,
are
that's not
involved
true.
more with politics, our views probably will change less in the long run because we've thought about these things to a point where like we've already like had the change that we've gone through.
But Parker,
Does
you
it make
can't really
sense?
say that. Well, yes and no, because you can't really say that, because I can ask you this question right now. You just said that 4 years ago your views were more as a communist. Do you think you would ever go back to thinking that way again?
No, I don't think that I would, but
Exactly.
I
And
think that
that
it's
is
wait.
only within 4 years.
Do I think it's possible if certain facts change? Yes. Like it's
Okay.
for the
So
certain
then it's
perspective,
possible.
that I held. Obviously, like there's different types of perspectives that could be true depending on like what set of certain facts are true.
And then also, I don't know, maybe something else I could
Well,
add
here's where
on.
another thing where I
Maybe
disagree with
something I could add
Dean.
on
Gene,
here
just
real
one
quick.
quick second.
No, just one quick second for me. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's like the views that you hold to, right? Like the populist right views or whatever the fuck you want to call them. Like they're actually just like brain rot. Like I mean, like they're like really really bad. Okay, like
I could
there's not
never see
true.
myself believing that.
Right. There's not like true nuanced discussion that applies to MAGA. You know, like in these debate lives, I guess maybe you might think that there is. Maybe like people watching might think that there's like super nuanced conversation about like MAGA views, but it's just simply not, right? Because you're wrong and there's very clear reasons. Now, where there is a lot of nuanced conversation is in like the intricacies of like an economic theory that I may hold to, or like the particulars about like my ethical framework and my normative view and my meta-ethical view and how that relates to practical ethic and applied ethics through policy and government. And like those are the things that like I could guarantee to you that like both me and Parker will have likely more substantial shifts in on like that more nuanced level on the micro level over the course of like the next 10, 20, 30 years, right? But like that wouldn't amount in totality to like this massive shift in like our entire and like uprooting our entire ideologies as it would relate to conversations such as the ones that we're having right now.
Yeah, but like I was saying,
Hmm.
when you say I'm MAGA, you're acting like Donald Trump never did anything good for this country in any way, shape, or form. Okay? So let me ask you this, Parker. Besides saying around on, Operation Warp Speed, give me one other thing you think Donald Trump did good.
Uh, okay. The First Step Act.
And then the bill that he passed not too long ago to crack down on like AI deepfake porn and
Yeah,
whatnot.
that
That,
one's
that
good too.
one, yeah, that one was like really good.
Okay. Now, without comparing it to, well, this one was going to do this. What about the doubling the Child Credit Act from 1,000 to 2,000? He
Yeah,
did that, but don't turn around now and
I think
say,
certain aspects of the TCJA are good, but like overall, it's bad.
really? Okay. Well, I mean, what about the CARES Act? What about the First Step Prison Act reform? What about the VA Choice and Accountability Act? Those are all great things that he did.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
confused. I'm confused
How
what
about
your
opportunities
point here
acts?
is. Can you please explain to
Because you
me like
say, because you
which ones are
just,
you going to point to specifically that you're going to be saying outweigh all of the negatives that you'd be able to
wait,
relate to,
I'm
along with the
not.
fact
I'm
that
not
all
even
the
just
positives that
thinking
you'd be able to
that.
point to oftentimes are bipartisan.
Right. Then also, I just want to point it out here real quick that like
Because
everything
Dean
that you
just
just
said,
named.
oh, I'm so
I just
MAGA.
I just want to point it out to you real quick. Everything that you just named outside of like opportunity zones, because the debate can be had there of those are good or bad, is like generally a good thing, right? That he's done like these very minuscule good things that I can acknowledge too. But what's funny about this is that you didn't say any of the big things he's done there. And this kind of maybe shows me that you know deep down that he's not that good of a president in totality. Because you certainly didn't say it was a good thing that he tried to steal the 2020 election. You didn't say it's a good thing that his massive expenditure on economic reform in the macro scale is just like destroying this country, right? You specifically pointed out like a handful of like small good things. And what this
I
shows me
pointed out the
maybe
good
you even
things that
recognize
there
in
is
like the
no
totality of his
argument for.
presidency, like he's actually a bad president.
Well, he's not a bad president, okay? And again, we can go into the arguments about the 2020 election and all this other stuff. But all I was just doing is when you turned around and said that about MAGA and how my brain is MAGA. Well, I'm saying, okay, there are things that Donald Trump has done that you just even turned around and said were good things. How
Yeah, for
small
sure. Yeah,
they
for
may
sure. I
be,
just
how
think that
small they
they're.
not may be.
I just
And
think that they're
that's the other
significantly
problem that I
outweighed by bad.
see. Okay, but that's the other thing I see where your debating is not really up to debating, because when you turn around and you talk about the tax cuts and you say, well, most of those tax cuts went to the super rich, but you just leave out the facet that the middle income still did receive tax cuts, and it just benefited them. It doesn't matter what went to the. It would matter is if your point was it all went to the super rich.
Yeah,
And
that's
none.
for his first administration. Yes, some of the tax cuts went to the low and middle class, but most of them went disproportionately to the rich. Right now, if you want tax
Look at
policy,
that.
you should engage in policy that benefits the low and middle class, and we'd be specifically in support of that. But you're advocating for policies that disproportionately benefit the rich. And then in terms of Donald Trump's policy now, it's shifting the burden of taxation from people who are high income to people who are lower income. It's literally taking it and making it so that like we take a progressive tax structure, income tax, and we replace it with tariffs. That's a regressive tax structure that will literally cause and shift the burden. So that's what
Yes.
we disagree with. That's what we think is so bad. And then also that on top of adding trillions of dollars to the debt and selling away our future. Like genuinely, like that's Donald Trump being less fiscally responsible alongside giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and just helping rich people already who are doing incredibly well.
Right. Again, you see things like that. I don't argue against. I think it's what I wanted to just be said is the fair way, and like what Dean doesn't do. Like, watch. I'll ask this question to Dean. Dean, how much money the undocumented migrants pay in taxes each year?
100 billion.
100 billion. How much money do United States citizens pay into taxes each year?
Don't know. Whatever the would be the total government revenue.
Okay, about 4.9 trillion.
Okay.
When you compare the 4 point, you don't say that in when you come onto your lives. You only say that one part, and you go into that rant that you say the same way, every single
Well,
time.
then you have to say what percentage of the population are undocumented immigrants comparative to the overall population of the country.
Well, then also,
Perfect.
like,
You know what,
can I
Parker?
actually
Great,
add on here?
great
Can I add
question.
on here? No, because I have done this comparison on live before. So, like, I think it's incredibly disingenuous of you to posit the idea that, like, undocumented immigrants' economic contribution to America is, like, insignificant in totality. And I could actually demonstrate to you its significance. So, from 2007 through 2009, with a recession onset by Bush, we saw a 4.2% decrease in our GDP in 2 years. Now, the total economic contribution to the GDP of undocumented immigrants is around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, which would equate to around 4.3 to 5.8% per year in like 2025 dollars. Excuse me, 2024 dollars. So it is a case that like our GDP would drop more per year than it did in 2 years that caused the Great Recession if we deported every undocumented immigrant tomorrow. So I'd actually call your framing of their contribution to the overall tax income as disingenuous to because it tries to discount their significant role in the economy. And when we consider other things like their total GDP contribution, what would be revoked if they were removed, and how this compares to recessions we've seen in America's history, it becomes very obvious that their contribution to the economy is incredibly significant.
Well, if their contribution is $100 billion a year, okay, there's no way in 2 or 3 years is that going to be 1 point something trillion dollars. But to go back to Parker's questions before you answer that one, Dean, is when Parker
It
just had a
is,
little.
and I can show you resources on that. It's multiple trillions of
When
dollars.
Parker just asked a question that said, in in what percentage? Meaning, when I said 4 or 5 trillion, what percentage of that is how many migrants versus how many U.S. citizens.
Well, yeah,
My simple-
because the like when you're saying that, oh, he has to bring this
No, I
other
agree
fact
with you.
up of how big the economy is, well, then you'd also have to bring up in terms of
100%.
accounting for population. You understand that
I
like
agree.
he's bringing that up to explain it in a conversation. Then obviously he can go
you
into
brought it
those
up, which is
nuances,
great.
right? Given that the conversation would get to that point, but he's doing this to be able to explain it on a base level to someone in a conversation.
I agree.
And then
So
also,
here's
you
my
got
question
Roy
then.
Doge as
Well, let me
well.
finish my question now to answer Parker, then I'll
Nearly
answer you.
$500 billion.
Okay. Well, here's my question. Okay. Of the $100 billion that is giving every single year in taxes, which portion of the total amount of undocumented migrants is paying into it? If there's 12 million undocumented migrants in the country, not every one of them is working. So how many of the 12 million are actually contributing to
Undocumented
that?
immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, if that's what you're asking.
It's
So
a,
how much of the, so how many of
it's around
those are,
seven. It's around 7 million to 8 million. That like
what's 7 million to 8 million?
that's how many undocumented immigrants contribute to the total 100 billion.
All right. Now, what about asylum seekers, Dean? Do you consider them the same as undocumented immigrants?
No.
No, they would be
Okay.
under the legal
So,
process.
okay. But again, you're not advocating to the facet that says undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in and the asylum seekers pay a different amount. No, it's total combined. Undocumented migrants and asylum seekers are both paying
That's not true.
$100 billion.
That's
Okay, then
not
how
true.
much is what's the contribution of the asylum seekers into our economy? Because all you ever speak about is that
We can look at that. I'm confused what your point is though.
look at
Like,
that.
wait,
Yeah, what
are you disputing the idea that legal immigration is beneficial to our economy?
No, not at all.
Okay, if you're not disputing that, well then if asylum is a form of legal immigration, then explain to me why we would even have to bring up the statistics relating to that, given that you already associate it to
I
be
will tell
positive.
you.
What you're associating is undocumented immigration to be like negative with our economy,
No,
which is
no, not at all.
you think it's positive?
No, what I'm saying is we agree to the facet that undocumented migrants are contributing $100 billion a year. What Dean is saying, though,
Also,
is
can we not
that
act like that's their only contribution?
undocumented migrants
That's
and asylum seekers are separate, which
Yes,
means
they are. What? The fuck they
okay,
are.
but
Wait,
so
let
that
me
is the
tell you. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. No, no, no.
$100
I want to tell you why real quick. So, undocumented immigrants, right, are people that entered into America illegally and do not have a legal status of residence or citizenship. Okay. Now, asylum seekers entered into America legally, are documented, and have a legal status of residence. So, the moment you start including asylum seekers in the broader category of undocumented immigrants is the moment where you start including non-undocumented immigrants in the broader category of undocumented immigrants. It is disingenuous and it's false to suggest that that's something that we could do.
No, what I'm asking you is listen. I'm not disagreeing with that. What you're saying. What I'm asking the question is the $100 billion that is coming in is not separated between undocumented and asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are able to work, but they're not U.S. citizens. They're asylum seekers. Undocumented, you're saying paying $100 billion. But you want to keep them in two separate categories, but still say that it's $100 billion. And you're saying only the undocumented are paying that $100 billion.
Yes, that is what
And
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying is no, it's not. It's combined of asylum seekers and undocumented migrants. that are paying $100
How are
billion.
you gonna say his own statistic is something that you're saying that he has identified it's not?
Okay, so then tell me right now, Dean, if that's the case, how much money do asylum seekers who are here as
He
you
doesn't have
say,
to provide that information in order to know that his statistic
not?
is identifying just undocumented immigrants.
But it's not.
Why are you
not. It's
claiming
all-
that? What evidence, what association do you have to claim that?
Because
Oh,
when
Parker,
it's,
Parker,
when
this
they-
is what he
when
did on
it's
my live
listed-
yesterday. So the reason
when
that he
it's
got butthurt
listed
was that he
as
made
the
a claim
$100
and I couldn't
billion,
give any evidence.
it's not listed
Hold
as
up.
He made a
undocumented.
claim that he couldn't. So this is what happened on my live the other day. He made a claim. He had no evidence for it. And I just kind of pushed back against that, and then he tried to make it my fault that he had no evidence.
Oh,
That's
wait.
not what
I
happened.
think I have something for this guy.
That's not what happened. All right, Parker, grow up. Okay, you're just talking about.
What do you mean? What do you mean grow up? What are you talking about? You're the one who doesn't have a source. Shouldn't grown-ups have sources? I need to grow up? Shouldn't grown-ups have sources?
I don't need the source.
I thought,
Yeah,
oh, you
yes.
don't need a source? Well, grown-ups need sources, bro.
I don't need the
I'm
source.
I'm
because
sorry. Hey,
my
hey.
statement
Hey,
was.
Chasey. I'm just gonna let you know, Chasey. Right? Adults needs sources, okay? We need sources to justify things to be true, right? You know that, right? The kids are taught this. I learned this in school. Did you learn
Arthur,
this in
I
school,
wasn't the one that
Chasey?
was making the claim. So I don't need to do the source. The claim was
Chasey, you are literally the one making the claim.
lit-
What are you talking about? You're not making a claim.
I'm going to try and tell you if you don't stop muting me. I didn't make the claim.
That one was for fun. That one seriously was for fun. You can unmute it. That one was for fun.
The claim was made that undocumented migrants and asylum seekers are two separate categories, but the claim was made that $100 billion a year is coming in from just the undocumented migrants. So my question was, okay, if you're going to state that it's a separate amount, how much money are the asylum seekers?
He doesn't have to provide you any of that information in order to identify to you that the statistic that he has is about undocumented immigrants and that the number is 100 billion for the year of 2022.
Okay, and then also
Not
I
undocumented.
just found the information, whatever. So according to the American Immigration Council, from 2005 to 2019, refugees and asylum seekers paid a total of $123 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. That would break down per year to around $11 billion paid in federal, state, and local taxes between not just asylum seekers, but also refugees.
There you go. So, okay, Dean, I'm not trying to put you down, but it was a number that included both, not separate categories.
And how do you know this to be the case?
I cannot believe this person is real. Chasey, what are you talking about?
It's $123 billion for
Over the
both.
course of the last no. That's $123 billion paid over the course of the last from 2005 until 2019 by refugees and asylum seekers specifically.
So you're saying now there's three categories: there's refugees, there's asylum seekers, there's undocumented.
Yeah, but we're combining refugees and asylum seekers because that's what the source of the American Immigration Council does.
Okay, so there's three different categories. So 123 billion and 96 billion. So actually, what you're saying, it's 200 and something billion dollars for people that are in this country who are not citizens.
Well, I just want to let you know, I'm taking out the very trust me, bro, pen. The trust me,
So
bro pen.
I'll explain to you why you're wrong. So
To write you in the fucking trust me, bro book because you meet the criteria.
So I mean, I don't know, like if you're just like bad at math, but how much did I say that undocumented immigrants paying taxes per year?
100 billion.
So why are you including that with what refugees and asylum seekers paid over 15 years?
You didn't say 15 years.
Yeah, I did. I said from 2005 until 2019. That's 15 years. Actually, 14 years, buddy. Come on.
Oh, again, I didn't hear you say 50. I thought you were going to compare apples to apples.
Well, I did. I broke that down to $11 billion per year paid in federal, state, and local taxes by refugees and asylum seekers. So the closer number.
Wow. So there must be, 10 times the amount of undocumented migrants in our country right now over asylum seekers and refugees?
There's like what, 2.1 million asylum seekers? I mean, how many undocumented immigrants do you think there are?
20 million?
20 million? Okay. Honestly, bro, like one Republican says 7 million, another Republican says 4, another Republican says 12, another Republican says 20. I just kind of feel like you guys just make up the numbers you go.
Okay, so what does
whatever the
Dean
number
Withers
is.
say?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know if like we have reliable data to determine how many there are.
What's your data? One?
So, I like I said, I don't know if we have reliable data, so I'm just willing to go along with whatever you want to say. Like, if you want to say there's 20 million, go for it. I mean, I think that's ridiculous.
Again, whatever number you want to use, but let's look at it this way.
I feel like it's closer to 12. I feel like it's
Okay,
closer.
let's call it 12. You think those 12 came over within the last, say, 4 years?
No.
Okay, how long?
Last like 40?
In the last 40 years, you think 12
Yeah, like
million?
there's definitely some undocumented immigrants in
I
America
agree.
right now that
But
have been here for
how
like
many do you
30,
think came
40
over in the last 4 years? Or you don't know?
The last 4 years? Yeah, I don't know. I'm fine with saying whatever you want to. If you want to say that there's like 10 million undocumented immigrants, okay.
You know what I think is funny is when people turn around and say this country is built on immigrants. Built on immigrants. Everybody came to Ellis Island during the Industrial Revolution. Do you know how many people came to Ellis Island from like say 1900 to 1950?
Yeah, probably a lot, right?
Like take a guess.
Dude, I don't know, like what? Like, I don't know, like 3 million or some shit?
11 million in 50 years. In 50 years, we have 11 million that came through in the last 4 years.
I have a question. Are you okay? Are you okay with 1 to 3% population growth?
Yeah, but I would love to see it in U.S. citizens, and we get rid of abortion.
Wait. Okay. Wait. So you would be okay with 1 to 3% population growth?
1 to 3%, and we got about 330 million people in this country. I mean, yeah, maybe a 1% population growth.
Okay.
Sure,
So
why not?
that's 3 million people a year. Apparently, you're okay with 12 million over 4 years.
I'm talking about U.S. born citizens.
Oh wait. Why only U.S. born citizens?
That's you just asked me if what I'm okay with, and I
Why
said that's what
only
I
U.S. born citizens rather than immigrants?
because. Well, the only reason is I don't mind immigrants coming in as long as they come in legally, and it's
Yeah,
impossible no matter
yeah,
what.
but you'll
they
yeah.
say.
I'm saying, would you like to increase how fast the immigration process goes so more people can come through the legal process?
Yeah, would you be okay with
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
would you be okay with like
100%.
11 million immigrants in 4 years if they were all legal?
100%. That's great if they're all legal. 1,000%.
Okay, so then why don't you
Okay.
give them a pathway to citizenship?
Right. So you'd be okay with
I
legalizing
would if they all
all
voted
the
Republican.
immigrants in this country.
Oh, only if they vote Republican, he will do it. That's what he just said. What a fucking authoritarian, insane lunatic. You said you will
Oh my
only let
God.
them in the country if they vote Republican. What a
Hey,
fucking
you know what?
insane lunatic. You're a cultist. You're a fucking
All right,
cultist.
Albuquerque. We didn't have this conversation 15 minutes ago, did we, Parker? Okay, so don't make it look like this is the first time you heard it for the first second. We
That's
had this whole
insane,
entire
bro. Dude, that's insane. You're literally advocating for discrimination based upon political ideology. What
another
the
one. We
fuck?
know we had
Yeah,
this
you are an
conversation a half
authoritarian
hour.
loser. Seriously. You're advocating for like insanely like is this not anti-free speech?
Yeah, come on, Parker.
Listen, hey Dean. First of all, I'm not from Boston, so it's not. I didn't say Parker.
Parker.
Come on,
Okay.
bro.
Well, so yeah, again, I have no problem for it. I just don't like the fact that they come in. I don't like the 2 million gotaways. I don't like the way, Dean, that little post that you put last week when you're like, oh my God, Iran notified Donald Trump that if he retaliates against anything, they're going to.
Real question, dude. Why? Okay, I'm sorry. Just like,
This guy's all over the place.
Fucking guy.
dude, he says it. He says it with separation too. Iran. Like, dude, it's Iran. I just want to let you know. Like, when you say that, it's just like, I'm sorry. I don't know why. I just sometimes I'm like, dude, bro. Like the
Oh, I
way
know
like
why.
you give it a space too, and it's just like
Because you're a
it's almost
triggered little bitch.
it's almost like comical. Like it sounds like
Right, I know. Because if somebody
Like, come
says
on, bro.
Kamala is doing wrong, you got to correct them. It's like
Why
every
do
little thing triggers
Republicans?
you.
Answer this.
You have to be
Answer.
triggered.
Hey,
Oh my
hey,
God,
hey,
don't
hey,
say
weather
it like
boy.
that.
Hey, weather boy,
Oh, it
answer
hurts
this.
my
Why do
ears. Don't
Republicans?
say it like that.
Why do
You
why do
got to say it
Republicans?
the way
Wait,
we say it. You got to
wait.
say it the politically correct
Hey,
way.
buddy,
Otherwise,
buddy.
I'm just telling you the correct way to say it. Even older
I,
fucking
I,
millennial says this. Like Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't get triggered when you call it Iran. I just like kind of cringe because I feel like you know how it's actually pronounced. Like, please tell me, why do so many Republicans like intentionally mispronounce words for fun? Like you guys do it with Harris's name. Like you know that Kamala Harris's name is pronounced Kamala, but then guess what?
except when
Next
Joe
thing you
Biden
know,
was,
shut
when
the
Joe
fuck
Biden
up. Let me
used to
finish
call
speaking.
Kamala.
Let me
Shut the
finish
fuck
speaking.
up.
Let me finish speaking, little boy. That's right. Okay. Know your place. But anyways, then like a Republican comes into the picture. You can acknowledge that her name is pronounced like Kamala, but then you turn around and you're like Kamala. Okay, all right, and then the same thing with Iran. It's like you know that it's pronounced Iran, but then you turn around and you're like Iran. Okay,
Yeah.
same thing with Iraq. Okay, it's like I don't like. Why do you do this? Like, just tell me why.
Because that's how we pronounce it. It's called Iran. We've been pronouncing it Iran for the longest of time, and all of a sudden that it's in the play, and you guys are hearing it for the
Wait,
first
hey,
time.
dude. I
Everybody's
understand.
like,
Wait. I understand.
Iran.
Hey. Here. I understand. That's the way that you've like known that it's pronounced. Like your whole life, that's the way you've thought that it was pronounced. I'm just telling you now, and I'm just saying that it's like with the pause. I just think it's kind of funny. Like it's just like, bro, like this is the correct way to say it. It's like.
Yeah, but when
Like
you're
we're
looking in
just
your
telling
life
you, we're
right
just
now,
telling you
your
like
whole
there's a
feed-
correct way of pronouncing it. You don't have to make such a big deal about us just telling you the
I'm
correct
not making a big
pronunciation. You
deal.
know what I mean? Like
No, but it's because
it sounds like you're the one making a big deal about words when you make such a big deal about us
I'm not
just
the one that brought it up.
providing
All I
the
said
correct
is Iran, and you
pronunciation.
made all I said was Iran. And what I was saying is how Dean got so upset the other day that when Iran notified us about their cells in the United States if Donald Trump were to attack them. Okay, he was blaming Donald Trump and not being upset that these cells were in the United States. It was like, are you kidding me right now? When are you ever going to stand behind your country and say, you know what? Those cells should not be inside
Hold
this
on, I'm just gonna thank people real quick. Taylor, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Taylor. Give some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Megan, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. River with the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry, River. Yeah, no, I went live early because my girlfriend and I are gonna be doing stuff later. Maggie, thank you for the $5. Allison, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Amelia, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then also, so I think that two things could be true at once. You just kind of want to assume, because I think that Donald Trump made very poor decisions as it related to Iran, that therefore, like, I like Iran, I like their leadership, or I like the fact that they have, like, sleeper cells in America. Like, that's not true. I'll clarify, like the regime in charge of Iran is really fucking bad, bro. Like, they weren't like democratically elected or anything. They like couped the government in the 70s. Like they oh my god, they're terrible, bro. Like they sentence like children to the death penalty. They like shoot protesters and kill them on the streets. There's like women that have had like their face disformed for not like covering it in totality. Like it's like a lot of like really bad things that like the regime in charge of Iran has done, right? And they also weren't like democratically elected. Okay, but like that can be true, while it is also true that Donald Trump made an absolutely like terrible decision when he still decided to involve America in a war that we had no involvement with like no decision-making processes as it related to mitigating the potential like risks associated with what the country could do to us, such as the activation of their sleeper cells, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and like a billion other things, right? Like, I mean, I just think he was incredibly irresponsible. He wasn't thinking ahead. He was just trying to bring the fists down powerful. And like, you know, at the end of the day, man, like his plan ultimately like did like fail, okay? Because he said that there's a ceasefire. They said there wasn't, but they'd still agree to it. Then Israel violated it. And I'm just happy that like that failure wasn't like larger and like something that would result in like global inflation by them shutting down the strait or terrorist attacks on American soil, right? And I just think that like, you know, that is a more nuanced take than maybe what you're used to. But it's definitely like the most base take.
Well, let's put it this way. First of all, to blame Donald Trump for the ceasefire not going into effect the way it was planned had nothing to do. He was the one, you know, brokering the peace, brokering the ceasefire. If Israel
And it clearly didn't go well. Maybe that's why it didn't go well.
Did. No, because Donald Trump, and you got to say, listen, Donald Trump went out and he criticized Israel right afterwards. He goes, you know, there was a 12-hour period before it was started. Did not mean that you go and drop all those bombs. Okay?
You know, yeah, good for him for criticizing Israel. But like, the reason why I think that he's somewhat responsible is like he should have done more than just criticize them. Like, why the fuck are we allies with a country that is breaking ceasefire agreements that we're negotiating with? Like, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, like MAGA, right, Trump, and even some Democrats are just willing to say that we should do
and I don't want you guys to take offense
whatever
to this.
Israel wants us to do, and they just say Israel first, America last. We'll just let Israel do whatever they want with us. We're just a tool for their disposal. Our military, our missiles,
you know what it
our
is?
bunker blasters, our B-22s, our money, our power, our intelligence. It is all Israel's tool to do whatever they want with, no matter what, and we'll continue to give it to them, even if they disrespect and violate the agreements that we set forth. We're still going to be Israel first. Okay, and like that is the agenda that Donald Trump has propped up, and for that reason, yeah, like I do think he's going to be responsible for that. And like maybe, right, we could have known that they would break that ceasefire agreement because they've only broken like 5 ceasefire agreements with Palestine. Like, you know, come on, that's kind of what they're known for. They're not known for being the super reliable country, right? They're known for breaking agreements. They're known for disseminating misinformation to justify ethnic cleansing, war, killing, etc. Okay, like they're known for breaking international law. You know, like when they violated the ceasefire agreement, they actually broke international law by bombing an Iranian prison, right? Like, come on.
All right, well, let me explain to you, Dean, and I understand you don't know this, okay? We have a long-standing relationship with Israel, okay? And it goes back since Israel became the state of Israel in 1947. They have been our allies in the Middle East amongst every other ally in the Middle East that's there. We now currently have over 40,000 U.S. troops stationed throughout the Middle East. We don't have them there because we're afraid of Saddam, because of Saudi Arabia or Kuwait. They're there all because of Iran. It's almost like the NATO of the Middle East are our troops, the 40,000 troops that are around there. And we have been an ally to Israel for 50 years, plus 50 years, and more than 50 years, 80 years, whatever long it's been. Okay. And unfortunately, I have to say it to you guys, you don't abandon your friends just because of one thing you don't like. I mean, look what you guys did to Harry. He was your buddy. He was your good friend. Hold on, Parker, before you go.
Pivot. Why do you
No,
pivot?
it's not. It's the
Bro,
same thing.
dude, you're
Don't
like Trump. You do
do
the weave.
that.
You do the
You
weave.
just
You do the
don't
weave.
do it.
Listen.
You
You're
never heard this
doing the
phrase,
weave like
Dean.
Trump.
I understand
You're
this.
doing the weave
You've
like Trump. I'm
never
gonna
heard this
explain.
phrase.
I'm
You
gonna
dance with who you
explain.
came
I'm gonna
with.
explain the weave that you're
Okay? And
doing.
you
So
stand
first
behind
we
your
started off.
allies.
One moment. So first we started off with immigration, and you got owned. So you did the weave into Iran. You got owned. So you
Wait,
did
can
the
we
weave
just
into
address the fact
Israel.
that he is cutting off our allyships through the context of tariffs, like with Canada and Mexico threatening to like literally take over Canada? He also wanted to pull us out of like NATO because we're spending too much on our allies. What the hell are you talking about? You don't like give up
I'll
your
tell you what that
friendships.
is.
You gotta
Listen,
hold your
that is
friendships
what's
really
known
close. You gotta hold your allyships really close when it's Israel, but when it's everyone fucking else, hell no, leave us alone. We only need to focus on our country. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Why is this
I'll tell you what I'm
only
talking
applied to
about.
Israel?
It doesn't. It applies to Canada too. When Canada wants to charge a 200% tariff on beef and doesn't even buy it, when they want to charge us on
Then why is Donald Trump? Why isn't
200,
Donald Trump threatening to annex Israel? Like, dude, why? Explain to me that.
because we have bigger trade policies with Canada and we want it to be even and fair. Let me tell you something. I do business with a company in Canada. You know what they said about the tariffs? We will not be charging them. We will be paying those tariffs if they go into effect because we're not going to lose your business. So there was, even when the whole thing was going back and forth, okay, that's what was sent out from a company in Canada. So it's not like, oh, it's going to always put on to the American people, because no, it's not. These companies still want to do business with this country, and they will eat those tariffs before they start jacking up their prices and start losing business. But you guys don't know that because, I mean, not yet, and you will be. I guarantee you, you will be in the real world one day. Right now, you sit
We're
behind
not
the
in the
microphone.
real world.
Oh, when I say the real world, Park, don't get into a bunch here. What I'm talking about, it's a big difference that when you sit behind and nothing wrong with being solely self-employed, is a lot different, than having multiple employees. It's like, how I compare it to like movie stars. Like you think of somebody like Robert De Niro who wants to go out there and open up his big mouth. Robert De Niro
Wait,
has a
so
net
so
worth.
so to clarify, because I
Finish.
don't have a bunch of employees and that I'm successful by myself, right? You're saying that would then mean that I, for some reason,
No,
like I deserve, like it's
no,
hard. It would like I don't understand that, but Trump does or something. Like what?
no, that's not what
Damn,
I'm
If
you know
this is
saying.
what?
applicable to me, it
Actually,
should be applicable to Trump as well, right?
No.
actually, the
What I'm
funny part
saying
is
is
the
how.
funny
Let me
part is
finish, Dean. What I'm saying is,
The
let me finish
funny
something.
part is I actually have managed employees before. I have worked right in the
Okay.
quote unquote real world, and it's funny because the experience of my work in the quote unquote real world actually kind of refutes what you're saying. So, for
No, it doesn't,
example,
because I
right,
haven't
I
finished
worked
saying
at
it.
I was the creative director of a dog treat and food production company, and I helped them sell online. But in doing so, I also work to make their back end processes a little bit faster and more efficient
Oh,
with
yeah. What was your payroll
all of
burden every
their
week?
dude, we had an accountant. I don't know what the payroll was every week,
No,
but
I didn't say your
anyway,
payroll. I said your payroll burden. You know what a payroll burden is?
no, but the accountant did. That's why we had an accountant. What the fuck?
Okay, but
I
that's
just I just told
again.
you. Wait 1 second. I just told you that I was the creative director. I wasn't the accountant. But
Okay, but that's
listen,
not owning the business, Dean. I'm talking about making sure that the accountant has enough money to pay those payrolls and cover the payroll
wait,
burden
yeah,
on
Wait,
top
are
of
you
I
that.
saying that I
wasn't.
haven't worked with my
Wait,
accountant before? Like
No,
what?
wait,
that's
wait,
not what I'm saying.
wait. I never said I was a business owner,
right? I said I was
Okay,
the
that's what
creative
I'm
director.
talking about.
Now,
So when I'm
if you're gonna
talking
lie,
about business owner,
okay. So I guess the only way to work in the real world is to be a
no,
business owner.
no, not
Oh
what I'm saying.
wow! Look at you now. So I mean,
That's not what I was going to
you were trying
say.
to shit on me and Parker for
No, I
sitting
was
down.
not. I was going to give. You're wrong. I was
Listen.
giving credit
Stop
if you would have
talking
shut
over
up
me,
for
little
2 minutes.
boy. So you're trying to shit on me and Parker for working in our rooms, sitting in our houses all day,
Not at all.
and then when I'm able to give you real world experience of overseeing 17 employees and working as the creative director of this country, then you of the country of
the
this company,
countries.
you then shift the goalpost to being the business owner.
No,
Well,
that's not what.
anyways, oh my
No, it's
God, do you have an
not.
ability to possess the same amount of self-control as a 7-year-old and to stop interrupting me? Because all I want to say, right, is with the experience I gained in the quote-unquote real world, okay, well, we sold these dog treats, okay, and then every single year, right, the chicken, the bison, the lamb, that would get more expensive because of inflation. Now, we particularly sourced these ingredients from in America. Actually, every one of our ingredients was sourced from in Colorado. But imagine that we didn't, and maybe we sourced our lamb from Canada. Well, if that lamb got more expensive because of that tariff, we would have had to pass that off to our consumer, to our consumers, to the individuals that purchased the goods from us, because we weren't even operating in the green. We were still in the red. And if we absorbed that cost, we would have been bankrupt in the next 13 months, right? And I mean, this is a real world example that I could give you of a company suffering and having to increase the price of their products for the consumer because of my real world experience. So don't be trying to argue that, Dean and Parker have no real world experience and they're just sitting in their rooms all day. Because guess what? I do. And that real world experience would indicate that you're fucking wrong.
Okay, are you done now? Because that's not what I was saying. I didn't say what you guys are doing is bad or not bad. It's great. If you can make money doing it by yourself, that's great. I was making my comparison to having employees versus, and then I started using a scenario as in De Niro, who's worth $500 million. And what does he have? 50 employees? So of course his views could be higher wages, higher this, everybody gets health insurance. Now, to have a net worth of $500 million in the industrial world, somebody who owns a steel manufacturer, he's got to have 1,300 employees in order to have a $500 million net worth. So of course that guy is going to want the tax cuts. He's going to want to have more money so that he is able to pay his 1,300 employees every single week. And for your information, Dean, what a payroll burden is the amount of money that the employee has to pay towards taxes above your salary. So if you're making $1,000 a week, it doesn't cost the employer $1,000 a week. It probably costs him $1,150 a week because he has to match your taxes on top of your pay. That's what's known as a payroll burden. So when somebody has got 1,300, 1,400 employees to have the same net worth as somebody who has 50 employees, obviously the views and the taxes and everything else are going to want to be much lower in that scenario than somebody like
you know what, man? Honestly, you're cooking, right? Even though Dean, right, completely understands the concept that when you're an employer that has employees, right, you both share 50% of the tax burden. Just because Dean didn't know that this was called a payroll burden, this means that Dean must be wrong. And that
I didn't say you were
Right.
wrong, Dean. Stop getting so insulted if you don't know something. I mean, my God. Okay,
I'm not insulted. I'm just more so curious of what the tactic of debate is.
But you
right?
don't have
What's
to go
the tactic of
direct it just
debate? Wait, 1 second.
But that's
Because,
not a debate.
we're arguing.
That's just
We're
people-
arguing
But
that
that's
Donald
not
Trump's economic
debating,
policy is
buddy.
bad, and then you're
Just
like,
turning
haha,
around and
you
you're
know what a
so
payroll burden is. Fuck
afraid.
you must be wrong. It's
But
just
you're so
it's just red
afraid.
herring after logical
No.
fallacy after logical
You know
fallacy
what
after
it was,
logical
Dean?
fallacy.
You were
Hey, bro,
so
in the same
upset
way
at the
you told me I
fact
should,
that you
act
said
in the
I
real
didn't know what
world,
payroll
I
burden
think that you should get a brain and learn how to debate without enacting upon logical fallacies every 5
But
seconds.
listen, Dean, the only type of debater you are is a master. Okay, that I'll give you. You are really one good master debater. Okay, you're not a great debater. You're a master debater.
What?
What the fuck, dude? I swear to God.
Why
every
did you
single
just
time-
randomly say that? What a weirdo, dude.
all roads lead back to like talking about like sex. I don't know why.
It's just that you can't be wrong. You have to come out and try any way, shape, or form to just, oh my God, I knew what a payroll burden was. Just because you said it in that aspect, I have to show you that I knew that the employer pays 50%. I mean, it's okay, Dean. You don't have to prove a point every single time. And these are the things that you will learn as you get older. Believe me when I tell you this.
Damn,
You
bro,
will.
are
It's
you really,
going to happen to you.
are you whining just because I'm always
I'm
right?
not.
Oh,
Oh,
come
see,
on.
there you
Okay,
go again.
Parker, by the way,
Well,
I'm
look
gonna,
at that, Dean.
I'm
For the
gonna,
first time in your life, you just found out that you're not always right by saying.
What's up?
yeah, I'm gonna drop down here. I'm gonna go record a video and post it. But then once I'm done, I'm gonna
All
probably
right,
start.
I gotta go, guys. Have a
So
good day.
if you want to join,
right,
feel
bet,
free.
bro.
It'll probably be in the next like 15 to 20.
All right, see you then.
All right, see you then.
Dean will be live in an hour, everyone. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I need to catch up. I have some YouTube donations I need to catch up on. Kim, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $2. Lovey with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lovey. And Dino, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Jazz with the $2. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Again, thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to get up to the next person real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Charlie,
Yo,
thank you for
hello?
$2. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
His immigration policy and his tariff policy.
Okay. What specific immigration policy and what specific tariff policy?
Closing the border and deportations, and then reindustrializing. I think, and the trade deficits and national security.
What's a trade deficit?
When the opposing country sells us more exports than we do, or when the other country sells more exports than we do to us. So
Okay.
we are
So
importing
as a country, we take in more imports than we are exporting. Correct? What's wrong with that?
It's a national security issue because it forces us to sell assets like stocks, real estate to foreign countries.
You said
You can-
it forces us to sell stocks and what else to foreign countries?
Real estate and U.S. Treasury bonds to foreign countries.
Okay. Again, what's wrong with trading with other countries in general?
I'm not saying trading with other countries is wrong, but the trade deficit can be seen as a national security issue.
No, it has nothing to do with selling stocks and real estate in U.S. Treasury. It has specifically everything to do with the fact that we are simply just getting goods produced from other countries, and they're not getting goods produced from us. That's it. How is that a national security issue, especially from our allies? Like Donald Trump's talking about imposing tariffs, particularly on our allies. Please explain to me how it's a national security issue to be getting the level of trade that we are getting from Canada, because tariffs are meant to reduce the trade that we have with other countries.
I'll explain this to you, right? So when I buy a T-shirt, right, a $15 T-shirt at China, right, that $15 I'm buying goes to a foreign company with foreign workers. So that $15 is no longer circulating in the American market. To cover that national gap, the U.S. has to borrow money or sell assets like real estate and stocks. That's why 40% of our stocks are owned by foreign investors. That's why our U.S. Treasury bonds, China has...
Okay, so what you're saying is that U.S. dollars going out, U.S. dollars not going in. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, U.S. dollars are going in with foreign investment.
So think
But
about
that
it.
could be-
So I want you to think about it this way. When someone decides to buy something from a foreign country, they get more utility from buying it than they valued specifically in terms of the level of dollars that they had. Do you think that they should not be allowed to engage in that trade just because it is the case that you don't want that money going to another country?
Not all the time. I think that sometimes trade deficits are necessary, but I think the way
If
now.
there's a trade deficit between states, is that bad?
No,
Why?
because it's in the same country. We're all in the same federation. It
Then
wouldn't
why
be
wouldn't the same thing be true for our allies?
Well, I'm talking about China.
I'm talking
That
specifically
actually-
about our allies that Donald Trump imposed tariffs on still.
Well, the only way to reindustrialize is having tariffs
So
because
it's not about it being a national security issue or about the trade deficit. It's about reindustrialization, correct?
well, it's multiple things. I mean, I think trade deficit, reindustrialization. I think a lot of our allies do not commit the free trade. I mean, Canada banned all our cellular networks. They have high tariffs on our farmers. They have tariffs on other
So if
things.
you want to do
Europe.
retaliatory tariffs, do retaliatory tariffs. You didn't do retaliatory tariffs. Plus the USMCA mitigated tariffs, and then you went against the USMCA by imposing more tariffs. Reindustrialization. Why is that good?
Because it is more valuable for us to have product flow in our economy rather than a completely financialized economy.
We have product flow in our economy, even if it is the case
O-
that we have our current structure.
Only 15% of our economy is agriculture and manufacturing. The
Why
other
why do you want to
85%.
force our economy to do less productive work, according from an economic perspective? That's not currently happening in the United States. The reason why it's considered less productive is because other countries around the world have a comparative advantage for producing it, comparative to the United States.
Because the current layout of our economy is you have five big cities, which are financial capital, and then the rest of those five big cities are bailing out the smaller communities because the smaller communities don't really have local economies because there is no production at those smaller communities. We really just have like five big cities, and then those five big cities have to bail out and
So are you saying
subsidize
are you
smaller
saying that we
communities.
need more people to go into the smaller cities?
Not more people. We need to completely change the layout of our economy. We need those small communities to have manufacturing again and have production.
Why aren't they doing that right now if it's so productive and profitable?
Because the corporations want higher profit margins. That's why they build abroad. Because China has an abundant, cheap labor force. Corporations are going to rather build in China than in the U.S.
Okay. So then you're saying that the only reason why we have trade with other countries, by the way, you're not even just talking about domestic manufacturing, you're talking about trade in general, is that they have cheaper labor. It's not that they have comparative advantage for producing particular goods or not. It's
Well,
just that they have cheaper labor. The thing is, you can't differentiate based upon that if you place a tariff on the entirety of the country on every single good that is coming from that country at all. You could only specifically do that with targeted tariffs, only applied, especially if you apply it to specific businesses that would be engaging in those practices, right? Not specifically applying it across the board because then you're not differentiating. Oh my God,
again,
Cole! Thank you so much for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Cole, for Happy Thursday, all. Can we get some W's for Cole in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $300. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Cole in the comment section right now. That's incredibly fucking kind of you. W's for Cole for the $300 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. That is nuts. Thank you so much. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Alessandro, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I have no clue. And then Chloe, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Brooke, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Alex, thank you for the $5. But yeah, everyone, W for Cole in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Cole. Continue. Go ahead.
okay. What is the advantage China has? China has an abundant, cheap labor force, and they have um, infrastructure of factories and other stuff. That's what China's advantage is. I'm not saying all trade is due to that, but the reason why our trade deficit is so bad is because we have countries with cheaper labor that are multi-international
No, it's not.
corporations.
It's not just that. It's that the other goods, other countries around the world are better at producing certain goods than we are, right? And we don't produce as many of those goods. We consume more. We're a consumer-based economy. That's not even a bad thing. Right, you have yet to provide any good reason from an economic perspective that the way our current economy is structured in that particular capacity is a bad thing. What you're trying to do is you're actually trying to force American manufacturers to into existence when that's less profitable for them to do so comparative to otherwise. Plus, what you're not acknowledging is that if you have a tariff on every good coming from every country around the world, well, what you're doing specifically is you're also taxing, right, the cost of production for American manufacturers and making it harder for American manufacturers to produce goods and even more costly for them to do so, which makes them demand it even less.
Well, you have to make it unaffordable for the company to produce in America. You have to give, since it's so much cheaper to build abroad, you have to add a tariff to make it more profitable to build in America. And then when you said it's not an issue, I would say 1/3 of our whole national debt is owed to foreign countries. China and Japan have about $1 trillion in U.S. Treasury bonds with about 5% interest, and it's only going up. We have to continually raise interest rates with our U.S. Treasury bonds, and we constantly have to owe more money to these foreign countries because the way our economy is unsustainable.
Most of our debt is specifically held by American citizens, along with the fact that Donald Trump
I said 1/3.
along with the
One
fact
third.
that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. Did you know that trade deficits don't add to the debt? I just want to let you know.
1/3 of our national debt is owed to foreign countries because we have to borrow money.
It has nothing to do with trade deficits.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
100% does.
What? Well, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Trade deficits do not add to the debt. You're misunderstanding what a
why-
trade deficit is.
Why don't we own treasury bonds of Japan and China?
Hold up. By the way, regardless of whether or not that's true, that doesn't change anything. That might be actually evidence that our dollar is stronger, or that our treasury bonds are more likely to actually be followed through with comparative to other countries, or that they're more desirable. But like that's not even the point. The point that I want to make that you're wanting to run away from at this point. It is the case that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to his next administration as well. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicated that Donald Trump would do 4 trillion more over the next 10 years comparative to Harris's campaign plans. So if you cared specifically about fiscal responsibility, if you cared about the debt, if you cared about how that was structured, then you would not have voted for Donald Trump because he adds trillions of dollars more.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so both parties are not going to bring down the debt, because to go after the debt, truly you have to go after entitlements. But I don't think it's beneficial for China to have so many U.S. Treasury bonds with high interest. I think that can give a competitive advantage to China when it comes to trade wars.
Okay. Well, then stop signing off on so much debt-related spending.
No, well, we shouldn't have such a high trade deficit with China. Maybe
trade deficit does not add to the debt. What the
That's
fuck
the
is
whole
wrong with you?
Why do you think we borrow money from China? It's
Because we have debt relating to other spending from Congress. It's not specifically the trade deficit. What the fuck? You think that a trade deficit is adding to the debt? Please tell me how the trade deficit adds to the debt.
That's the whole reason why China buys U.S. Treasury bonds. I explained it to
No.
you. I buy it when I search it up. National gap. The U.S. has to cover that national gap from that trade deficit. That's why we bring in so much foreign investment.
So again, then you're saying a national gap specifically from our money going overseas, as if money from overseas does not come to the United States.
Yeah, it comes to the United States.
Goods come to the United States. Okay. Wait. We don't. By the way, we don't have to make up for a gap in terms of debt-related spending from China, just because it is the case that we have a trade deficit with China. That is a mistake on your behalf.
It's not a mistake. It's true.
It is. You have no clue what you're talking about.
100% true. Why do you think China owns so much U.S. Treasury bonds and we don't do the same?
Because it's a worthwhile investment.
It's not because the dollar's stronger.
It's because Treasury bonds are a really worthwhile investment.
Okay, but why are we selling our Treasury bonds? Because
we wanted money. Because we wanted money specifically to be able to spend on things in America. Well, then it's because the United States is spending trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars on weapons of war and mass destruction. That's why. And they need to satisfy that debt specifically because of the fact that they spend so damn much on that. Also, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, which then causes the need to look for more debt or to look for more increase in certain ways of being able to fund this.
You want me to give you a source that shows that the government is forced to cover the national gap when it comes to the trade deficit?
Yeah, give me evidence that trade deficits directly relate to a debt increase.
Okay. Here it is. U.S. Department of Treasury, Treasury International Capital.
What's the title?
TIC system. Treasury International Capital, TIC system, U.S. Department of Treasury.
No, what's the title of the article?
That's the Treasury International Capital. That's the title of the article.
And that's it?
Yeah, TIC system, U.S. Department of Treasury.
Where does it say this?
Gives you a link to it.
No, I can't click on any links. I'm already on it. Where at on it?
You have to click the monthly transactions in long-term securities. And it shows
monthly transactions in long-term securities. Where do you see this? It's literally what? Monthly transactions in long-term securities. I don't see that on the page at all.
where you get multiple articles
What?
about it. You have to read the whole thing, and it shows that we are forced to sell our assets.
A month. I see it. Monthly transactions, long-term securities. Here we are. And then where does it say this?
I don't know. I haven't read this article in a while.
Okay, so then you have no clue.
Well, I read this article about a year ago, but it shows that, yeah, due to long-term discontinued, it's a lot. It's a lot to read. I couldn't give you the exact.
Yeah, I would love to see where it specifically says that we have to get debt from that country because it is the
Doesn't
case that we have a
say
trade
that.
deficit. I'd love to see this.
You can search it up on Google.
Search it up on
Just
Google. Where on Google?
just search up Google.
Tyler, thank you
Does
for $10. Thank you, Search. Maybe you should do that and then come back with a source. Would you like to do that?
Well, no, you can search it up and it will come up right now. You can
You know
ask.
what's crazy? You can search it up, find the source, and come back and talk to us about that source that you found. Otherwise, I can talk to someone in the meantime if you'd like to do that. I'm running a stream right now.
Fine.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I get up when I want, except on Wednesdays.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as you can like the stream here on YouTube and on TikTok. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everybody, on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 1,500 likes. I would really appreciate that. Duck, how old are you?
You 4 people.
How old? How old are you, Duck?
Or dies. Yeah, or dies if you get like in a little crevice and it just.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're the highlight of my day.
Appreciate you. W's in the chat. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
April.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump? They left. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Yo, thank you so much, Potato. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, how old
I
are you?
didn't mean to join. You can take me.
Oh, you're good. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Tyler, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Alex, yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, I just want to let everyone know, like, on TikTok Live Studio, it is kind of hard for me to see all of the gifts that people send. I just want to let everyone know it is a little bit hard to see over TikTok. Just letting everyone know. Did you find it?
this one. Yeah.
Where did you see it?
It's on page 141, so I had to scroll down a bit. economic report of the president.
Page 141. There is no page 141.
It's the economic report transmitted to Congress January 2009, together with the annual report of the Economic Council Advisor. And then it's on page.
Wait, you said of 2009?
Yeah, January 2009, transmitted to Congress.
And
Econ-
so this is not the source you just originally gave me?
It's called the Economic Report of the President, transmitted to the Congress January 2009.
So wait,
together
so is this a different source, just to clarify?
This is a different source, yeah.
Okay, so what's the title?
Economic Report of the President, transmitted to the Congress January 2009, together with the annual report of the Council of Economic Advisors, United States Government Printing Office.
I don't know why you're going back almost like almost 10 years ago.
Well, in 2008, it showed.
Or
it was,
I mean over 10 years ago. Sorry, my bad.
in 2008, when the financial crisis
Like 15.
happened. 2008, when the financial crisis happened, one of the big financial crises happened. $1 trillion was de-invested in foreign investment, and it greatly exaggerated the issue.
Okay. Wait, I'm confused what this would relate to us in terms of you're saying I'm so confused. This was from Bush.
Yeah, but this was in 2009.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying it's an Obama issue. I'm not. This is not a.
I'm confused what your point is about, though.
That since we have trade deficits, we are reliant on foreign investment.
Let's see. You
That
said page 140.
141, and then it's 141 to 143. It kind of explains the gist.
Okay, just tell me where it says it.
You want me to give you the exact quote? Well, it all explains it. It's not just one. I can't really fit it in.
Can you explain it?
Let me read an exact quote. The current account deficit must be financed by net capital inflows from abroad, either through borrowing or selling assets. In accounting sense,
That doesn't mean you have to borrow from other countries.
The current account deficit must be financed by net capital inflows from abroad, either through This is the exact quote.
They're saying how it currently inflows. They're not describing how you have to do it. Does that make sense?
But we are relying on foreign investment, though.
But that's not because of the trade deficit.
Can you let me finish?
Where does it say it's because of the trade deficit?
You didn't let me finish the whole quote. Inflows from abroad, either through borrowing or selling assets. In accounting sense, the current account deficit is exactly equal to the net inflow capital abroad. This relationship holds that the country spends more than it produces, must finance the difference by borrowing from foreigners or selling assets to them.
Yes. Okay. So you're misunderstanding. If there is a spending more than there is production, right, in terms of demand more than there is production, well, then there is going to be a need for debt-related services, not specifically relating to trade deficits. I'm confused what you're saying.
This explains since there's more capital outflow, since more capital is outflowing the United States, because when I buy a T-shirt, I gave this T-shirt analogy. If millions of people are buying a T-shirt from China, that $15 is going to foreign workers in a foreign manufacturer, right? The government has to cover that national gap, so they have to sell assets to foreign countries.
When you say national gap, right, you're saying our money that goes to other countries around the world that we don't specifically get back into our economy.
Well, no, we get it back through foreign investment.
Yeah, you're saying through foreign companies specifically deciding to buy our stuff. One, you have to also take into account how important it is to have the U.S. dollar in supply around the entire world in terms of global investment within the U.S. dollar. So you're misunderstanding that, like, given that there is an outflow of U.S. currency, that doesn't necessitate specifically that we have to, that we're losing something from that, or that it's bad for us, or that we specifically have to get money from debt-related services from other countries. You can get money, whether it be through increase in money supply in the United States, right? You can get money specifically through financing the debt, if you wanted to get it from other countries, from your allies. Right, and there's no issues in those set of circumstances. Would you agree?
China our ally? Would you say China's our ally?
Well, if you have an issue specifically with getting debt from China, that's fine. Are you okay with getting debt from other countries that are our allies?
Japan?
What's that?
Or like Japan,
Yeah.
that holds a bunch of. I don't know. I don't think that we should be paying other foreign countries with 5% interest rate. I don't think that's good.
So
And,
so
and
so
then
then you're saying that we should never get debt from any foreign country. Okay, so then why
I'm
did
not.
Don?
I
Okay,
never
so
said
so
any.
I have a question.
I think
What?
trillions are too much.
But
That's a
but
straw man argument.
what's that? Repeat.
That's a wrong argument. That's you're misrepresenting my point by
How
saying
so?
that we should never have. I never said that. I think that trillions is too much. I don't think Japan should be owning more than $1 trillion in U.S. Treasury bonds with high interest rates. I don't think that's good. I don't think that benefits us
Okay, I understand. You understand why we need to get debt from other countries,
because of the deficit and because we
and why does the
cannot
deficit exist to the degree that it does?
because we don't produce any products. We
No,
buy all electronics. We
no.
buy
It's because
all.
the revenues for our government are lower than the expenditures.
Yeah, I know.
So that's
And
why.
the thing is, that, but you're gonna blame this on Trump, but neither party's gonna get rid of entitlements.
Donald Trump
But
signed off on more debt-related spending. I explained it to you.
yeah, but
So
you think
explain to me how specifically it is the case that that Democrats are worse for fiscal responsibility if Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
well, it's not just Donald Trump versus Biden. I would say that aren't Democrats more proponent of social services? We can agree on that, right? Democrats are more
Yes,
for social
yes, and
services.
even so, they are still more fiscally responsible.
Okay, well, what's the biggest thing that the government spends money on? Entitlements, which are Social Security and Medicare. So I would argue that
Do you think
Democrats are
those should be
probably.
cut?
I think Medicare should be expanded.
Okay,
Um,
so then it sounds like
but
you
but
hold a
maybe so.
democratic policy there. So it sounds like Republicans also support that, right? Under your view?
I don't know. I think it's a complicated issue because I think
Okay, so
maybe you can
explain to me how Donald Trump is better for fiscal responsibility.
I never said he's better for
Do
when
you
it
agree
comes
he's
to.
worse for fiscal responsibility?
Um, I'm not. I don't know. The bill hasn't been passed yet. I'll have to see after the big beautiful bill. It's still
No,
getting
I
worked.
no. You can reference his first administration, like I already told you, through the
In
Committee for Responsible
2017,
Federal Budget.
with the tax cuts.
His overall administration, 8.4 trillion overall debt-related spending he signed into law, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Well, I don't. I need to see the exact. What did he spend it on?
The
Was it
committee for
military?
go to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. It's what he signed into law.
Okay. Do you know what he signed into law? Just so.
Look up Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump versus Biden. There were different types of budgets that he signed into law, including the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which added $1.9 trillion to the debt.
Oh, but I think the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was good though.
Okay,
I
well
think that
it was not good.
I think it was good. And you can see this when Trump cut the corporate tax from 35 to 21%. Verizon gave every employee a $1,000 bonus. I think that's good, and that stimulated the economy more. That's
Okay,
why.
I just want to let you know that corporations actually have less of an incentive to pass that money down to their employees, given that they specifically are going to receive a tax cut on their corporate taxes, because it is the case that then, in that circumstance, their top effective tax rate is lower. If their top effective tax rate is lower, that disincentivizes them to then do write-offs, which would be like giving money to their employees. Does it make sense? Because
Yeah.
when you are an employer, when you do a write-off, what you save is your top marginal tax rate.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, somewhat. But I still think that the corporate tax rates are good, especially if you are going to add tariffs, because these corporations eat most of the costs when tariffs are, and they can still somewhat keep profit margins if you are going to tariff these products. I think that, you know, that if you are going to add tariffs, that corporate tax rates are a good way to counteract a lot of the price surging.
No, they're not, because they don't have the same sort of push on cost, right? Because tariffs specifically are prior to profits, so it's cost push.
Yeah, but companies are not going to raise the price of their products because they don't want sales
That's
value.
ridiculous.
You
The
know,
idea
because
that
they don't
they
want
wouldn't
sales
they
value.
have to if it's an aspect of cost of production.
Okay, in the 2018 trade war, can you tell me what the consumer price index was with Chinese products? How much it went up by?
Was that as expansive of the tariffs as what Donald Trump's going to implement, like he would through the Liberation Day tariffs, if he
No, but
actually implemented
it's
them?
the data to look at now, and I would argue that has Walmart prices have significantly went up since the Trump tariffs. A lot of
No, no,
corporations will
no,
eat
no,
the cost.
because Donald Trump, his tariffs led to a decrease in the size of the economy by 0.3% real GDP after several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth. So that's why there's downward pressure on prices to a slight degree, even though it's still relatively higher.
So when Walmart gets tariffed 25% from importing, a product from China, do they just add that 25% on the product?
If they stay with the manufacturer.
No, of course not. They don't, because a lot of products from China are leisurely products. They're t-shirts, they're TVs, they're not necessities. So corporations aren't going to add that exact tariff on because if shirt prices
That's
go up by
if there's
25%,
competition, yeah. But like, say there's no competition, it would totally be
there is
applied. They stay
competition,
on the same thing.
but
If
there
there's
is competition.
competition, then yes, obviously someone would go to somewhere else, or they might try to put downward pressure on prices. Which actually, if you're saying that they rely on cheap labor, you're saying that they would rely on actually reducing the labor standards for their employees in order to be able to like reduce cost of production so that they can continue to sell.
Yeah.
So are you saying that like the policies you're advocating for in terms of tariffs will actually lead to worse labor standards around the world?
No, they shouldn't.
Oh, well,
They would
well, that's just not true. It does lead to worse labor standards around the world.
they would manufacture. The whole point of these tariffs is to force them to manufacture
But
in the U.S.
are you creating an incentive for manufacturers in other countries around the world in order to compete with American firms, given the imposition of the tariff, to reduce labor standards in their countries to be able to lower their cost of production?
But the goal is that you make American manufacturers produce in the U.S. That you don't make them
Well, I'm
produce
asking,
abroad.
would that incentivize that to occur more?
Yeah, but that's
Oh,
not the
oh,
goal. That's not the
oh.
goal
Wait,
of
so
the.
then
That's
why'd
not
you
the
bring
goal.
up cheap labor as a means to like act like you were like a noble person arguing against cheap labor when you're specifically advocating for policy that would reduce labor standards?
I'm not arguing against cheap labor in a moral standpoint. I'm saying that that's why the
Oh.
U.S. cannot compete when it comes to cheap labor. The
Okay, so
reason why
what's
China
the issue with that then under your view?
that the U.S. should reindustrialize. Biden believed in
Why? Why?
reindustrialization because it's better to have products flowing in the
Why?
economy
In what
rather
way? In
than
what way is it better?
because it's not completely financialized and not digitalized and helps
I
local
have a question.
communities.
Actually, what macro indicator is better with our economy when you specifically engage in that policy?
Um, you don't have five big cities controlling the whole financial market. You have local communities and local towns having more economic production. That's why Gary, Indiana. That's why the
Economic
restaurant.
production doesn't lead to more profits
But what?
necessarily. Like you understand that like the current method of production that we have in the United States, right? That could be what's producing more efficiency rather than forcing people to use production in terms of manufacturing.
So we should let small communities die because Walmart gets higher
No, no,
profit
we should
margins
build up small
by
communities. We should build up small communities by sending people to small communities by incentivizing people to go to those small communities.
Yeah, but why does small communities not have good economy and good
Because
production?
people are leaving.
Okay, why are people leaving?
Because there's not as many people living in those areas. There's not as many jobs. There's
It's
not as
not
much
because
drive for people to live in those areas because bigger cities have greater access to amenities, right? They have greater access to jobs. More people are living there. If you incentivize people to live in the in smaller cities, well, then it is going to be the case that you're going to be able to build up the level of jobs that exist there. But you have to incentivize people to move there and to stay there in the long run. Oftentimes, it could also be education, right? The education difference between rural areas and then big cities. Sometimes it's medical health, right? Sometimes people need to live in those sorts of areas for medical health. It's more fun to live in larger cities for a lot of people. So you need to like do things within smaller cities to then incentivize people to live there. You need to create something unique in those small areas for people to then be incentivized to live there. Or you also need to be okay with immigration. H, thank you for the $5. Thanks so much. Would you be okay with immigrants coming to those small areas and and working in those
no.
areas and building up those communities?
The issue is not lack of people; it's lack of industry. It's It's because there's no
And
manufacturing.
there's a lack
There's
of
no,
industry because there's a lack of people in those areas.
no, it's because all the cities own the services. So you can bring a bunch of people, but that's not going to be a small community anymore. Would it be a small community
Okay,
anymore if
well
you
then,
bring a
oh
bunch
wait,
of
wait.
people
So
who have?
then that's good then. It's better to have a larger community, is it not?
No, some people like to live in small communities.
Okay,
Some
well
people
then,
like.
well then, why are you saying that we need to for if you bring back more manufacturing jobs to those areas, wouldn't more people then move there?
Not necessarily,
No, really.
because because tariffs would incentivize more small businesses because small businesses have more of a domestic supply chain than big
But it would
businesses.
incentivize more people to live there in those areas because there's more jobs, right?
But when you incentivize more people to live there, why? What jobs are they going to be having? They're not going to be having production jobs. They're going to be having services jobs, like
Under your
real
view,
estate.
under your view.
Not under my view in general. Why do you think so many people leave the Rust Belt that you guys keep losing? Like, like the Rust Belt that a Democrat keeps losing in the election.
Because our policy, economic policy, is incredibly short-sighted.
Yeah, it is because we live in
Uh,
an 85% service-based economy, which needs to be
That's
fixed.
not the reason why it's specifically like harmful in that context. You're misunderstanding. You're trying to force people into production type manufacturing jobs when that makes it worse off for their conditions. So
I would.
economically, our GDP will be worse off. Jobs will be worse off. Right? People's lives will have not as much value in terms of the productive capacity, right, on their daily basis, because they'll be
Um,
forced into conditions in which they would rather choose not to,
do you
because it
know
is
the
the case
job?
that the economic conditions force them into those.
Can I have a counterpoint? Do you know that job satisfaction has continually gone down since
What makes
the
you think? Yeah,
freight
what
trade?
makes you think job satisfaction would go up being forced into work into like conditions in which have been historically priced out?
I would say that manufacturing isn't like a bad job. A lot of Americans are moving to manufacturing, especially that college is so
I'm not
affordable.
claiming that manufacturing is a bad job. I'm claiming that forcing people into conditions where they need to take manufacturing jobs because of the structure of the American economy, right, due to the tariffs that you're specifically advocating for, is the bad thing. Allowing for the market to function in the way that it does, that would be the way you should.
I think Americans actually want more diversity in their job market. I mean, you
What do you
colleges.
mean diverse? I think that there's less diversity in the job market if you impose tariffs.
I think there is more because if
Wrong.
you have no, can I explain why? Because if you have manufacturing also with the service-based economy,
You're acting
that is
like
more
adding
job
tariffs is
diversity.
not taking away jobs in America. Plenty of jobs in America rely on aspects of goods that come from countries around the world. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
So then you're harming those jobs. So what
but
you're
those
doing
but
is you're
those
saying
jobs
that
are over.
what you're saying is you want there to be a specific type of job in America that relates to industrialization. You want to stay and stick around with industrialization, and what you don't want to do is you don't want to progress and move forward.
You would still have a big service-based economy, but I would say that the service-based economy right now is over competitive. Would you not say that people after they graduate college they have trouble finding jobs because there's so many people just trying to
That's
enter
not because of
jobs?
that's not because of a lack of manufacturing jobs.
It is.
No, it's not.
If people
So
graduate
are you
college?
saying they would be happier if they could go work in a manufacturing company for a
Some people
manufacturing
would.
company?
I mean, I told you the job satisfaction report. Job
Do you
satisfaction
think that there
was
aren't
higher.
openings for manufacturing jobs in America?
I think there's a lack of, and there's not really an industrial culture, and especially you have a lot of
That's one. That's not true. Two, I just want to let you know there's way more increase in manufacturing investment under the Biden-Harris administration than what existed under the Trump administration. Under the Trump administration, right, there was a stagnation, right, of manufacturing investment in the United States, according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve. If you look specifically, what's up, Christian? How you doing? If you look particularly at the Biden-Harris administration, had a massive increase related to the Chips and Science Act and the
the
bipartisan
chips and
infrastructure bill.
the Chips and Science Act is a critical industry, right? Can we agree on that? That even people in China get paid a lot for being a semiconductor manufacturer because that's a critical industry. That's a rare, that's rare. It's hard to get people to work in semiconductor factories. They get paid a lot all over the world. When it comes to industrial commercial industries, you can't really subsidize. You can't really Chips and Science Act your way out of that. Can we agree on that?
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
Semiconductors, that's a critical industry. That's not a commercial industry. Can we agree on that?
That is
Um,
a specific critical industry. I gave multiple examples. Chips and Science Act isn't the only thing. There was also the bipartisan infrastructure bill that also increases domestic manufacturing jobs in the
yeah, but
United States,
that's not permanent. That
and the
is
Inflation
that.
Reduction Act. Oh, it's not permanent, right? But like that's because Congress has to agree on that.
Wait, I have a question. Did the Inflation Reduction Act have high tariffs on Chinese UVs?
Yes, you're talking about targeted tariffs.
Yeah, but what was the Inflation Reduction Act? It was on clean energy. They had
You know,
all the
the Inflation
targeted
Reduction
tariffs.
Act is meant to build up domestic manufacturing, specifically related to renewable energy production, so that we can like address or respond to the modern era in terms of our production of energy. Again, we don't have issues with targeted tariffs.
Yeah, but if you were going to reindustrialize as a whole, if you want complete industry, you are going to need tariffs. Can
I
we?
mean, if you want complete industry, you need tariffs. Well, we need complete industry specifically for renewable energy production. We don't need complete industry for other sorts of manufacturing that aren't specialized, right, or relating to those certain aspects of our economy.
I would argue against that, especially since when it comes to in a few years, everything's going to be automated, right? I think that all cheap labor is going to be automated.
Everything will not be automated in a few years. In the future, in many years, it will be all automated. But
I would
I wouldn't
say
say in a few years. I think that's a bit
I
short.
would
I think
say
that's a bit ridiculous.
I think in 10 years everything will be automated. Every cheap.
Okay, Elon Musk.
No, if you look at in 2022, look at the transfer in 3 years. ChatGPT's generative capabilities have completely changed the world just in 3 years.
Oh my God, dude.
And it will.
It's a
And
it's a language model. There being a language model is not evidence that every mundane labor is going to be automated within the next few years. You're actually delusional.
um,
I
well,
wish.
it is a
I
language
fucking
model.
wish everything in the next few years would be fully automated. I really wish. I'm serious. You know how
We'll
great
see.
life would be if everything was fully automated that was mundane
Well,
labor?
China is going to win the automotive manufacturing race because they have the infrastructure of factories
Oh, so okay,
and other
no,
infrastructure.
it's not specifically factories, right, or production in terms of people relying on those jobs, right? It's the fact that they're investing in the science and automation and technology, and we need to invest in that too, to a greater extent, of course. And I don't dispute that, but we also need to be understanding that if we are going to make that transition in our economy towards that level of automation, that we need some type of safety net for people in general in terms of ownership of how we run things in order for us to actively have a meaningful system to benefit and be fair for everyone. Does it make
And I have
sense?
a
We actively have to have that system. If not, we're going to live in some sort of like feudalistic society.
and I have a question for you. In the Chips and Science Act, what was the second biggest company that got the most subsidies? Was it an American company?
Probably. I'd have to check.
No, it's TSMC.
Okay.
It's a Taiwanese company,
Yeah.
and
What's wrong with that?
that we are still not investing in American manufacturing because Taiwan still claims that they're not going to be creating their best
Wait,
chips in America.
I never said that every aspect of the Chips and Science Act was only investing in the United States, right? I did give an example of how specifically the imposition of these policies then led to a greater level of manufacturing investment in the United States, which Donald Trump never did under his administration and still is yet to do under his administration. The idea that Donald Trump is really good for manufacturing is laughable.
I think that tariffs are the only way to reindustrialize. That is the only way you can reindustrialize, and I think that even if it should,
Reindustrialization is not necessarily like something that we should do.
I think even Biden believed in reindustrialization. Biden kept a lot of Trump's China tariffs on. He did a lot of big subsidy
That's not
campaigns.
reindustrialization. Believing in targeted tariffs is not reindustrialization.
Wait, why is the targeted tariffs on China then? Why would Biden keep? Was it just because of federal revenue?
Wait,
And then
wait.
if it was,
Just because he's advocating even to increase domestic manufacturing within those certain areas is not advocating for the level of reindustrialization that you're specifically advocating for. Reindustrialization is under a specific threshold of increase in domestic manufacturing to a degree where it's commonplace within the culture again. That's what you're advocating for reindustrialization. That's related to our culture and the
do
work
you think
involved within our culture.
do you think that we need some level of reindustrialization, or do you think the economy at its current pace is sustainable?
What did you say?
Do you think that we need some reindustrialization, or the way our economy right now is sustainable, and we should continue to expand service based?
Only in targeted areas specifically for specialized manufacturing.
So we should have no commercial industries. You don't
I
have.
never said no commercial industries. I just said we shouldn't be propping them up with the government,
So you don't
right?
think that
Unless I
it's.
have a specific industry that would be important to do so.
So you don't think that shipbuilding, automobiles, or steel industry. You don't think that's important, and that we shouldn't have those.
We do currently have tariffs for all of those.
We have tariffs for shipbuilding.
For certain metals and that are involved in shipbuilding, yes. And
Okay, but that's not shipbuilding itself. But we don't. America only has
that is involved
three.
in shipbuilding
You
because
know,
it's
America only has three public shipyards. We don't really build ships anymore.
okay. What's your point?
That we are actually not manufacturing to the level we should be. And you can see this all
Oh,
over the place. That's why Biden kept most of Trump's tariffs. Trump has completely
no,
destroyed the
again,
idea of free
we're
trade.
okay with specialized manufacturing. You're misunderstanding targeted tariffs versus tariffs overall. Donald Trump's advocating for tariffs overall and reindustrialization under your view. So then he's not advocating for renegotiation?
Um, I think that he got media pressured, but in the beginning, I think
Oh
that
my,
his
can we
idea.
get some W's for Christian in the comment section for the $200 on PayPal? Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christian. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much, Christian. W's and Christian for Christian right now in the comment section for the fucking $200 on PayPal. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you, Christian. Seriously, W's for Christian in the comment section. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Um, I lost my point. Sorry, give me a second. What were we talking about? Shipbuilding or something?
Yeah. Do you want to tell me one economic policy of Donald Trump's in specific that's really good for the American economy?
Well, his bill hasn't got passed yet, but I would say no taxes on overtime would probably be good for the economy.
It's
No
only
tax
a
overtime.
deduction, right? And overall, for people who make under $130,000, they're going to see a net decrease in their benefits.
You know that for a fact. I mean, until the bill gets passed, we can't really judge the bill because it's still getting reworked right now. There's
Okay,
still multiple changes that's going to happen to it.
okay, so it's not going to be no tax on overtime overall. That's ridiculous.
Well, we don't know yet. And I gotta say, I would say look at Trump's first term. His GDP grew at 3.5%. That was higher than Obama's. And it seems like GDP growth is really
Wait,
important.
if you want to look at GDP growth, okay, first quarter of 2025, 0.3% decline, right, in real GDP, when we had several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth.
Well, that was because of the tariffs. And
Oh, look at
yeah,
that. So then what you said, oh, GDP is so important. Increasing GDP is so important until this.
well, I think that if you are going to implement tariffs, there's obviously going to be short-term pain, but it's going to be so beneficial in the long term. I mean, being able to have commercial industries. I mean, one of the reasons why Russia's doing so good in the Ukrainian war is we're giving Ukraine all these capital funds, but Russia has a manufacturing base. Russia is able to produce tanks and missiles and other military artillery faster than we are. Same thing with China. If we get into a war with China, we would lose that war with China because China would be able to produce ships and replenish ships way faster than we are. It's important to actually have products flowing
Yes,
in our
thank you so much
economy.
for the $5. Thank you. Wait, did you say Russia was doing good?
I think Russia is winning the Ukrainian war now. Yeah, I wish it
Wait,
wasn't so
is
bad.
that good or is that bad?
That's bad because we are
Okay.
supplying.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think that the U.S. should defend Ukraine?
I think the Budapest Memorandum or something with Budapest. I forgot what it was called, but that wasn't a treaty. That was a political binding agreement. So there is actually there is no, you know, treaty that says that we have to defend Ukraine. I think we have defended Ukraine. We've given them like $300 billion in loans and military equipment, and they're not going to win the war because they're lacking manpower. I think the best thing we can do is sue for peace and create a peace deal because I think that this war is just going to become a forever war. It's a grinding war. Russia's slowly advancing, and I don't think that trend's going to stop. So I think that we should sue for peace.
So you mean give more power to Putin?
Okay, what would you do? Would you continue
I would, yeah, I
supplying
would
Ukraine?
compete. I would absolutely continue to defend Ukraine.
Okay, but if their biggest issue is manpower, how are you going to solve that? You going to put boots on the ground?
Wait, you said the biggest issue is manpower, not them getting access to like aid. That's not what Zelensky said.
Okay, but they're literally lowering the conscription age to 18 and they're raising it. Like they have a manpower problem. I can give you multiple articles that show this.
Okay, you can say that, but they're not asking the United States specifically for U.S. citizens to go on the ground.
Okay,
I wouldn't send U.S. citizens on the ground or U.S. soldiers on the ground, but I would specifically still continue to fund Ukraine.
okay, since the Kherson offensive in 2022 summer, how much land has Ukraine took back?
I'm not quite sure, but you know that Donald Trump specifically pulled us out of helping them, so of course that might hurt.
Okay,
Also,
what
by the
was
way,
the
I have a
first?
question. Like, are you seriously arguing right now that like we should seriously give more of Ukraine to Russia?
Not more, but we should can end the war now because I don't think the war is gonna. I don't think the trend's gonna change that Russia's gonna continue to grab land. I don't think that even if we supply Ukraine, that might just prevent. It might slow Russia down, but it's not going to change the trend of Russia.
It was. It
Uh,
literally was. The reason why Ukraine's still a country today is because we helped get the entirety of like of the West to help defend Ukraine from
okay,
Russia.
but
Oh, wait, I have a question. Should
but
the U.S. be involved in the Israel and Iran war?
no.
So then why did Trump involve us?
Okay, but the Trump create because Israel dragged us into the war.
And why did Trump let them do that?
Why did Trump let him? Trump
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
let him do it.
I thought the Russia-Ukraine war wouldn't have happened if Trump were president. You know.
I think it would be more likely that it wouldn't have happened under Trump.
Really,
But
really. Even though Trump allowed for Israel to like drag us into the war, right?
do you know what happened? They were doing a peace agreement for 60 days. They didn't come to a peace agreement, and on the 61st day, Israel bombed Iran. Iran. I know you got mad at the other guy for saying it wrong, but he bombed Iran, and then he bombed
I didn't
Iran.
get mad. I don't know what you're talking about. I just corrected him.
Um, when he bombed Iran, when
No, did
Israel
you do that on
bombed Iran,
purpose?
no, that one just slipped out. When he bombed Iran,
I don't think so. You were smiling, you fucking weirdo.
I think that would you not say that mission wasn't a success? He destroyed Fordo, and I don't think that we should be fighting Iran on the behalf of Israel, but I don't think that Iran should have.
Iran.
Iran, I don't think Iran should have nuclear weapons. I actually don't think that's in the best interest of the United
Cool.
States.
Then why did Trump pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
But first of all, the peace agreement was only 10 to 15 years.
So
It
you want to
wasn't
make
long.
it you want to make it apply for less time because it was only 15 years.
It was 10 years. And
No.
so it would be already almost over. And the thing was, do you think Iran funds terrorist groups?
Yes, so does Israel. And so does the United States.
Okay, so two wrongs don't make a right, by the way.
I
So
agree. I was just acknowledging context.
the reason why we pulled out a nuclear agreement is to add sanction pressure on Iran for human rights and funding terrorist groups.
Yeah, so would you prefer going to war with Iran, right, and being directly involved in a conflict with Iran, or would you prefer them
I prefer
or
this.
let me
I'd
please
prefer
finish.
this.
Would you prefer
Yeah.
conflict and us having sanctions on them, or not having sanctions on them and no conflict and no nuclear weapons? Because now they're only like 3 months away, right? Specifically from where they were prior. Donald Trump didn't get rid of their ability to get nuclear weapons, and he started a conflict with them. What happened to the no new wars president?
I think that
You got
mission.
conned against that Donald Trump could start a war in the Middle East based upon the claim of quote unquote weapons of mass destruction after he claimed right that was a lie and that was bullshit. Or the Republican Party is really the dumbest group of voters, right, to Donald Trump, and it
Oh
really
my
would be
God.
the easiest for him to get elected and be in position of power and to hold that position of power if it is the case that he was in the Republican Party. Oh, it's
Um,
almost like he said that.
okay, can I respond? I would not be a proponent of the U.S. putting boots on the ground, but I think that military mission that Trump,
If Trump put the
accom-
U.S. troops on the ground, would you stop supporting him?
I would stop supporting him.
Really?
If we did a ground invasion on Iran, I would stop supporting him.
Okay.
And honest to God, I would. And I'm being serious. I would stop supporting him. If he put a ground
And
invasion,
would you have regretted your vote?
If you put a ground invasion,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm being serious. I know you think I'm being disingenuous, but I'm being serious.
No, if you're being serious on that, I mean, that's good that you'd at least be able to draw the line there, let alone the fact that you didn't draw the line already. But at least you
But
draw the line there.
but I think the bombing campaign was extremely successful. And we can argue if the centrifuges are destroyed or not, but if you looked at it, I mean that was one of the most successful missions.
It
in
was
the-
reported that they actually removed all of the enriched
The enrichment
uranium.
with the trucks or whatever.
Yeah.
But they don't have the anyone can buy enriched uranium. I mean you can buy it on the black market. The more important thing is the capability to enrich their uranium. Iran doesn't have the capability.
Yes, but like they have the ability to be able to do that like within 3 months to the same degree that they were, right? I mean, they're already at
3 to
60%.
6 months, and I would argue it's probably a few years if they're going to want to build it underground. I mean, if they build it on the surface, that's just going to get bombed by Israel. So if they want the capability to actually build an underground facility like Fordo, that's probably going to take 3 to 5 years. And I would argue that the mission was so successful that, Trump has had multiple ceasefires. India, Pakistan. Pakistan, I think, nominated him for the
Oh my
Nobel
God,
Peace
do
Prize.
you follow Charlie Kirk?
No, I don't follow Charlie Kirk.
Why? Because you sound like literally Charlie Kirk about to say, "Oh my God, he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. He should get a Nobel Peace Prize for all of the anti-war things that he's doing right now," as he's literally bombing Iran and posting on his fucking Truth Social. Literally, listen to this.
Bomb, bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran.
I can't even play the video for you because it would probably get the live stream taken down.
It's a
That
good
is what he
software.
posted to his Truth Social. He posted this to his Truth Social.
Some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah gonna put you in a box.
It's a good, like, I'm bobbing my head right now. Did you see his
You're
newest
so
post?
fucking disgusting, dude.
Did
Dude,
you
Obama,
see the newest post Daddy's home?
seriously wore a tan suit. Wore a fucking
Obama
tan
dropped
suit.
some of the
Stop.
most bombs on the Middle East.
Obama wore a tan suit. Okay? A tan suit. And got months or weeks to months of backlash. And Donald Trump posts that to True Social, and you don't give a flying fuck. You actually enjoyed it? You disgusting? You're a
didn't
disgusting
get
piece of
mad.
shit for fucking enjoying that. What are you talking
didn't get
about?
mad. I didn't get mad at Obama wearing a tan shirt. Also, Obama dropped like the most bombs in the Middle East as a
Okay,
president.
if Obama dropped a fucking video, right, literally promoting a song saying bomb Iran, right, while he fucking was literally after he bombed the country, you guys would be flipping your shit.
Did anyone die in the U.S. strikes?
Does that change anything? That's still increasing global tensions.
He-
It's directly increasing tensions between us and Iran. It puts us into a
Well-
broader conflict in the region.
It's a parody video. Like,
You're
are
so
we
disgusting,
seriously gonna
dude.
Cry about that? It's not.
What do you mean? Are you gonna
disgusting.
cry about that? It's disgusting, dude.
Did no one died in the strikes? The
That
strikes
doesn't
set-
change whether or not it's disgusting for him to post that.
What's so disgusting about it?
What do
bombed
you
the
mean?
nuclear
He's
facility when
parading
no
the
one
fact that
died.
he's advocating to bomb Iran. He's parading it.
He bombed the nuclear facility. It's not like he bombed a school. Like, what do you know who bombs schools?
Mike, think the $5. Israel?
Yeah, them too. But also Obama. Obama killed a family with a bunker buster bomb under his administration.
Donald Trump signed off on more debt. Not more debt. Did more than 450% more drone strikes within the Middle East.
Obama dropped the most bombs in the Middle East as a president ever.
That's not
Maybe-
true. That's only surpassed by Donald Trump by 4.5 times.
Oh, let's search it up. Let's search up who dropped more bombs.
Go ahead.
Um,
On the entirety of the Middle East, go for it.
I will search it up right now.
And especially if you want to look at a yearly basis, try it.
Did you see his video today? Daddy's home with the NATO chief.
Dude, like I'm confused. Like, are you a cultist? I feel like you're a cultist. Yeah, you are. I think you're a cultist.
I'm not. I'm not a cultist. I
You
said that
genuinely are.
if Trump went to war,
If Trump went to war and put troops on the ground, I would then not support him. If he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you support him?
oh,
If
holy
he released
pivot.
people into the country that violently assaulted police
Holy,
officers on January 6th because they did
holy
his
pivot.
bidding, would you still support him? Would you still support him
Holy
if he said he
pivot.
did a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? If he said yeah to Howard Stern
Holy
calling his daughter a piece of ass? If he bragged about
pivot.
walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent? Would you still support him then?
Okay, would you support Bill Clinton or Trump in a primary election? When you vote for someone, you vote for their policies, not them as a person.
Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You can't even say the same thing is true with Clinton.
Clinton probably raped children on Epstein Island.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I think
Wait,
most
wait, wait.
Americans
Oh,
believe
wait,
that.
wait, wait, wait. What makes you think that Clinton was on Epstein's island, but Trump wasn't?
I'm not getting into
What
this
makes you think
debate.
that Clinton was on Epstein's island, but Trump wasn't?
I don't know. Again, I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't.
know. Oh, he has no clue. He has no clue.
I actually,
Yeah,
I actually don't.
I just assumed that Clinton was there with no evidence, but like, I'm not willing to accept a civil determination where there's literally 9 jurors that indicated that she was sexually abused, because I'm a cultist and I follow Donald Trump no matter what he does, bro. Like, seriously, dude. Like, no
Okay,
matter
here's the
what he
article.
does, man, like, I'm gonna support him anyway, bro. Seriously.
Okay, can I give you a source that shows Obama dropped? Here's a source, Snoops. Here's how Obama dropped more than 26,000 bombs on 7 countries without Congress approval in 2016.
But no, can you do a comparison between Donald Trump and Obama?
Okay. Who dropped more bombs on the Middle East?
His source was Snoopy, chat.
That's the first thing that came up. I don't even know what Snoopy is.
What?
Never heard of Snoops. Um,
How do you not know who Snoopy is, bro?
you mean the dog from Charlie Brown? I've heard of him. Oh wait, also, are you from New York City, bro? I swear I saw someone that looked like you by Midtown.
No, I promise you that wasn't me. I've never been to New York.
I swear I saw someone that looked like identical to you.
Nope.
Okay, I guess wrong person then.
I wonder if there's people out there that get like that like people walk up to and be like, "Are you Parker? Get a job?" And it's just like obviously not them. Because like whenever someone says that to me in person, like I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." But like, can you imagine if someone said that to someone else and they think that it's me? I bet it's happened before. Actually, you know what? I know for sure that it's happened before because it's happened to Dean. It happened to Dean before in the past.
Okay, so I can't find an exact. Can I use AI, or does not that count? Because I can't find an article that compares and contrasts the bombs dropped on the Middle East.
Yeah, I know we don't look. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can I use AI because I cannot find an actual
Can
Google
you
search?
use AI? The fact that you asked me that question is so diabolical, dude. The
Like,
fact that you just asked me that is so diabolical, dude. Hey, bro.
why?
Hey, man. Can I use AI? I can't find a source, bro. Can I use AI?
Because some people don't count AI as a source. Can I just ask chat
Yeah,
who
yeah.
dropped more?
AI is not a source, no.
Okay, so then that would be a no.
Yeah, that would absolutely be a no.
Can I ask chat, hey, do you have any sources for who dropped more bombs?
This is so cringe, bro. This is so cringe. This is so
Okay.
cringe. Go to your
Everyone knows-
wait. I have a question. Are you in school still?
Yeah.
If you asked your teacher, what would they say?
Which teacher?
Um,
Like, it depends on what class.
any teacher.
Well, I go to a liberal school.
You go to a liberal school, so
A liberal
all of the people in your class hate you.
Well, they don't know I'm conservative. It's like I'm in the closet as a conservative.
Why?
because the left is hateful.
How are we hateful?
I go to Colombia, and they have like crazy protests and stuff.
So okay, so you're a Trump supporter, right? At Columbia?
Yeah,
Okay. And how are liberal Columbia students, right? Hateful to you?
they're not hateful to me, but if they knew, they would be hateful to me.
And why would they?
They attack Jewish professors. They attack conservative talk people. Like when
So
they visit the
I'm
school.
confused. So why do you think that they would attack you?
Because why wouldn't they? I've seen them attack
Why
Jewish
wouldn't they?
conservative speakers at the school.
What do you mean by attack?
Um, like just harass,
What do you mean by harass?
like scream at, throw stuff at.
I don't agree with throwing stuff at anyone, but you mean like people at a college campus disagreeing and like a public protest? Like that's of course that's gonna happen. I'm confused.
Would you say that the left or the right is more violent?
The right.
Oh,
FBI
mm,
statistics indicate that there's more right-wing domestic terrorism,
who
by
has the
far.
more riots? Who has the more riots?
Cool. I mean, do you remember January 6th? Who pardons the rioters? Who pardons the violent? Can you
Um,
tell me who Democrats or Republicans who pardoned more violent rioters?
who
Answer that question.
you mean?
Yeah,
Well,
out of Democrats and Republicans, who pardoned more violent rioters?
how many people died in?
No, answer. I want you to specifically answer that question. Out of Democrats and Republicans, who pardoned more violent rioters?
Jan Sixers were not rioters.
They were violent rioters.
They were not
They beat
rioters.
police officers, or there were people.
Who burned down more cities?
Donald
Who
Trump
burned down
Donald
more
Trump
cities?
pardoned people who beat police officers, and you won't admit this and acknowledge this right now. I answer the question right now. Out of Kamala Harris, right, and or Joe Biden, right, versus Donald Trump, who pardoned more violent rioters?
Trump, I guess.
Oh, so stop here the fucking grandstanding about my party being hateful or my party being more violent when not only is your party the party that engages in more domestic terrorism on an alt-right perspective, but it is also the case that if we look at this, right, Donald Trump himself, right, has pardoned people who violently assaulted police officers.
The LA riots, the BLM riots. I mean, you can look like the BLM riots killed probably 10 times more people than the Jan 6 riots. And we can search it up. Who died? I think one person died in the Jan 6 riots.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, my girlfriend's dog was like choking on a treat. So I was just clarifying, and the dog's okay, everyone. The dog's okay. He's okay. Sorry. Can you repeat what you just said?
Um, 19 people died in the BLM riots. One person died in the Jan 6 riots.
Can you tell me one person that was pardoned by the president, right, who's a Democrat, specifically who engaged violently at a protest? Can you give me one example?
Let me search it up. Because the media probably doesn't cover it.
Okay, go.
No.
Yeah, the media doesn't cover it. Do 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 What's you got it?
No, give me a sec. This one says there is no, but I don't know if I believe that source. So let me get another source, just the fact check. And again, how does this prove your point? Okay, there's no public record of Biden doing that during his presidency.
Of Biden doing what?
Of pardoning the dangerous, violent rioter.
Oh, okay. So there's no example that you can provide specifically of this happening when it relates to Democrats
But-
being
but
in
I didn't
office.
see
But when we
every-
relate to the Republican being in office because they did his bidding, he pardoned violent rioters, and you're just gonna just walk over that fact. You're like, Democrats are so hateful. You know, the Republican candidate that you voted for is so fucking hateful that he pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th because they did his bidding. That
The
is
police
hateful in of
officers
itself.
let him in, bro. Look at the videotape.
You also
police
said that
officers
January
let him in.
6th wasn't a riot. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me January 6th was not a riot.
I think January 6th is over exaggerated. I do think that
Oh,
there was.
really? You don't think there were?
I
I have a
do think
question.
there was-
Were there any violent rioters at January 6th?
Maybe one or two, but I don't know. I don't.
There were
know.
like 160 that were literally determined to have, violently assaulted people. Abigail, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you ask the guest how many Democrats have been involved in an insurrection at the Capitol in an attempt to overthrow the results of an election?
2,000 hanging chads that whole debacle. Gore
While
Town-
beating cops. I had to add that as well. Yeah, no, never happened. Okay, Sid, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for hi. I've had FOMO of the stream all day. I hope it's been fun. I'm so sorry, Sid. I'm so sorry. I apologize. You know, I am on a bit earlier because I did like plan stuff to hang out with my girlfriend later on. We're gonna be hanging out all night. But I will. I'll let everyone know about my schedule. I actually have an Instagram thing that I opened up on Instagram where I'm going to put all my notifications of when I'm going to be live stream updates. There's 1.5 thousand members. So if you'd like to go check it out, I would really appreciate it.
Do you think that the LA riots for mass deportations, do you think that was just?
LA riots. I don't believe one. It was peaceful protests. I was there at one of them for the No Kings protest. That it's ridiculous that you're saying it was a riot, right? In general, like that's kind of crazy.
Did police officers
But yeah, I disagree with any violence.
Portland police officers got assaulted?
I have a question. I can say I
in
disagree
LA?
with any. I can say I disagree with any violence. Can you say that?
In all of history?
No, I'm not saying.
No.
I said I disagree with any of the violence, particularly these protests. Right? I don't believe in violence for our current political environment. I believe in like democracy and changing people's minds and getting them to vote differently.
Currently, as of today, I'm against violence, political violence. But again, like the French Revolution, I think there needed to be violence involved. I think the French Revolution was a good thing. I think there are some examples of where violence can be good, so I'm not going to be. I'm not going to say that violence never is good politically, but at this current moment, no.
Okay. Are we anywhere near that?
No.
Okay.
So I don't.
So
get why
then
people-
I
don't get why
have a
people are
question.
burning
I have a
down
question.
LA.
Do you think that Donald Trump is patriotic?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you do. What does it mean
Yeah.
to be a patriot?
Put this country first, America first.
America first. Is it America first to undermine our rule of law, our court system, our democratic values? Is it like our Constitution? Is it America first to do that?
Look,
Can you answer that question?
I'll say this, and you're gonna get upset when I say this, but I do believe the 2020 election was
Rigged? You do?
Yeah. I
Oh,
do.
really? Really? What evidence do you have for that?
Just the numbers don't make sense to me, bro. Like I'm gonna be
They
honest
just don't
with
make sense. How so?
you. The turnout numbers don't make sense to me.
What turnout numbers?
In Milwaukee, in other counties, it just doesn't make sense to me.
How so?
Because why is turnout so high? I would assume that turnout would be lower in a pandemic, because mail-in ballots are still
No, mail-in
popular.
ballots increased access for people to be able to do so. It was easy for people to do so. People were thinking about it more because they were at home more, right? And they weren't doing other things as much. Along with the fact that Donald Trump, like people were really fed up with Donald Trump in terms of how his response to COVID, right? The economy wasn't doing so great, so people were not happy with him in terms of that.
No, I think that there was reasons that people disagreed with Trump, but I just think it's like, look, in France, mail-in ballots are illegal. Mail-in ballots are heavily, they're easy to fraud, mail-in ballots. And there was multiple cases of this one lady who said that.
Mail-in ballots are like not very fraudulent. It's a ridiculous standpoint. You said they're easy to fraud. No.
Well,
Can you
why?
give me
Why?
any good? Can you give me any good evidence, right, at all, that there was large-scale voter fraud within the United States in 2020? Because the mail-in ballots were not proven to be fraudulent at all. Actually, all the court cases indicated that mail-in ballots were not fraudulent, and it was actually in the 2020 election the safest election at the time in recorded history. Okay, that's what it was determined to be. So you can sit there and you can undermine the validity of a proven election, but then why couldn't someone do it with 2024? And also, by the way, if they stole it in 2020, why didn't they steal it in 2024?
Because they didn't have the mail-in ballots. That's why they didn't steal it in 2024. They didn't have the mail-in ballots.
They did have mail-in ballots in 2024.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't to the same level. Are we going to say that mail-in ballots were as popular as now than in 2020?
Yeah, because people were staying at home more and they were less likely to go in person because of the pandemic. But mail-in ballots were incredibly popular. I mailed one in. Like, it would be funny if you would have denied the existence of mail-in ballots, because I'd been like, oh, literally, I did that.
Did you mail in one, or did you guys mail in like Democrats do, like 2 or 3? How many?
Really? Do you really think
How
that?
many did you guys?
Do you really think that? This is fucking ridiculous, dude. You are insane.
Honestly, like I think 100%. What Milwaukee had like a turnout rate of like 76. Its highest, like the year 2016 was like 49. Like the numbers just don't make sense. Look at the turnout numbers in general, and it's like, look how many more people voted in 2020 than they did in 2024.
So, do you have any good evidence that Democrats were just like, increasing the amount of ballots that they got, like somehow?
Yeah, I think that they
Really?
printed, and
They were printed, really? What evidence do you have of this?
Trump's FBI director, I forgot his name, but he said in the Joe Rogan podcast that they're investigating China that mass printed ballots with a mass driver license. So I trust the FBI director, actually.
You're trolling.
He did in the Joe Rogan podcast. He stated claims that the FBI declassified documents alleging that the Communist Party interference in the 2020 election via mass-produced driving license for mail-in ballot scheme.
There's no evidence of that. That's totally fucking made up.
So the FBI director's lying.
Was he appointed by Donald Trump?
Yeah. So he's lying. Yeah.
Yes!
He's not lying. Why would he lie about that? You don't think that there was
Because
anything
Donald
fishy
Trump
about
is
it?
only appointing people that are in the cult. He fired people that aren't in the cult. He's getting people to write fucking paragraph essays on why they support him. He's looking for loyalists. What are you talking about? His vice president, he looked for a specific vice president that would have specifically done whatever he wanted, specifically within 2020, when Mike Pence didn't.
Well, Mike Pence is a traitor.
Really? How is Mike Pence a traitor?
Because the whole court system's a traitor. How does the president not have any standing? How does his claims not have any standing? That's wrong. The president doesn't have any standing. Who does have standing? The
I'm sorry. To just claim that he won for no reason without evidence. I'm sorry. How is Mike Pence? How is Mike Pence a traitor for putting the Constitution over Donald Trump?
There was evidence though.
What evidence?
The FBI director just claimed that there was.
Wait, before when the FBI director didn't say anything, was there any evidence?
Well, he was. Of course, he wouldn't say anything. He wanted the job.
Was there any evidence?
Who? There was evidence.
No, for Mike Pence, was there any evidence? What was the evidence?
I told you the FBI investigated a scheme.
Did he have access to the FBI investigation?
What'd you say?
Did he have access to the FBI investigation?
Who did?
Mike Pence at the time.
I don't know. I wasn't in the room with him.
Okay, so you don't know if he did?
No.
So then how can you claim that he's a liar and that he's a traitor?
I don't know. I think he did it.
Not only do you not know, but secondly, this just claim that you have specifically from a loyalist that Donald Trump appointed into the FBI director position, right, is not evidence that the 2020 election was rigged. It's just fucking you validating your own conspiracy, lunatic, cultist bullshit. actually insane lunatic shit. Like the fact that you still believe the 2020 election was stolen is insane shit. Explain to me how they could steal the 2020 election when they were not in office, when Donald Trump was president, but they could not steal the 2024 election when Donald Trump was not in office, and that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were in the position of presidency
Can I give you a source? What
in the administration.
Pascal said? He said, here's the source, justthenews.com. FBI declassifies documents alleging foreign election interference in 2020. There's a source. It will explain that the FBI investigated the Communist Chinese Party interference through fake driving
No,
license.
it's literally just a claim from the FBI director appointed by Donald Trump. That's not evidence to indicate it at all.
That's
So
not
why
evidence.
has it not been submitted in any of these court cases?
It was, but the court said he didn't have standing. The courts denied.
The court said he didn't have standing. So if the court said that he didn't have standing, then why do you believe it?
And even Elon Musk thinks that the election was stolen. One of the smartest men in America thinks the election was
So
stolen.
cringe. So fucking cringe. Right? One of the,
I can give
okay.
you more
The quote unquote one of the smartest men in the country also believed that Donald Trump's tariffs were going to cause a recession, and also believed that he was on the Epstein files. So like, what's your thoughts about that?
That's a good point. When it comes to the Epstein thing, I think that he was just saying that because he was upset that Trump wasn't cutting the deficit.
Oh, he's
enough.
just upset. So wait,
But-
no. Wouldn't him
Yeah,
wouldn't
he was
him
upset.
being upset then prompt from him being upset that he's willing to say the truth rather than him willing to quote unquote lie just because it is the case that Donald Trump wronged him? You're saying he was lying?
Yeah, I think he was lying.
Okay, so
I
then
don't
why
think
why isn't he lying in support of Donald Trump?
lying? Well, what when it comes to the tariffs?
Yeah. Well, no. When it comes to tariffs, when it comes to the other things that you were saying, when you're saying that he was like, oh, Donald Trump is a better person, better candidate.
Why was he? Wait, what's your point?
Well, how come he's not lying in that scenario? You're saying he's lying in other scenarios, but you're saying he's not lying in this scenario. Why?
Why was he lying in this? Because I told you he was upset that Trump wasn't cutting the deficit enough. That's why he was upset.
But that doesn't mean he would lie. That he's specifically providing a lie in that scenario.
Yeah, politicians lie. People lie.
He's upset with liberals. So is he going to lie and say that Donald Trump is better because he is upset with liberals?
He could be. I don't know. I think that people exaggerate claims all the time. Are you going to say people don't exaggerate and make claims against the opposition?
So people do exaggerate and make claims that they're not justified in making, but I don't think this is an example of it. I think this is an example of specifically someone believing something, right? And then it only popping up once, like there are these, political sort of markers that have gone down where they have like an issue between each other, where he's like, because I feel like I have an issue with them, then he wants like some sort of vengeance.
I can give you also multiple sources that could maybe explain to you better how the election was stolen. Dinesh D'Souza, one of brilliant person, kind of, shows that evidence of massive fraud using irregularities when it comes to mail-in ballots and voter machine manipulation and ballot harvesting. I think that's great too. I think that there's multiple sources. I think the fact that France has banned mail-in ballots for so many years, even in the 2020 election, they didn't allow mail-in ballots because mail-in ballots have high levels of fraud. And I know you're just saying, oh, well, the FBI director he was appointed by Trump, of course he's lying. Like, I wouldn't say that. Well,
You're saying mail-in ballots had high levels of fraud. You have no evidence of that. Secondly, Donald Trump voted in by mail by himself. So you understand that, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
So then what's
that
your
doesn't prove the point. That doesn't prove your. Okay, go search up why mail-in ballots are illegal. Are you going to say that mail-in ballots aren't more susceptible to fraud than regular ballots?
Can you give me any good evidence that mail-in ballots are subject to certain levels of fraud that would be so bad insofar as that it's going to overturn the election results? I'd love to see it. Deadpool, thank you for the $2. Please provide me any evidence of that.
So we agree that mail-in ballots are more likely to be fraudulent, right? Can we just agree on that claim?
Can you give me any evidence of that, actually?
Okay, I would love to actually.
Go ahead, provide it. I'd love to see.
I would love to. That's why you can search up lies.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Everybody will get another person to help them out.
The Heritage Foundation's.
Yo, what's up? How old are
voting
you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, first off, I want to ask you a question. Is there a statute of limitations on how long you can bring stuff up and use it as a crutch?
A statute of limitations on what?
On just so like you keep talking about January 6th and the riots at January 6th. Like, do you think
I'm
just asking, do you
sorry.
think
Statute of limitations only apply in the court system, not for me bringing up things that Donald Trump did that are horrible.
Okay, so then why don't you bring up when Democrats blew up the Capitol building?
What?
When the Democrats blew up the Capitol building.
We're talking about people that are relevant to like the being elected today. None of
Well,
those.
it's Democrats and Republicans, so the statute of limitations doesn't matter to you then. So if you can bring up January 6th,
But
then
I'm
you
not.
should bring up-
I'm not blaming Donald Trump for other Republicans. I'm blaming Donald Trump for Donald Trump.
Okay, but so why don't you blame Democrats for being Democrats and blowing up a Capitol building?
I wouldn't
against-
blame Democrats for all Democrats in the same way I wouldn't blame Republicans for all Republicans, right? But it is the case that I will like address Donald Trump for Donald Trump. So am I fair in doing that at least?
Absolutely, that's absolutely fair. Right? Which it's fine, but you keep bringing up the January 6th when Democrats blew up the Capitol building. So why don't you bring that up?
Yeah, they did blow up.
So you said January 6th Democrats blew up the Capitol building?
No. Sorry if I was speaking too. Sorry. No, you keep bringing up January 6th, which is fine. You're within your right to do that.
Wait,
But
what
if you're
year
gonna
did
bring
what
that
year
up,
did
why can't
Democrats
you talk
blow
about
up? What year did
Democrats blow up the Capitol building?
Yeah, what year?
1970. The Weathermen Underground.
Okay. So you're saying the Weathermen Underground Democrats from 1970 are comparable to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden today because I'm bringing up something that Donald Trump did in the past like 4 fucking years ago.
Well, again, so what's the statute of limitations on it? That's what I'm asking you.
I would say if someone has done something, right, you can bring it up and we can talk about it.
So,
Like
so
if
why
it's
don't you
if
talk
it's
about
related
it?
to the candidate.
Okay, well, fair enough, which is fine. I'm okay with that. But if you're going to, and with these insinuations with the January 6th, why don't you bring up what Democrats have done in their past? 'Cause it's all in
Mike,
the
thank you for
past.
the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The old, thank you for the 7 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, they said the Brennan Center for Justice have found mail-in fraud rates are extremely low between 0.000006% and 0.0025%.
I got a source right here. 2012 New York Times article. Error and fraud at the issue as absentee voting rises. It
And
explains
2012 is not
that-
evidence of voter fraud in 2020. Try again.
What do you?
Continue
No,
with what you're saying.
Your point was, are mail-in ballots more likely to be fraud?
I asked enough to overturn the 2020 election results. Go for it and find it. But by the way, I guarantee your source doesn't even show that anyway. But oh, did they leave? Why did they run away?
I don't know why they ran away. I didn't even know that the Democrats blew up the Capitol building. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't even think doesn't even make sense to bring up.
Did they actually blow it up?
I don't know. What's up? How old are you? I was like, does he think this is designated survivor? Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. The old, thank you for the 7 again. I really appreciate it. What's up? How old are you?
Yeah, how's it going? 38.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, definitely, man.
Why
Yeah,
so?
got to go. Just better option. I mean, clearly, I mean, the people spoke. I mean, you had Biden, his administration. If it was so great, I look at it like, why did Kamala get 6 million
Kamala.
fewer votes? Oh, excuse me, hyena.
You said
Why
it was he was better. Why did Kamala Harris get 6 million less votes? Are you saying that because Joe Biden got more votes in 2020, that means he was a better candidate?
I'm curious. So why his VP?
Well, I'm
of the
curious. Do you think
administration-
because Joe Biden got 7 million more votes than Donald Trump in 2020 that he was a better candidate in 2020?
Well, let me get through what I'm saying. Why?
Can
did
you
she
answer
get
that question
6
because you
million
specifically brought that up
fewer?
as a reason or an
Well, hold on a
argument?
second. Trump got 4 million more than he did in 2020. 4 million more, and it was a landslide electoral college victory. 86. That was a landslide victory. Even if he hadn't have gotten the popular, he would have won with the electoral. He got her. It was no comparison. And
That's what happened
she had
with Joe Biden in 2020, except for the voter margin difference in terms of who won was larger.
She had $1.5 billion.
Joe Biden won by the popular vote. He won by the electoral college, and he won by a greater portion on the popular vote in 2020. So if you want to address particularly the people voting for him, more people voting for them as evidence that they're a better candidate, well then under your view, Joe Biden is a better candidate than Donald Trump in 2020 because Joe Biden got more votes than Donald Trump in 2020. But you don't actually believe that. So you saying they got more votes or they got less votes is not evidence of them being a better or worse candidate than the opposing side.
Don't lose it. I'm saying
I'm not losing it. What are you talking about?
If the administration was so great, why wouldn't his VP succeed him? Why wouldn't the VP come in and landslide with a $1.5 billion campaign against a $350 million campaign?
He had billions prior. He had over $1 billion prior because of other campaigns.
No.
You have to add up. Wait, you have to add up the fact that he's had.
Sir.
You have to add up the fact that he's had ad campaigns for multiple election cycles that Kamala Harris would have to catch up to. If you want to reference specifically the amount spent, the fact that she should have quote unquote mopped the floor, right? You have to understand specifically that people were attributing inflation to the incumbent president, right, and to the incumbent party, the Democrats here, just because, not because they actually caused that, but just because people are misinformed. And that's not a result specifically of how they ran the campaign. That's just a result of people being misinformed. There are certain things they did about running the campaign that if they did differently, we could have seen a different result. But specifically, that is a major driving factor that has nothing to do with how they run the campaign that specifically led to them losing.
Well, it wasn't a lack of funding, let's put it that way. But the person that should have got it was Tulsi Gabbard. But thankfully she woke up. She switched to Republican.
Wait, and she's not very happy with Donald Trump, is she?
She still works for him. I mean,
not for long here.
Well, we'll see.
Push the
she
dragon.
She did make a good decision, switching parties. But I think that's why she left, because they screwed her over. She actually won. She was second to Bernie for the poll numbers. For the elected.
That's not true. Not even close to true.
Yes, sir. Look it up.
Tulsi Gabbard had way less support than Kamala Harris.
Wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
I wasn't even in the Ohio.
100% incorrect. 100%.
I know I'm right.
You're wrong.
I know I'm right.
Wrong. Okay, you're wrong. That's why she left.
I was literally involved. I was involved with the Democratic primaries back then. I knew what was happening.
Kamala was selected.
Kamala. Tulsi Gabbard did not have any support within the party. What are you talking about?
That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
Yes, it is. Kamala Harris had more support.
Wrong. That is wrong. Okay, that's completely wrong, dude. I used to be a Democrat, man. Believe me, I'll follow this.
It's not wrong. Wait, what was she polling? What was she polling?
Anyways, I just wanted to correct you.
Do you want to bet? I have a question. Do you want to bet?
Was Trump convicted of any crime on January 6th?
Wait, do you want to bet?
Go back to that, because you never
do you want to bet?
What did he say though?
Hold up. Are you running? He doesn't want to bet. You see how he doesn't want to bet? How he's running away? How he's trying to pivot away from the bet because he knows that he's wrong. He knows that he's wrong.
You guys can't accept failure. Your party lost all power. House, Senate, all 7 swing states, all of it, man. You lost the whole damn thing. Everything you could lose, y'all lost. You're destroyed. He destroyed the party. Rebuild it. Come back, and you might have another shot. Y'all lost it.
Yeah. Your candidate became. You just ran away because you're so mad. Yeah, literally, everyone lost because your candidate became president. Because everyone in this country is going to be worse off because Donald Trump is wanting to impose bills that will literally cut food stamps and Medicaid, add trillions of dollars to the debt, decrease benefits for the low and middle class while decreasing tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. That's what Donald Trump is advocating for and pushing for. And that's what Donald Trump is literally getting, right? And specifically, right here very soon in terms of the big, beautiful bill. That's what you voted for, alongside the fact that he's bombing Iran. He's making parades of the fact that he's bombing Iran. He's being incredibly pro-war, yet you were in support of someone that clearly was anti-war. It's actually laughable. Jamie, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. And then Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
What do you think about Jesse Jacobs' testimony that she claimed that there was high levels of ballot fraud? Do you believe her?
Can you wait?
He was a poll worker in Detroit.
Wait, provide me a source for this. I haven't heard of this.
JustTheNews.com, politics policy. Detroit city worker gives explosive election fraud testimony, Michigan.
City worker gives
Gives
explosive.
explosive election fraud testimony, Michigan. You haven't heard of Jesse Jacobs?
No, I'm looking up this case. Wait, is this about the 2024 election?
No, 2020. Search up Jesse Jacobs. If that helps.
Wait.
Jacobs.
Yeah.
Detroit city worker.
From 326. Where does it say what you're saying?
I don't know where it says I'm saying, but she gives an explosive election fraud statement. That's the whole thing. She gives.
Is this what you're referencing?
Registered to their homes in Detroit that they don't have no clue who these people is. They being registered, and this is how the voter list is being inflated with fraud.
Is this what you're referencing?
I don't know, but keep playing the video. But multiple poll workers in Detroit, Michigan, have claimed that the ballots were fraudulent, that they had backdates and ignored voter.
Wait, this has nothing to do with the 2020 election.
This Jesse Jacobs. I don't know if that's the right source, but what does it say it was published? It was published on December 3rd, 2020 by John Solomon.
No, this was I'm looking at a different one. Let me go to the one you're referencing.
Detroit city worker gives explosive election fraud testimony to Michigan legislature. That's the title.
Gives explosive election fraud testimony. I have that. What's the place it's from?
John Solomon on Just the News, justthenews.com, and it was published December 3rd, 2020.
Okay, Just the News. There we go. Okay, I see what you're referencing. This is a different video. Claims of election fraud. Whistleblower has been directed. It's a developing story. There's an AP News saying video taken election night does not show illegal activity in Detroit. Yeah, there's no good evidence supporting this at all.
Okay, so she just lied.
You didn't read through this at all.
No, I didn't. But you should.
Then why are you citing something that you didn't read through?
Because look up Jesse Jacobs.
Why are you citing something you didn't look through?
Because that's the only thing I can see that talks about Jesse Jacobs. She's the whole news scrubbed this, but she's a longtime city employee and poll worker, and she claimed directly to her advisors in the.
Was the allegation shown to have any backing?
She testified at Congress, and then she tried to check. They didn't allow her.
Yeah. Okay, so then what?
They said her case didn't have standing.
Okay, why not?
I don't know why not.
Well, then why don't you look into? Can you look into that real quick?
Okay, I'll look into it. Are you gonna kick me, or
no?
You're just gonna bring someone else?
No, I'll just bring someone else up to talk. Wow. Okay, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I think that will probably be joining Dean here very soon, everybody. I would recommend to go over to the YouTube channel, everyone, because, whenever I join Dean, then he just takes all the viewers. That's fun. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next individual here. Potato, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Oh, Griffin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's base. I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. Jamie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I have to remove you for some reason. I had to remove him for violation. You know what's up to you? Let's go on to the next person. Oh, Matt said that he's in the box. I just gotta. Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm okay. I I just wanted to reply to that one guy. He's talking about the Jesse Jacobs thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the rebuttal to that is that yes, she signed an affidavit. However, the Wayne County judge that looked at it said that it was not credible, and the Secretary of State of Michigan also replied to her affidavit, and even the Republican poll watchers did decline to like press anything about it. So it's all been credible. So she made a claim that was not backed up by anything, and actually had a good reason for it happening. So I mean, that's the answer to it. So, yeah,
Hey, I appreciate you. How you been, man?
yeah. I'm good. It's 9 p.m. over here, so I'll be going to bed here in a little bit 'cause I gotta get up early in the morning. So, but
You
yeah.
want to share
But
any
I'll be
thoughts
back
about
next week.
anything that's happening right now, or your general thoughts about anything? Because people haven't seen you in a minute, or if you feel like
Oh,
it.
you mean like all the shit that happened as soon
Yeah,
as I
unhinged things that are
went on fucking
happening.
vacation? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's been wild. I've been getting news updates like 5 hours ahead of my time, so I'm like at nighttime as I'm gonna go to bed, all this shit's happening. But no, I mean it's been wild. It looks like for right now things have like simmered down, which is always good. But I mean, just waited with bated breath to see what else goes on. But I mean, it's been wild, and I hope that uh, calm heads, do prevail. So I'll let you get back
All
to
right.
your
Appreciate you, man.
debating. So okay, yep. Bye, dude. Take
Appreciate
care.
you. Good seeing you, man. W's for Matt in the comment section. W's for Matt in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck eyes, fuck Trump, but go to my TikTok.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Why is that?
I think he gives us the best chance to look out for America and just keep our best interests in mind. I felt like we were getting fleeced with Kamala, so I think we
What
all
do
have
you
to
mean by
come
that?
around him as our president. I just thought we were a weak nation between him with Biden and Kamala, and I think this makes
Okay.
us more of a powerhouse nation. And also, I
How
love
are we
your
a weak
Trump
nation?
impression, dude.
Appreciate it. How are we a weak nation specifically with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in the position of authority?
I think we were getting fleeced in trade deals across the board. I think we were leaving the border wide open. Personally, as a Jewish person, I didn't like the way that they really handled any of the situations and
Well,
just kind of let that run wild. And
I have
I thought
I have
Trump
a
had
question.
my best interest. Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, you said the border was wide open. What policy did the Biden-Harris administration pass to open the border?
They didn't really do anything with the policies. They just kind of left it wide
Okay,
open. They
so if
mandated
they kept the
federal
policies the
agents.
very same, you're saying they kept the policies the same and the border was already wide open.
No, I'm saying that they basically just didn't have the best interest and heart of the federal agents and just didn't let them do their jobs. Obviously, we saw the numbers, all of us on this stream, with the number of migrants coming through the southern border, and we see what the numbers are now. There's a reason that open borders, and even my mom was an immigration attorney, so like there's a way to do it right in the city, in the country, and I just think everyone has to go through it. America's a great country, but there are rules to get there. And I think it's, illegal immigration is a slap in the face to people who do immigration legally. So
No, it's not.
that's all I think.
No, it's
And
not. It's because the legal process takes too long. That specifically, right? They don't want to go through the legal process because it takes too long. What's a slap in the face to the person who's going through the process when it takes too long is you when you support Donald Trump and make the system take even fucking longer. The one who's slapping the immigrant going through the legal system across the face is not the undocumented immigrant that's also trying to get into the country, but it's rather you who's specifically making it even harder or trying to restrict them from doing so. So can we like stop like trying to shift the blame onto undocumented immigrants for things that they have no fault at causing?
well, I would say that to flip side, if I were to go into Mexico and I'm an undocumented immigrant in Mexico, they're going to kick me out of the country,
I
and
don't
they're going to
wait, by the
say if I
way,
want citizenship.
By the
then
way,
I have to go
just
through the
because
legal
another country
process.
operates in a certain way doesn't mean that I think we should operate in a certain way. I don't judge how this country should act based upon how the Mexican government responds to things. I respond based upon how I think that we should respond, which would be specifically if someone's in the country and they're undocumented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, there's no good reason to deport them. Give me one good reason to deport someone who's in the country who has not committed a violent
And
crime or bad crime.
I actually agree with you, Parker. I
Okay.
think there's a situation where a peaceful, innocent family, a mother, 3 little kids. I think that is a situation, and I don't have the answer to that. It's a tough situation, but obviously, if you're an MS-13 gang member, you have.
By the way, Donald Trump would call you a supporter of an open border. Okay, that's how based on how you just described the open border, right? You would have a more open border than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
It's such a difficult situation when someone is like in the country, they've assimilated or not. Like, what do you do with them if
Assimilated?
they technically
What do you mean
are
by
and
assimilated?
undocumented? They're just part of the community, like in a good way, or they're just in the country, just living their lives and doing their thing. So I don't have the answer. I don't know what to do there, and it's a difficult situation. But also on the flip side, you got to get the radical people the hell out of the country. We don't want them there. They're dangerous.
Yeah,
for
if
all
someone
of
has
us. We've seen it
if
across
someone
the
has committed
country.
a violent crime or bad crime, I agree that they should be deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a
But that
prison
wasn't
in
happening
another country.
But
Yes,
all
it
of
was.
these people came in through the Biden
Wait,
administration.
okay.
A
This
lot
idea.
of
Wait,
them.
wait. This idea that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit violent crimes or bad crimes is an idea that's manufactured by right-wing propagandists like Charlie Kirk that are trying to identify this idea that undocumented immigrants are making the country less safe, and that's just not true at all. If anything, if there was a greater portion of the country that were considered undocumented immigrants, we'd actually have a lower crime rate as a percentage of the population, as there is a lower crime rate for undocumented immigrants comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. Therefore, if a greater percentage of the population had that lower crime rate, overall as a percentage of our population, we'd have a lower crime rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's listen, this is why it's great to have debates like this and be unemotional. I think you are making excellent points. And yeah, it's a difficult situation, man. I don't have the answers. I'm not president. I don't know what to do. And politics aside, I did want to say I did like your Trump impression. And not just wanted to say I do comedy in New York City, and I actually do a Trump impression. I thought it'd be funny if we could do dueling Trumps on a random topic. If you want to do that,
We're good. We don't need to do that.
no, it'd be fun. We'll pick anything. No,
I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna
Parker,
look for some
what a
dates.
tremendous American. It's okay. Thanks for having me up. God bless America. God bless Parker, and have a tremendous July 4th. Bye, guys.
No, that wasn't too bad. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All the guests are on Dean's live. All of the guests are on Dean's live.
Get Dean on here, bro. Get Dean on here, bro.
Dean isn't gonna join me. Dean is not gonna join me. We don't have the push on here, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I support you. Cutie.
So you don't support all Trump. That's what I'm hearing. So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
What's up?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just gotta let you know, people are editing you in corn videos, and I'm just letting you know, okay? And I know that's really, really violating, and you should go check Twitter.
Where's that on Twitter? What? That's crazy, bro. Who the fuck is doing that, bro? That's some diabolical behavior. Where is that on Twitter, bro? I'm sorry. Wait, do I even want to look that up? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my gosh, dude, that is actually diabolical behavior, I tell you. That's kind of crazy. Is that protected under Donald Trump's new bill? Is that is Donald Trump gonna limit that? I thought Donald Trump had a bill against that, okay? Like crazy. I'm honestly not surprised. It's probably Republicans on Twitter. I'm honestly not surprised. Lena, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. There's no fucking way that's real though. Like let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, chat. We might just have to go join Dean because I think everyone's on Dean's live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I think he's the best option we have right now.
Okay. Why is he the best option?
So his, what is it called? His border stuff is good. I would say he.
What border stuff?
So, first
Okay,
I would say.
What's your birth year actually?
My birth year is January 1st, 2007.
Okay, here 1 second. Yo, Chrissy, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I know I'm taking it that way right now. That's kind of just like coping mechanism for me, honestly, to be totally honest with you. But yeah, no, it is actually like really kind of fucking crazy. But yeah, just wanted to make sure that was clear because yeah, that definitely is a coping mechanism for me. Yeah, you were saying?
Well, can we talk about what is it called, the border?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump actually?
No, but I will next time.
Okay,
I wasn't
okay.
18 at the time.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump now? And by the way, next time.
No, you know what I mean. You know, not like, you know what I mean, like midterms and stuff.
Okay, okay. So like, why do you still support him?
I think, what is it called? So, I think the bomb on the, what is it called, on Iran was smart because I think it will make Iran less dangerous and the Middle East less dangerous.
What makes you think that?
Because I think there will be Iran won't be as dangerous anymore, and stuff won't escalate as much.
Why so?
Because they don't have nuclear bombs anymore.
But they're only set back by a few months.
What?
Yeah, they're only set back by a few months.
Where do you get that from, CNN?
No, I got that from like different types of military strategists and reports.
Did you not listen to what the CIA said?
What did the CIA say? They
said that it was significantly damaged, and it was.
Yeah, but like for how long?
Like, I don't know. They don't have a length, obviously, but probably 10, 15 years.
No.
Are you sure?
Provide. Where'd you see that? Please tell me where you saw that. What? 10, 15 years? Right here from AP. Early U.S. intelligence report suggests U.S. strikes only set back Iran's nuclear program by months.
Where's that from?
Nuclear program. That's from AP News.
Where's that from?
Nuclear program. That's from AP News. Nice echo. You got to fix your echo, bro. But from AP News, it's from U.S. intelligence. The report issued by Defense Intelligence Agency on Monday contradicts statements from Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about the status of Iran's nuclear facilities. According to the People, the report found that while the Sunday strikes at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear sites did significant damage. Nuclear sites. You still have an echo. The facilities were not totally destroyed. The people were not authorized to address the matter publicly and spoke on condition and anonymity. So, yeah.
Okay, maybe, but I wonder why the CIA said it was significant. So
I'm sorry. This guy still has an echo and he hasn't fixed it. I can't believe it. All right. Like, no way, bro. I'll try one more person. If I can't get someone up, I'm going to go join Dean. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we'll try one more person. If I can't get someone up, we're going to end it for today, everybody, and go join Dean. We'll stay on YouTube. So I would recommend everyone on TikTok, please go join me on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. I seriously would. How old are you?
60.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
But do you know about them nuclear sites for fact, or are you just reading off the fucking menu?
I was reading off of AP News.
Yeah. So in other words, you do not know for a fact. Have a good day.
Wait, what do you mean? AP News is literally from U.S. and it's giving us information from U.S. intelligence reports.
Oh, the leftist news. Yeah, they always give you the good information.
Wait. Are you saying that this isn't reported by other news? Wait, what news sites do you accept?
I don't accept no news sites.
No news sites, not a single one?
I don't know for a fact. I don't believe it. So that's all there is to it.
How do you know something for a fact?
Huh?
How do you know something for a fact?
Over there in some other country, I don't.
So you don't know anything for a fact?
Neither do you.
So then if you don't know anything for a fact, then why do you believe anything?
Oh, I don't know something in some other country, silly. God, you act like you're just all that, Parker. Have a good day, buddy, man.
Are you really going to run away because you can't respond to me?
No, I'm going to go in and eat, man. I'm got other plans. I just wanted to tell you didn't know it for a fact.
Okay, so when you say you don't know for a fact, what do you mean by fact? Do you mean 100% certain, or do you mean with a certain threshold of evidence?
Did you see it with your own eyes?
Okay, do you believe Jesus rose from the dead?
I didn't see it with my own eyes, no.
Oh, okay, I have a question. Do you believe that you were conceived?
Well, yeah.
You didn't see it with your own eyes?
Yeah. Duh.
You didn't see it with your own eyes, though?
Whatever, weirdo.
So are you saying you rationally deduced that to be true? It's not just something that you saw?
I love the way you guys work. You guys just think you got it going on. You have a good day, man.
Are you gonna run away? Run away. You're a little scared, a little boy. Run away.
Well, it's either that or you push them away when we're right. So it's no different, Parker. You're not above it all, dude. Calm down.
What makes you think I think I'm above it all?
Fucking trip. You're just a fucking dweeb, dude.
How so?
I just think you're a dweeb.
Why is that a bad thing? Then think of the $5.
Hey, it could be a good thing in your world. It could be a bad thing.
Yeah. Tell me why you think that's bad, bro.
I didn't say it was bad.
Okay.
I just said you were a dweeb.
So that's a good thing, right?
But you have a good day, like I said.
Oh, okay. Keep saying you're gonna have a good day. Run away.
Wow! Check you out.
Run away. Can you name a single policy of
Trump's?
Trump's? Wait. Name a single. Wait, hold up. Name a single.
I watch you push people away that's got you on the fence.
Hold up. Name a single policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you think is good.
He said he was going to go. Oh, a single policy. A single policy. He said he was going to drill, and he's drilling, boy.
No, he's not. Right? He's not. Yeah, what policy? Name a single policy. Name a single policy he influenced to get passed that drill
You
baby
just
drilled.
live in California where your Newsom's gonna raise your gas.
Steph, think the $5. What are you talking about? Trump is the one that's going to lead to raising gas because they're going to cut off the Strait of Hormuz, which will lead to a 20% reduction in the global supply of oil.
So you don't know nothing about Newsom raising it on the first?
What is he going to do specifically on the first?
He's going to raise it 60 cents, dude.
Okay, how so? For what?
I don't know, to pick up after all your guys' protests. Because y'all don't like Trump. You guys are like stuck on Trump. You guys need to find another
Here, right
subject
here
that's
is Gavin
old
Newsom
already.
signs legislation to prevent gas spikes and to save Californians money.
Whatever, dude. You really bumped your head there. You really bumped your head there. He already said in public on TV that he was going to raise prices.
Okay, I don't know. I don't specifically know what you're referencing.
All right. Well, anyway, have a nice day, man.
Have a nice day, man. Do you even know how to leave my live? Yeah. All right, I think I'll do one more person because I don't think that was an actual debate. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. For like 3 days. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24?
Do you support Trump?
No.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
One more baby.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Parker. I love.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
1997.
Okay. What month?
No way I'm in here.
June.
What day?
The 30th.
Wouldn't you not be 27 then? Wouldn't you be 26 turning 27? Okay.
What's the date today?
What's the date today? He would be 26 turning 27, correct? Like, oh, wait, not 28 yet. Jesus Christ, my math is, oh my God, I'm MAGA mathing right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? He was lagging anyway, chat. Like, there was a huge delay, so. Okay, this person's not even here, I don't think. Let's go on to the next person. Well, I'll try it again, one more person, and then we're going to go join Dean. I'd really recommend if you're on TikTok right now, join my YouTube stream, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, did I fix my... I was here like a couple minutes ago. Did I fix my thing or is it still there?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Remember we were talking about the whole Middle East thing? So, remember 2013, they made a deal that significantly like put it back a long time, right? The bombing, like they made a deal so they stopped making it or like they make it more safe, right? Obama did.
Repeat that statement. Sorry, I didn't follow.
In 2013, what is it called? They made a one second. In 2013, they made a deal that Iran and Obama did, and the deal was to like stop. It was to stop the bomb, like stop from Iran making it and like slow it down.
The nuclear
Is
peace
that's
agreement?
true, right? Yeah,
Yeah, what's up?
that's true, right?
Yeah, there was a nuclear peace agreement, yeah.
And then 2018, Trump got rid of that,
Yeah.
and then in 2020, 2024, why did Biden not do anything about that? Did he
So
not try to make a new?
that's because the relations were soured because Donald Trump pulled out of the agreement.
Oh, and that's why they couldn't make a new deal in 2024 because they didn't trust him anymore.
Yeah, probably.
Because so you're saying that Trump kind of ruined that relationship?
Yeah, seems so.
Uh, so okay. Um, so you know how like in the last couple of years, like there's a lot of increase in immigration, that stuff, like 2 million increase. It hasn't made more crime. It just has made more immigration, right?
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
So there's been an increased immigration last like when Biden became president, but that hasn't increased crime at all, right? The crime has been like the same.
I don't think that immigration increases crime. I don't think
No,
that like in terms of crime rate.
it hasn't though, right? Because even though it's increased,
That would be a correlation causation fallacy if there was an increase in crime.
but you say immigration doesn't increase crime. It doesn't it just increase like you wouldn't say that those two go together, right?
No, immigration does not increase crime from a crime rate perspective.
So that whole entire thing, how like oh my god, immigration's increased, it hasn't done really anything bad. Crime's actually decreased, right? Like so
If
many people say
anything, due
they
to immigration, crime would decrease. Yes, comparative to what it would have been otherwise.
it's interesting. Because I hear so much, oh my god, immigrate, it's gone up so much, but the crime stayed the same, so it's like it's not a bad thing.
You said,
Um,
what do you mean?
I said so many Republicans say it's gone up so much and it's gone worse and worse,
In terms of
but
crime, because they're just lying.
crime has
They're
actually
trying to
stayed.
they're trying to create a narrative around undocumented immigrants specifically for like being people who commit crimes when there's no evidence substantiating that at all.
I see. Okay, I just wanted to clarify those points up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, everyone. We could probably do one more and then try to join Dean, everyone, because I want to be able to get a debate before we do. And anyways, we can hit 4 hours of just solo debates. This is Evil Dean. How old are you?
I'm 19,
Oh, you support Trump?
of course.
What's your birth year?
05,
You said you're 19. What month?
October.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
He's the better president.
You're trolling.
What are you talking about?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, everybody. I'm trying to get someone up here. If not, we'll just go join Dean. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. I would really appreciate everyone join the fucking,
Hello?
the what's it called, the YouTube stream. How old are you? But Dan,
I'm 19.
Oh, okay. Well, they were lagging. Dan, thank you for the $35 for I love seeing you cook. MAGA cultist, I'm 47. I've learned so much from you in the past few weeks. I've downloaded your sources and are reading up on them. I'm heading into Montana tomorrow for a week and will encounter MAGA. I feel prepared. I feel prepared. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. We love to see that. We love to see that. Let's go to the next person here real quick. See if we can get someone else before we join Dean. I'd really recommend if you're on TikTok to join the YouTube stream. I would really appreciate that. I would really, really appreciate that. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everybody. I think we have like 1.5. I want to get up to 1.5 thousand likes, everybody. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everybody. Let's go to the next person here. I'll try 2 more people. If not, we'll just join Dean for the day. All right. You know what? Let's just join Dean. Or I'll try one more person. Fuck it. Yo, thank you for the dragon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to go join Dean. We're going to go do that right now. I'd recommend to join my YouTube stream right now. I would really appreciate that if you do. I'd really, really appreciate it if you do. Join the YouTube stream. Otherwise, we're going to go join Dean right now. For people who are staying on TikTok, you can spam Parker Ray Love from Parker and Dean's chat. We'll join up. All right. I love y'all so much. I will see y'all there. I will see everyone there. Love y'all. Alrighty. Let's see what the following percent was. I have a feeling the following percent's like 30%. Yep, I was right. I had a feeling, and I was right with that feeling, I tell you. Alrighty. Let's join up Dean. We'll go join up Dean.
And then Israel turned around and falsely claimed that they launched the missiles after the ceasefire agreement went into effect. And this was all after Israel.
Am I allowed to?
Which, yeah, if you.
I want to see if I'm even allowed to join on my main. Am I allowed? Because I don't know if I'm even. It's not sending a request. It lets me click on it, but it doesn't let me request. That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know why it does that. Ah, I hate that.
We shouldn't.
It works when I did that.
I agree with that. We shouldn't, but we are. We're America. We have to back all of our allies. We can't just let them bomb them and be like, oh yeah. No. We totally don't have to back allies, especially when our allies are ethnically cleansing other countries and starting the war. Like seriously.
He'll see me in a second. Adam, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Adam, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let me see if I can catch up real quick. Alrighty. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already, everyone. Steph, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Them, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Lauren with $1. Chrissy, thank you for the $5.
Our duty as an ally to them. Okay. So then you think that Donald Trump is making America look weak as fuck because he's not honoring the Budapest memorandum?
Back our allies and that we have to hold to our agreements.
In terms of them being attacked, yes.
Did I just talk to this guy?
So then you think that Donald Trump is making us look weak as fuck by revoking funding to Ukraine?
No, funding versus.
But we're not. But I thought that you just said that not backing our allies is.
You're talking about two different
makes
things.
America look weak. No, I'm not. We have an allyship with Ukraine in the sense that we've assigned Budapest memorandum with them from the 90s that contractually obligated us to give them money, weapons, and funding in the event that they were invaded by another country. Okay, backing that ally would be holding to the agreement, giving them what we agreed to give them. Not backing the ally would be violating that agreement and not giving them what we agreed to give them. Donald Trump is, doing that second option of not backing the ally, meaning that he's making America look weak because you said when we don't back our allies, we look weak. Honestly, I think when we unconditionally support anybody that we consider an ally in whatever venture, even if they're the one that started the conflict, it's our fault. It's something that we're obligated to help them with. That's what makes us look weak because it shifts the dynamic from America putting America first to America putting Israel first. Like you're literally just trying to give me a secular argument for the idea that no matter what, we need to bend the knee to whatever Israel wants us to do. Woo, I'm going to hypnotize you all. Guys, we have to do whatever Israel wants us to do. Do you sound how fucking silly that sounds?
We were lagging.
I'm back now. Sorry, the lag is over. Do you sound how fucking silly that sounds to say that we just have to back whatever Israel ever wants us to do?
Like I said, I don't like Israel. I don't think we should back them, but we do. We have an ally. We're allies.
By the way, Smith, I have a question. Did I talk to you earlier?
No.
No?
No, I.
Okay, so
no,
then
I just
respond to
woke
my
up
argument
an
as
hour
it
ago.
relates to Ukraine. Then respond to my argument as it relates to Ukraine.
Respond to your argument. What do you mean by that?
Respond to the argument that I made that demonstrates a double standard in your ideas here.
Okay,
as it
well,
relates to the idea that we don't have to back Ukraine, even though we have a quote-unquote allyship with them, as it relates to the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay, you're talking about funding, and how much funding have we already sent Ukraine? Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Right.
What was it?
Yeah, 126 billion.
Yeah, we've sent a lot of money over there.
Okay, so you're basically selling that even though we're technically contractually obligated to help them more, you think that we've already helped them enough, so therefore it doesn't make us look weak if we stop helping them. I'd say the same thing about Israel.
It's a little different with Israel though, because Iran.
Why is it different with Israel?
You know the reason why it's different.
If anything, we'd have more
No.
reason to not support Israel because they're the aggressor and Ukraine is a victim.
You know the reason why it's different is Russia doesn't have chance about America die, America die. Russia is not saying they're going to do anything to America. Iran has made multiple threats saying New York City's first, saying they're going to.
Okay, well that's not true. That's coming
America.
from a fake Iran account on Twitter. But now
No,
you're
it's
completely
not.
shifting. Yes, it is.
It
Are
was
you
on
kidding
the
me?
news. It was on the news.
The death to America was on the news, but the whole bombing New York, that was from a fake Iranian Twitter account. But now you're completely shifting the argument. You're saying that we don't need to help them because Israel's our ally. We need to help them because Iran is a chance death to America. So which one is it? Pick an argument.
The difference is, like I said, the difference is
slimy pivoting MF.
No. The difference is Russia is not threatening to do anything to America.
Okay, so then
Russia-
it has nothing to do with the allyship with Israel and all to do with the threats from Iran.
What you just said, you made the point why we shouldn't help Israel versus why.
Right.
What you said
Because
made
no.
sense.
You said that we should help Israel because we're allies with them, and I
Correct.
refuted that by giving you the example of Ukraine. So now you're pivoting and you're changing the argument away from the fact that we should help them because we're allies with them to the argument that we should help them because Iran doesn't like us.
I'm saying that we have to put more of a focus on the Iran and Israel war because Iran is a
Because Iran doesn't like us. Okay, well, same thing with North Korea. North Korea also chants death to America. So if Donald Trump dropped a nuke on North Korea, would you say that's an example of his strong leadership that puts his country first because they chant death to America?
But North Korea isn't fighting with anyone right now. North Korea is just doing its own
Actually,
thing.
yes. No, actually, false. Yes, they are. They're fighting Ukraine. Oh my God! Wait! Oh my God! Whoa! You just made the argument identical. Yes. So Ukraine is our ally in the sense that we have the signed Budapest Memorandum with them from the 90s. We're contractually obligated to help them, so they're going to be our ally in the similar sense. And now Ukraine is fighting North Korea because North Korea deployed troops to fight alongside the Russian Federation inside of Ukraine, and they're also chanting death to America the same way that Iran has struck another one of our allies, Israel, and chants death to America. So everything that you are arguing here, insofar as why you think we should support Israel, is identically true insofar as why we should support Ukraine and bomb North Korea.
No.
What's the difference?
Absolutely not.
What's the difference?
Absolutely not.
What's the difference? North Korea is attacking one of our quote-unquote allies, and North Korea chants death to America.
North Korea is a lot different than Iran.
What's the difference? What's the difference in the relevant sense of the argument that you're making? What is it? Both of them are tackling one of our quote-unquote allies, and both of them chant death to America.
Okay, Iran is a terrorist group.
Okay,
Iran
wait. You consider them terrorists because they weren't. Oh, let the lag pass.
Yeah,
Okay, the lag is passed. So you're saying that they're like a terrorist group because they.
I'm not talking about just
elected
Iran.
and they violate the human rights of the people in the country, right?
Oh, there's more lag.
It just
Okay. Is the lag good?
Yeah,
I think it's better now.
Okay. So you're saying that like the leadership of Iran is a terrorist group because they violate the human rights of the people in their country and they weren't democratically elected, correct?
Correct. But we really want.
So I have a question. Was the leadership
Iran
of North
government
Korea?
to
I have a question. Was the leadership of North Korea democratically elected?
No, far from it.
Does the
No.
leadership of North Korea violate the human rights of the people in the country?
Yeah. Definitely.
So then given your same logic, they're also a T group.
I suppose.
Okay. So then what's the difference?
The difference is, I don't see how North Korea is even. You said they sent troops. When they did that?
Yeah. This was.
I've never
maybe
seen or
like
heard about
4 or
that.
5 months ago. Yep.
4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, they've had troops fighting alongside the Russian Federation, boots on the ground in Ukraine.
I didn't even know that.
Now you do. So
I
there's no
do.
difference here. So if Donald Trump dropped a nuke on North Korea, you'd say that would be a strong decision that put this country first. JK Phoenix, thank you for the Galaxy.
I mean,
See how your argument here just makes no fucking sense at all?
I mean, it does, but it doesn't.
It does, but it doesn't. Well,
It
that's
does. It does,
concession.
but it does, but it doesn't. Because my whole thing is we're backing our allies. We still have backed Ukraine.
Okay, wait.
The
So
way
then
you're
you'd say
saying
that
we're
we
not
should
backing
definitely.
Ukraine is
Then you'd say that we should definitely be backing Ukraine, right?
we are backing Ukraine.
No, you revoked all funding.
Yeah, because we already sent so much money.
Okay, well then once again, I already made the counter argument to this. You were just like not simply tracking.
And the
We've
thing
sent
is,
more money to Israel than we have to Ukraine. $300 billion to Israel, $126 billion to Ukraine.
Well, because we're controlled by Israel, pretty much.
Oh, okay. So then if we're controlled by Israel, then it's not America first, it's Israel first. So then earlier when you told us that the main reason that you support and voted for Donald J. Trump is because he puts America first, no, you just conceded that he puts Israel first.
I still think he definitely still puts America first. But
how can he put America first when we're controlled by another country that isn't America? What?
It's because okay. Let's put it in this perspective.
Come on.
No. Listen. Okay, so like I said earlier, I don't agree with supporting Israel, but Israel and Jews in general have a very
Jewish people. And honestly, no, man. I'm fine with agreeing with you that like the state of Israel has influence over the American government. But the moment you go from saying the state of Israel to Jewish people is the moment you become an anti-Semitic.
No. I wasn't saying in that way. I was just saying as in terms of our government. Israel people. Here, I'll put it. I'm not gonna say that again. But Israel people, they do have a good amount of say and control in our government.
You're just using a different word to exchange for the word Jewish individuals, bro. You understand
People
Jewish individuals
who are from
wait.
Israel.
I want to, dude. Let me clarify here. So Jewish individuals are not necessarily Zionists. Jewish individuals do not necessarily support the state of Israel. Jewish individuals do not necessarily support AIPAC and the influence in which they have over the American government. Jewish individuals are not necessarily Zionists. So the moment that you replace like a term like Zionist, the moment that you replace like a term like a leader of the IDF or Benjamin Netanyahu or the government of the state of Israel with the term Jewish person, oh, more lag. Is the moment that you go from like kind of tracking truth to being anti-Semitic.
What's up with the lag today?
I don't know. I think it's my computer. Couldn't tell you. But I've already given you an argument to demonstrate that if you say that we have any type of obligation to support Israel, we'd also have that same obligation to support Ukraine. The first reason that you gave that we have an obligation to support Israel just simply because we have an allyship with them. Okay, well, I also demonstrated that simple allyship, quote unquote, with with Ukraine, given the Budapest Memorandum we signed with them in the 90s, contractually obligating us to defend them if they're invaded. So then you moved on. You said, okay, well, no, that's not the case. We also have an obligation to support them because Iran is a terrorist state, right? So then I demonstrated to you how so is North Korea. So would you be okay with bombing North Korea? And you're like, no, like the difference there was that this terrorist state of Iran is actively harming one of our allies. So then I also filled you in on how the terrorist state of North Korea is actively harming our ally of Ukraine. And at the end of the day, you're just simply not willing to hold an identical position insofar as supporting Ukraine or bombing North Korea. So therefore your logic fails as you only special plea and apply it as it relates to Iran and Israel.
Okay. Okay. Then the main difference is the whole Ukraine and Russia war has been going on since It's really been going on since 2013. Was that right?
2014 was in the annexed Crimea.
2014, which Russia started that war. They annexed I can't even think of the state right now, but they annexed that, whatever. I forgot the name of that.
Okay, why is this relevant at all? I mean, like,
I'm
Israel's been
saying
attacking Palestine for longer than that, 1948.
Yeah, I know.
But this shouldn't be relevant at all, really.
I mean, it is somewhat relevant.
Okay, why? Why is it relevant?
Okay. It's relevant.
Why?
Because I'm getting there. It's relevant. The annex Russia and that. This war in Iran has been going on for much longer, and they don't even know. I mean, they're fighting for what reason?
The war in Iran has been going on for much longer, bro. What?
Yeah, I'm saying Israel and Iran.
Bombs like a week ago, but like you're just saying that the conflict has been going on for much longer. Okay, all right. Well, this shouldn't matter. Why does this matter?
I'm saying we want it to end. We want Iran to get a new government in, a non-terrorist,
Oh, wait, so you want a regime change in Iran? Okay, well then you shouldn't support Donald Trump because he explicitly said that he didn't want a regime change twice.
I thought he did want a whole different government change. That's the whole reason why this.
He said that. He said that in between. Okay. See, so he said that he didn't want a regime change. Then he said that he did want a regime change. But guess what? Now you don't support him again because he clarified for the third time that he doesn't want a regime change.
So what? We just want to bomb him?
Yep.
So we just want to bomb them and blow up all their nuke privileges.
Oh, well, actually, no. We only set him back up around 2 months, according to U.S.
Yeah, I know. We only hit the outside. They moved most of their actual.
Yeah, we just want to bomb them. So do we see here how, like, once again, you're no longer responding to their... Honestly, man, I'm going to go and give you one last chance to be able to refute the position of how your logic would imply identically that we should be supporting Ukraine and bombing North Korea. If you can't not respond to that, I'm going to go and kick you and move on because you are quite annoying.
Quite annoying. It's not nice.
That's right. That's probably the kindest way I could put it, sir. So
Okay.
either respond to that position or I'm going to move on.
Okay, Ukraine. We've sent 160 billion, correct?
I've already responded to that argument. I don't want you to repeat anything that's already been rehashed. We've rehashed
No,
this three times. So once again, if your argument is that we've already sent them this much money, so therefore we don't have an obligation to support them further, the same thing can be said about Israel. We sent over $300 billion to Israel. We've already done so much for them, therefore we don't have an obligation to do anything more.
Okay. I'll just end off with that.
Have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump. Everybody, we are just looking for some debates.
How long have you been on so far?
Been on for an hour and 20 minutes. Ansgar, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Ansgar says, Iran continued to comply with a deal Trump tore up voluntarily. Yep, they were complying with the inspectors and everything. Yep, the IAEA reported 0 infractions in 3 years, 110%. You were right on the money. Thank you for the $20, Ansgar. That is incredibly kind of you. If you're watching the stream and you would like to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, everybody. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, as well as you could attach a message that I could then turn around and share on live. Possibly. We'll see how I'm feeling. I was honestly like planning to own it around an hour early anyways, just because I'm really tired. But yeah, we're going to move on to the next guest. Trinity, 20 minutes ago with the $15 over on Venmo. Trinity says, been watching your lives every day for the last week, and I already feel more educated than ever. Thank you for everything that you do. I love you and your work. That is incredibly kind of you, Trinity. Y'all show some love to Trinity
thanking
down below
everyone.
in
I
that
just
chat,
want to say thank
as
you
well
to
as
some
Aaliyah and
people
Azula with
on
the
my
$5
side.
and the
Jessica,
$3.
thank you for the
That's incredibly
$5.
kind of
Thank
y'all.
you.
I'd also like to thank Elena for the $10
River, thank you for the
over
$1. Thank
on
you.
PayPal. And
And then
Ansgar
Griffin, thank you for the
with
$5.
$20
I would say
over on
sometimes.
PayPal. Show
Sometimes.
some love to Aaliyah
Thank you
and
so much, Griffin.
Ansgar down below in that chat. As well as London, I'm reading your message there. Congratulations. What is going on, Trump?
As well as
Do you
Maudie,
support
thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank
Yes.
you. I'm never
Oh God,
going
why
to
do you
be.
support the man, the myth, the
Don't worry.
menace?
For you.
First of all, prices of eggs are going down.
Slay. Okay. All right.
Yep. Second of all, he is deporting criminals from our country. And
Deporting the illegal aliens. Yep.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. So what has he done to reduce inflation?
He put tariffs.
Tariffs
on-
cause inflation.
That
well,
was
they
a
went up
great
and now they're
answer.
going down.
The reason why we've seen a reduction in the price of eggs has been because of a repopulations of chickens following the bird flu, not because of anything that Trump has done.
Actually, you know what, Dean? He might. Oh, actually, you know what, Dean? He might have an argument here. The tariffs, when imposed, because they were only imposed for a short period of time, did mitigate inflation because they led to GDP declining 0.3% real GDP in the first quarter of 2025 after multiple quarters of multiple percentage points of real GDP growth under the Biden-Harris administration. So, like, you might have an argument there. Like, it led to downward pressure on prices because the economy might be heading towards a recession.
Yeah, that's what the one argument is, like the reduction in the GDP. So like we saw a 44% surge in imports and a massive reduction in consumer confidence. So this meant that American companies had more goods to sell and less consumers were buying them since they were saving more. That would lead to a reduction in inflation, but that's a recession indicator. So no, that's not a good reduction in inflation.
U.S.
So
UK.
in other words, the first argument that you've given here is basically saying that you support Trump because he might be sending our country into a recession. Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. That's kind of nuts, bro.
The U.S. UK trade agreement in June.
U.S.-UK trade agreement, phenomenal. Now tell me, what tariffs did we have on them before that trade agreement, and what tariffs do we have on them after that trade agreement?
Well, it lowers U.S. tariffs on British cars. So that's something that Trump did.
And you think reducing tariffs is good, right?
Yeah, so that means that reducing tariffs is a great thing, isn't that right? Right?
Oh, yep.
Right, so you support reducing tariffs, correct?
Sometimes.
Oh!
Oh, it cut out. Oh, Dean, it's totally cut out. We're back.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I could see the lag on my phone, everybody. I know when it comes. So anyways, I'll go to repeat myself. Oh, so you must fucking hate the fact that Donald Trump increased tariffs to 55% on our second largest importer, China.
So we're gonna ignore the fact that
Who in the background just said stop talking like that?
we're gonna ignore the fact that prices of UK cars are going down.
No, sure, for sure. Reducing tariffs on UK cars, that's great, man. Who the fuck wants who the fuck wants a Fiat though? I mean, let's be real. And sorry, that's a joke. Joke aside, so our imports of UK cars are significantly lower than our imports of all goods from China. So increasing tariffs on China to 55% is definitely a little bit more of a detriment to the American consumer than reducing tariffs on some goods imported from the UK.
Yeah. So he's lowering prices. There's another thing.
Dude, no, he's increasing prices more than he's lowering them.
50-50.
No, not a 50-50. We do not import as many British cars. We do not import as many British cars as we do all goods, all consumable goods from China. It's not a 50-50.
Tell me why.
Wait, no, agree or disagree? Do we import just as many British cars as we do all commodities from China?
No.
So it is not a 50-50.
This is a good thing, but you're ignoring the.
Now you're contradicting yourself because you said it was a good thing to reduce tariffs, and now you're saying it's a good thing that overall he's increasing tariffs. Oh my god.
The prices of everything are going down. So
actually, no. Core inflation has risen to 2.8%, and me and Parker already attributed reasons why we would have seen a reduction in inflation in the first term, which was because we were literally heading towards a recession.
Yeah, that's not. Wait, that is literally because of Trump, because he imposed the tariffs just for a tiny bit of time.
Nope, not true.
Yes, it is. Wait. I can tell you exactly why it is true. Are you ready?
All right, tell me then.
There's two really big reasons for the reduction in GDP in the first financial quarter. That was a surge in imports and a reduction in consumer confidence. What do you think could have surged imports into America in the first financial quarter of this year? Maybe it was the threat/promise of Liberation Day tariffs going into effect on April 2nd on every other country in the world. What could have reduced consumer confidence in the first financial quarter of this year? Maybe it was the 5 to 7% drops in the S&P 500 caused by the imposition of tariffs on Mexico and Canada, plus the threat/promise of imposition of tariffs on April 2nd on every other country in the world. And maybe, just maybe, a surge in imports and a reduction in consumer confidence/spending would lead to an increase in supply and a reduction in demand, reducing equilibrium prices while also reducing GDP growth. Meaning that, yeah, the reason why inflation fell in the first financial quarter was A, because of Donald Trump's policy, and B, an indicator of a recession.
I just bought eggs today, and guess what? The prices were down. Thank you, Trump.
Dude, this guy's like a peanut. You have a peanut brain. And honestly, it's not even one of those. Have you guys ever, you guys know those peanuts that don't even have like two of the nuts in them? It just has like the one nut. You know, like the one nut peanuts?
Those are my favorite.
The one nut peanuts, that's your brain. Not even I'm not even gonna give you the two nut peanuts. I'm just gonna give you the one nut peanut.
And you know what you get? You get a bean.
Can I ask you a question? If you were like you're in a driving race, like a NASCAR race, and you pass the person in second place, what place are you now in?
I've answered this before. Second place.
Okay. How many branches of government are there?
6.
What? No, there's actually 7.
Oh yeah. Who was the third president?
Thomas Jefferson.
I can't. I can't.
So, do
I
you
can't.
support?
Can you spell economy?
Yes. Like what?
Spell it.
ECONOMY.
Good job.
Yep.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. So if you guys wouldn't mind just giving us a second here to get that next guest up on the line, that would be great. We're gonna go to move on. Here we go, everybody.
That was.
I
brutal.
I understand that we're having some intermittent lag. I see it all on my phone. So whenever you guys are spamming lag in the chat, just know that I know about it. I have my cellular device popped up just like every single one of y'all. It is really bad today. I think I need to get that new PC. Yo, what's going on, man? One moment. Anthony! Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on PayPal. My man, I want to get 250 Anthony W's down below in that chat while we're loading that next guest up. Anthony says it's humbling to look at somebody half my age, but I'm not sad about it. Thanks. Well, Anthony, hopefully you are taking something good away from the content. I appreciate you for the $25 donation. That is incredibly kind. As well as Joshua, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Wesley with the $1. You are phenomenal. As well as I would like to quickly thank Erica for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Erica down below in that chat. Erica says, disappeared rally. I was interviewed and asked about the news/consumption fact checking. I referenced you in regards to helping me learn how to discern information and come out to an educated opinion on current events. Thank you for teaching us how to navigate the bullshit. Erica, you're in here every single day. I love you, and I'm happy that you've been able to take something away from the content. It's awesome. That's what I want. I want to inspire people to critically think and be more aware about what's true and what's not true. So that's awesome. I really appreciate your kind message there. Show some love to Anthony to Anthony and Erica down below in that chat where we're loading the next guest up. We got AJ Firebird loading in. Hello, AJ Firebird. How are we doing?
How's it going?
Man, you gotta fix your mic. Disconnect Bluetooth. Fucking
Sorry. Is that better?
Completely. That is a little bit better. Now, could you disconnect Bluetooth?
Nope.
Why not? Why can't you disconnect Bluetooth?
I got it.
Oh, are you driving?
I just wanted to say yes. Trump supporter, 45, born in 79. Parker and Dean, you do great. I love watching your videos.
Okay.
No argument here. I really like watching you guys.
Well, I mean, that's awesome that you like watching the content. I'm going to go and drop you just because I think that you may be driving. That's very kind of you, but hopefully we can make you stop being a Trump supporter, right? That's a goal.
That would be great.
We're going to go to move on to the next guest, everybody. If you are watching and you'd like to come up and debate me and Parker on why you support Trump, make sure to let me know down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here.
Yo, okay, so,
All right, yeah, that is a actual child, guys. That is an actual child. Also, everybody, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes, everybody. Let's try to get up to 2 million.
This guy was
likes
really mad in the comment section.
I wasn't mad.
What do you mean?
I'm sitting here eating, bro. That doesn't make me mad. I'm just saying people are wasting money on you. That's about it.
Oh shit! Well, I mean, I have
No,
a
I do have
question.
a question. Okay.
No.
Okay,
I have a question because that was good timing. So Kyle just donated me $50.
That's not a question.
over on
That's a
PayPal.
statement.
So no, it's a statement followed by a question. Holy fuck, Kyle! Thank you so much. Kyle says next time a Trump supporter takes the immigration defense, please ask them what border they're talking about specifically. I'll do that. Thank you for the love, Kyle. Let's get 500 Kyle W's down below in the comment section for the $50 donation. My question to you would be: do you think that Kyle just wasted his money?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, what do you guys do with it? It depends. It depends. If you do something good with it,
I spend it on rent. I spend it on my electricity. I spend it on dinner. I spent it on a guitar the other day.
See, the guitar was kind of wasteful, yeah.
Oh no! I love my guitar.
Anyways, I do have a question.
I spend it on Anxiety pins. I
I
spend it
patience
on.
pen. Patience pen. That's
We
a
can't go.
Right,
real
right.
big expense for me.
And then also Susan, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Susan says, "It's my weekly appreciation. You're the best." Thank you. You are the best, Susan. Show some love to Susan down below in that chat, as well as to Lizmar for the $15, saying, "Thank you, Dean, for being on the right side of history and education." I appreciate that, Lizmar, Susan, and Kyle. You guys are awesome.
Dean, I do have a question for you though.
Yeah, well, I just had to thank
Just
Susan.
make
and
it
Lizmar
make
for
it
their
clear though,
wasteful-
I am a Trump
for their
supporter.
wasteful- for their wasteful donations.
Hell yeah.
And also Caitlin and Tree, thank you both for the $10 and your wasteful donations over on YouTube Super Chat of Venmo. Very kind.
Marty, think of the $4.20 for the patience pen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey, those are needed. I'll say that. Anxiety pens are needed. I won't say that's wasteful.
Yeah, no, I spend all my money on the patience pen.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I did want to ask, who tucks who in?
Well, I guess
diabolical.
it would depend on the day of the week. It depend on the day of the week. No, I'm just kidding.
When you guys like
I
stay the
don't know.
night with each other,
why-
like who's tucking who in?
Why? Do you need more content for your fanfic?
No, I'm just asking. I was curious.
I really think that you just got caught red-handed. What is it? Do you work on it like every Saturday and Friday night at 3 a.m.?
No, I'm blue collar. I just got off work.
I know that's why you're working it at 3 a.m. Keep it away from work and like the wife and kids if you have any. I don't know. Why do so many weird Republican men obsess over like me, Parker, who ducking who? Like I don't know, man. It's weird. Like why do you guys think about that so much?
I mean, if you guys can't take a joke, I'm just asking who tucks who in.
No, dude. I'm just asking you. Like why do you think about that so much?
I mean, you guys are 20-year-old men that spend the night with each other.
We're 20-year-old. I live like 2,000 miles away from Parker.
Yeah, I
don't.
What? I live in
Oh, I
California.
know you guys have stayed in the same room, and I went and down. It was not different beds.
Oh, okay. I get it. Gay sex. Nobody thinks about gay sex more than conservative.
Wait, I have a
men.
question.
Booyah!
Wait, Matt. I have a question. I have a
look.
question. Even if you're supposed not to be true, have you ever slept in like the same bed as one of your guy friends?
Bro, if you don't tuck the homies, then you're wrong.
Okay, so like, bro, like I'm confused. Like, you obviously understand that that's something that happens, like just like friends, and that's not even.
Yeah,
like
look, it was a joke. I was seeing if you guys would like, as the left party, I was seeing if you guys had a sense of humor in that mindset.
What? We don't make fun of people for being gay. That's fucked up.
That's not making
I'm just
fun
no,
of them.
dude. Listen.
You,
It's
you
just weird.
tuck the homies in at night.
It's just weird. Hey, Dean and Parker. Hey, I wouldn't doubt it if you guys have slept in the same bed. Hey, Dean and Parker. I just know you've done it.
if you don't tuck the homies in, bro, it's
hey, Dean and Parker. Like it's just weird. Holy fuck.
It's not weird, bro. If you don't tuck the homies
Susan,
in,
thank you for the
that's
$50 for the weekly dues. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Susan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
I mean, oh my God, you guys are going crazy. Let's hear, yo, real quick. I'm.
Oh no,
so
he didn't,
sorry.
Susan. Susan, the guy never paid us $2,000 each.
I know he never did. What a waste. Unfortunate. Emmanuel, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo for wasting your money. Show some love to Emmanuel down below in that chat, as well as Ray with the $10 over on Venmo. My daily quote unquote waste of money for you, Dean. Have a good evening. I hope you have a good evening as well. Show
yeah,
some
Dean.
love
Was it at least a good
to
good
Ray and
guitar?
Emmanuel. And then also Madison, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, wasting that money. Show some love to Madison down below in the chat. And Christian with the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Christian W's down below. Christian says, you spend the money on dinners?
W,
Outrageous. Thank you for the love, Christian. Oh my God, look at all these people spending their money.
Sebastian, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much for the blinker checkpoint.
And then also Abigail, the $10 over in PayPal for wasting even more money. LFG.
Are you eating good?
Am I eating good? I try to eat healthy. I fail, but I try.
I mean, I never said eating good's healthy. I didn't say healthy.
Okay. Do you want to debate? This is getting weird.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So no more comments about my income or about gay sex. Is that fair?
I never said anything. What makes you think because tucking the homies in means
That was
that?
a very. I'm sorry. I have more than 5 brain cells. I could read a
that
very
mean?
obvious implication.
I didn't say do you kiss the homies goodnight. I said do you tuck the homies in.
It was a very obvious implication. Now move on. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I don't agree with how the borders were not being kept up with very well. I do want to say, so I don't sound stupid, I'm not really good in politics, but the reasons I support him is one, that. Two, I didn't agree with, I know you guys can't talk on the topic, but biological men being in women's sports. Let's see.
Okay, I have a question about that last point. Do you disagree with that? Trans women aren't men, by the way, but you call trans women men. Do you disagree with the idea of like men going into women's spaces because it's a massive infringement on women's rights?
I mean, like, if a woman is in there and says that she doesn't want you in there, I feel like that should be respected. I think, see, this is my perspective.
What if a man disrespects that?
I mean, I don't even think there's any laws saying it can't happen. But
Like,
what I'm
okay,
saying-
well, like imagine like some creepy old dude walked into like a teenager's dressing room. Like, how would that make you feel?
oh yeah, you're gonna say Trump did it. Da, da, da. I watch your live all the time, so all your talking points I already know. I'm gonna say this: I think every public place should have a family restroom. That's how I feel about it.
Oh, okay. Well, so then what's your response there? Isn't it kind of hypocritical to say I'm gonna like introduce fascism into this country because of 12 trans women in the NCAA, but then when you figure out that one cis man has openly boasted about perving on naked underage teenage girls in Miss Teen USA, you're just totally fine with it?
I didn't say I was fine with it. That didn't come out my mouth.
Well, it's an implication given that you support him.
No, you think supporting someone means you agree with everything they've done.
Well, I think that supporting somebody means that you're okay with every bad thing they've done. Absolutely.
No. Kamala. I'll correct it for you.
So then tell me, how do you feel about Donald Trump openly boasting about perving on underage naked teenage girls?
I don't think it's right.
Okay. You don't think it's right. Is it wrong?
Yes.
How wrong is it?
I mean, it's pretty wrong. I have a daughter, so obviously
Is it so wrong insofar as that you wouldn't vote for him?
See, the thing is I didn't vote on his personal life. I voted on his standpoints.
Oh, okay, so if his personal life included child rape, you still would have voted on his standpoints and made him president. Why?
No, not that.
Oh, okay. So then you do hold red lines against an individual's personal life. Why isn't openly boasting about perving on naked underage girls when you have a daughter yourself that one of those red lines?
Because I feel like the last administration wasn't doing so greatly, and you can say they did some. I will say there are some things that they did.
Oh, you're just saying that Kamala Harris was such a terrible candidate that it justified voting for the perv.
I mean, like I just said, I liked his points of what he was going to do.
Okay. So again, how would that change specifically if the victim were like a child, comparative to the victim being adult? Because I mean, his policy is going to be the same regardless.
I didn't say it's any different. You said teens. That's a child. I said I don't like that.
Wait. Okay. So yeah. So then obviously you wouldn't support him if the victim were a child, but if the victim were an adult, you still would.
I never said that either.
Oh, you're talking about child rape. Or you just say, oh, excuse me, that you wouldn't support Donald Trump if he was a child rapist. What if he was an adult rapist?
If it was in civil court and I believed...
How about we ask him this question? This question, we'll get him there. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
I'll be right back, everybody. I'm going to go use the restroom.
I feel like children lie a lot less than grown women. I'm not saying I completely...
Okay, if it is the case... Okay, so regardless of... That's a fucking crazy thing to say, but regardless of that, right, if it were the same probability of being true as the E. Jean Carroll case in terms of standard of evidence, would you... Sorry. Would you, in the scenario in which the victim is a child, then what's it called? If the victim were a child, then would you say you wouldn't support him, given the same standard of evidence provided in the E. Jean Carroll case?
I mean, probably not. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe the E. Jean Carroll case.
You don't believe okay, so again, so then you would vote for Donald Trump even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child if the standard of evidence were the same provided in the E. Jean Carroll case.
Because I think a child is less likely to lie about that.
No. I guess that there's the same standard of evidence.
Well, what I'm saying is,
so you can't dispute based upon the probability of it being true because they have the same probability based upon the standard of evidence.
I want to make this clear and make sure you know what reality is. You do know it does happen. There are people that lie about these things, and men do
yeah, I
get-
understand it. I'm giving you a hypothetical scenario where the same probability of it being true in terms of the victim being a child as the E. Jean Carroll case, right? And you're saying that like what would be a good reason to dispute? Because in this scenario, it's the same
Well,
probability.
if you're saying, okay, look, if you're saying, this is what I don't get. You guys always bring up the children thing. Now, if you're saying you understand that there are women that do lie out there and it does ruin men's lives, there's many cases. I mean, why would you say that, okay, if it's a child, it's any different? Like, why even put that out there if you do know that it does happen? Like, it's my ability that if I want to believe it or not, and then because I don't believe it, and I know that.
So I just like to clarify. Like, this is bad logic. Can we also agree that sometimes like women do like truthfully accuse men of like rape?
Yes,
and
I
men
believe it
deny
happens, and I believe some people lie.
All right. Well, then all of a sudden, because women also truthfully accuse men of rape, I could just believe it without any further information on top of that. Let me ask you a question. Would we agree that if E. Jean Carroll was lying and the jury ruled that she was telling the truth and that Donald Trump is guilty, this would basically amount to the conclusion that the jury ruled Trump's guilt without enough evidence?
I'm saying I don't believe. That's like all I'm saying.
I know, but what that would amount to is the conclusion that the jury ruled Trump's guilt without enough evidence of his guilt because you don't believe her, meaning you think he was innocent. And obviously, if he was
yes,
innocent,
people have
you
their
wouldn't
own
get enough evidence of
opinions.
his guilt. So would that be like the claim that your claim would ultimately amount to? Would that be the conclusion here? Is that you believe that the jury ruled Trump's guilt without enough evidence?
I mean, do you think civil court is always correct?
Can you answer my question?
I mean,
once again, if you're just saying that it was wrong, this would mean that
that's my
you believe
answer
that the
to your
jury.
question.
So is yes or no? Do you believe that ultimately the jury ruled his guilt without enough evidence of his guilt? Rather, your reason is that civil courts aren't always right. E. Jean Carroll was a liar. Whatever the reason is, ultimately, that's going to amount to the idea that the jury ruled his guilt without enough evidence of his guilt, right?
In a way, I mean, I do find it weird that he wouldn't give up his DNA.
Answer, dude. Why are you? Dude, stop squirming and answer.
I did. I said in a way. See, this
in a way, that's not clear. I want a yes or I want to no.
In my opinion, yes.
Oh, great. That's all that I needed. So, in other words, you're basically telling us that you think Trump is innocent and E. Jean Carroll was a liar because you believe that the jury ruled his guilt without enough evidence of his guilt. Here's a fucking zinger. Name one piece of evidence they ruled on.
The dress.
The dress was actually not submitted to the court as a piece of evidence because Donald Trump refused to submit his DNA as a piece of evidence as well, meaning it was rejected as a piece of evidence, documented and submitted during discovery. Okay, damn, you have been watching it live. So why do you believe that they didn't possess enough evidence?
The reason I don't always trust in civil court. That's my issue.
Okay, well, your logic here once again fails again because do you always trust criminal courts?
I mean, what?
No, because we can agree that criminal courts are sometimes wrong. So does this mean that if he was criminally convicted of rape, you wouldn't believe that either?
I would.
Do you believe the felonies?
Criminal, like majority, like 99% of the time.
Do you believe the felonies? Dean's lagging out like crazy.
Yeah, he is. He needs to up his specs.
Do you believe the felonies?
Yes, I do believe that.
Okay, so
not gone.
Okay, so but like that's why I asked you the question specifically I asked you specifically the question of Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, given the same standard of evidence provided in the E. Jean Carroll case, and you said that you wouldn't support him in that scenario. So what's the relevant difference between that scenario and the scenario that exists in reality, insofar as that you'd support him right in this in reality, but not in this particular scenario?
I told you because I feel like children don't lie in that sense.
Same standard of evidence.
Because it's her word saying that he did it just because a therapist notes. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think a child has.
Let me clarify the same probability of being true.
Are you like trying to make me look bad? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, I'm saying that the hypothetical.
You know my answer. If you say it's the same exact case and the same exact evidence and nothing is different, the child is not.
Yeah, are you willing to accept that conclusion?
And then also, it's like we have so much other evidence outside of the civil court as well. We'll get to that, but answer Parker's question.
The thing is if it's the same exact case If I don't agree with one, why would I say I agree with the other? If it's the same
then
exact
so then answer the question.
Would be a no?
So
Or yes?
so would you still
I'm saying
support him if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, right? Given the same probability of it being true as the Eugene Carroll case.
In my belief, if it was false, yes. But if there's some substantial evidence, or the child is saying
no. I said given the same standard of evidence, given in the Eugene Carroll case, he's held
That's
civilly
the
liable of
evidence.
sexually abusing a
saying-
child unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. In that certain scenario, would you then say that Donald Trump, you'd still support him over
part of
Kamala
the
Harris?
evidence. Part of the evidence is saying that she said it.
Hold up.
That's why I'm saying no. I wouldn't, because a child is less.
Yeah, but I'm
likely.
giving
I
a
don't know if
hypothetical,
it-
say, of a child that had the same probability of lying, right, as you would associate with Eugene Carroll.
If you know that if the child's gonna lie, then it's no different.
No,
I'm saying children don't lie.
wait. Okay, so then you would say that, given that that's true, you would say that you would still support Donald Trump.
If you're saying the child has a probability of lying like women do,
like how you associate women to have.
I'm not saying all women lie. I'm
Because
saying
you
it
want to know
happens.
something crazy? The likelihood of a false accusal, specifically when it comes to
Wait, don't tell him. Actually, don't tell him. Don't tell him, because he has to know that. His burden is to know that, and that's actually what I was just going to ask him.
It's low. but
What
I'm
is
not
the
saying- I
likelihood
never
of a
said it
false
was high.
accusal?
It's a low number. I know that.
What is the
I
number?
know the percentage, but I know
If you don't know the percentage, then how do you know it's unreliable?
because it happens. The
Oh,
point
it
is
happens? Wait. Plane crashes happen. Is plane travel unreliable?
To most people, or some people, yes.
Wait, would you say it's completely, would you say it's
Some
to
people.
you,
See,
to
this is
you.
what I'm
Is
saying.
it unreliable? Have you ever been on a plane before, or have you
Yes.
never gone? Oh, so you think that travel by plane is reliable, even though some plane crashes
Not
happen?
exactly. I was in the service, and they kind of make you fly. So
Oh, have you ever flown in
Fun.
accordance with your will outside of being forced to? Flown in accordance with
I
your
mean,
will
if
outside
I
of
have
being
the
forced?
decision, I don't like planes. That's my point of view. I just don't.
Have you ever traveled in a car outside of in accordance with your own decision?
Yes, but that's me controlling it. I can control what others do, but at least
Wait. Sorry, I know I just got lagged there, but we're back now. Do car crashes happen?
Yes,
Oh, so therefore travel by car is unreliable.
but at least I have a chance of doing right by me being behind the wheel. I'm not.
Okay,
the
that doesn't
flying-
change the probability of a car crash.
Yes, because you're saying a plane being flown by someone else that has nothing to do with me. I'm driving the car.
It doesn't matter. The probability is still low.
There's a probability of his phone
what's the
blowing up in his hand. Wait, hold on. There's a probability right now of your phone blowing up in your hand right now. But yeah, you're on the call having a conversation with us. Okay.
What's
So is
the
it unreliable because it can happen? It can happen that the phone blows up in your hand. You know what I mean? Like, dude,
What's the
you're
probability
ridiculous.
of surviving a crane?
Now you're talking about probabilities.
Now you're talking about probability. So we'd have to know the probability in order to make it a justified claim about its reliability. So once again, you cannot make a justified claim about its reliability or lack thereof on behalf of Eugene Carroll, not just accusing Donald Trump, but convincing an anonymous jury of 9 that he was fucking guilty. And you don't know the probability. You're just a misogynistic little POS
saying
that wants to
I
go on
don't
live and
know.
say, nah, I love Trump. Whatever he does, whatever he says, it must be true. That's what you
I didn't
do,
say
bro.
I said I don't agree with everything he does. I made that clear.
Okay,
So
well
then
then
once again, what
we
is the
just
likelihood-
showed you
If you're trying to
irrefutable.
cook, I don't know if you're trying to cook, but if you think you are, good job.
Well, we did. It's on a debate live.
No,
Are
you
you?
didn't.
I don't know if you're trying to win the debate, dude. Like
You use the probability of a car and a plane. What's the probability of surviving a plane crash?
Ah, so now we have to go back to the probability of things. So what's
For
the
one, I'm
probability?
driving
What's
the
the
car. For
probability of a woman
two-
falsely accusing a man then still being able to hold him liable in a court of law?
I don't know. I just said it happens.
Oh, okay. So
point that
once
it
again,
happens.
so then your argument
It could
is
be
the point that it happens.
0.1%. But
Right,
it happens.
your argument is the point that it happens. Okay, well, my point is that plane crashes, car crashes also happen, meaning that you would find Eugene Carroll's testimony and
You're using
her
two
ability to
completely
convince the
different
jury that it is
scenarios
the
to
case,
try to prove your
that it
point.
is. Wait, we're
Your
talking.
hypotheticals suck.
Oh, so you only care about a low probability of a jury getting it wrong in a court, but you don't care about a low probability of a car crash occurring. Why?
They're two different fucking things.
What's the difference insofar as the probability of a negative outcome?
A car wrecking and SA. What's the difference? Are you really asking that?
You can't even track the conversation. I'm specifically asking you for the difference between your claim that because it is the case that there's an incredibly low probability of it happening that a jury gets it wrong in a civil court, that this means that civil courts are unreliable. Very similar to saying because it is a case that there is a probability of a car crashing, therefore cars are unreliable. But honestly, I'll make the analogy even more clear
Yes,
to you
I
because
mean, I'm not
obviously
like-
because obviously you need it. Is there a low probability that a criminal court gets it wrong? Does that happen?
Criminal courts are more substantial evidence.
That's not what I asked.
I mean, there might be a percentage that sometimes yes, it does, but it's
Okay.
It's not.
Do you remember less than 5 minutes ago saying that it's not the probability that matters, it's the point that it happens?
I didn't say
You're
that.
caught. You're fucked. Yes, you did. Shut the hell up. You did.
not.
You said
No.
it's just the point that it happens.
I said
that
your
is
2
that is a
points.
sentence that came out of your mouth.
Your 2 points are
No, concede. Concede. Stop pivoting. Stop muddying the waters. You said very clearly that you don't care about the probability. You just care about the fact that it's the point that it happens at all. So it is the case that it does sometimes happen in criminal courts that false jury
does,
convictions
yes.
are made, meaning that under your review, you think that even criminal courts are unreliable.
Define what you mean
I'm
by
not
I
saying
said
no.
that.
Right.
I'm
You guys
saying
voted
the
fucking
way
police
the
on
way
this.
that if I see a trial happen, civil or criminal, I'm saying sometimes, depending on what went on, I'm saying sometimes I have a point of view of not to believe them. I have that right to believe or not believe. I'm saying yes, in criminal courts sometimes are wrong.
Okay,
So I'm saying
therefore,
majority of criminal courts-
so majority of criminal courts get it right, and that's why you believe them.
Substantial evidence.
So then go ahead and give me evidence that a majority of civil courts get it wrong.
What was substantial evidence in the E. Jean Carroll
You're
case?
pivoting. Go ahead and give me
Ask the
evidence that a
question
majority
again.
of civil courts get it wrong.
I didn't say majority get it wrong. I'm saying majority have
Well,
sa-
I know that's the implication there, though, because you said that the reason that
evidence.
you believe criminal courts is because you think that a majority of them get that right, meaning that if a majority of civil courts got it right, you'd also believe civil courts. So the implication here is because you don't trust civil courts, that means that you think that a
No, I
majority of
just-
civil
I
courts
don't
get it wrong.
complete- You're not listening. I said the reason I believe criminal court more than civil court is because of substantial evidence. I'm saying yes, sometimes
It's
they
because
might.
there's a higher because there's a higher probability. Okay, so you're saying that there's a higher probability that they get it right.
Because of substantial evidence. Are you like
okay,
ignoring
okay,
saying
okay.
that?
So then, what is the probability that civil courts get it wrong?
I said it's a low number. I said I don't know what it is.
Okay, well you don't know what it
You're
is, then how do you
ignoring
know
the
it's below
fact.
your threshold of acceptability?
I'm saying civil courts have less.
Answer my question. If you don't know what it is, how do you know that it's below your threshold of acceptability? Here's like the point that I'm trying to demonstrate. I can acknowledge that you're saying it's less likely for a false outcome to occur in a criminal court than a civil court. However, I don't think this necessarily implies that the likelihood of a false outcome in a civil court it falls below your threshold of acceptability. Okay, like we're gonna take your logic here and we're gonna apply it into an analogous scenario to show how it's absurd. Can we agree that it is more likely you'll get in a car crash than a plane crash?
Yes.
Okay, so this would imply, in accordance with your fallacious logic, thereby you don't trust driving cars,
I mean, there's more people driving than there are flying planes.
even per capita.
If it was the same difference, but you have the thing of people drive stupid.
Okay, making it more likely to get into a car crash, meaning that you don't trust cars simply in virtue of the fact that it's
I
more
don't-
likely
it's not that I don't trust
that a
cars,
plane
I
is
don't
more
trust
reliable than a car.
It's not that I don't trust cars. I don't trust people.
Okay, so you do trust cars, even though it's less likely that you'll
Yes,
get in a
because
plane
So
crash
why do you
than a car
trust Trump?
crash.
So why do you trust Trump?
Wait, no. I don't want to change because I want you to specifically acknowledge my logic. I'm going to give you my argument, and then I want you to repeat after me. My argument is as follows. I believe that you're making an incredibly fallacious position by arguing that although you don't know the probability of a wrong outcome of a civil court or the probability of a wrong outcome from a criminal court, out of virtue of the fact that a criminal court is more likely to get it right, you simply don't trust civil courts. So the reason that I believe this logic is fallacious is because we could say that we don't know the probability of a lethal car crash occurring, but as long as we do know that it is higher than that of a lethal plane crash occurring per capita, in virtue of this logic, you'd be forced into saying that you don't trust cars. But cars. You do think when you get into your car, there's an acceptable threshold of reliability, even though planes are more reliable. So the obvious implication would be is that you'd have the burden to demonstrate that although civil courts are more likely to get it wrong than criminal courts, they don't meet an acceptable threshold of acceptability. And the way that you demonstrate that they don't meet this acceptable threshold of acceptability is by telling us, right, what the probability is of a civil court getting it wrong, and then telling us what your acceptable threshold of probability would be.
I think any probability. I don't think all civil courts get it wrong.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
your
saying
claim is that any probability that they get it wrong makes it an unreliable standard of...
I don't think civil court's completely unreliable. No. I'm saying I just don't believe in that particular.
Okay, so then tell us what your acceptable threshold of probability would be for believing the outcome of a court case, and then tell us what the probability is that the civil court got it wrong in relation to E. Jean Carroll making the claim and proving it that Donald Trump had raped her.
For one, evidence. For two, it was in New York, and I don't care if you say...
I'm literally asking you what is the probability that it was wrong?
I told you I don't care how low the number is. I'm saying it happens.
Okay. So
it doesn't matter how low the number is. It happens.
Okay. As long as it happens, it's unreliable. Therefore, criminal courts are unreliable because criminal courts get it wrong.
No, if you would listen, I said it's not...
You idiot! Dude, you're going to make me crash out. I can't keep going back and forth with a toddler that won't even hold to his own word. You just said that you don't care about the probability of this outcome occurring. As long as it occurs sometimes, then it makes the court unreliable. Okay, so therefore, because it occurs sometimes that criminal courts get it wrong, criminal courts are unreliable. And then as soon as I stop talking and I allow you to respond, you're going to say, oh, no, Dave, you don't understand me. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, even though that's exactly what you said.
No, you're good at putting words in people's mouth. You do.
Those are the words that came out of your mouth.
I just said.
Those are no. We have a YouTube stream. We have a YouTube stream. We're gonna run it back. I gotta turn off the Spotify first. I gotta turn off this.
Show me where I said it. Willful, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Willful.
We're gonna go ahead and run it back here. Shut the hell up. We're gonna go ahead and turn off the... Can't keep going back and forth.
The number is, I'm saying, remember, completely unreliable.
How about you shut the fuck up so I could roll the clip? You peanut brain POS.
I don't care how low the number is. I'm saying it happens.
Okay, so you... There you go. I was able to catch you in 4K and roll back the clip.
See, you're still putting words in my mouth. I never said it's completely unreliable.
You're saying it's unreliable enough to assume that it's false.
In some cases. I'm not saying all. I'm saying I don't believe it.
So then why do you specifically not believe this case as it relates to E. Jean Carroll?
I was answering that, and then you interrupted.
Okay, so what's the answer?
The evidence, I don't think that's substantial. I don't think New York City, I don't care
Wait, we're going to go point by point. Why don't you think that the evidence was sufficient?
I just don't think it was.
Okay, give me reason to believe that. You can't just say it's not because it's not. That's like me saying it was because it was.
I don't think it was substantial evidence. My point
Okay, are you going to give any reason
for
that?
You can disagree with me.
Okay, so you're basically saying that you don't believe it because you don't believe it. That's a circular position with no external justification to demonstrate how what you believe in is truth. You're just simply saying that, I get to build...
Watching the crash out without hearing the audio is so much funnier.
Dean, can you please, up your specs? We can't hear you.
We can't hear you at all right now, bro.
You need...
Dean, he's just grinning. He's just grinning, bro.
Can I ask what PC you have?
Yeah, wait, what's going on? Yeah, Dean, actually, seriously, what happened to your PC, bro? Did you, drop water on it, bro?
No, it's just, it needs to be replaced. It needs to be replaced. It really needs to be replaced.
How old is your graphics card?
It's a 1080 Ti from, 2018.
That's what I have.
Jeez.
Well, you're probably not
no, I have a 1070. My bad. I have a 1070.
You're probably not dual streaming off of your computer.
I do. I have 3 monitors. I do all the time.
You dual stream to TikTok and YouTube?
TikTok and Twitch. Maybe it's YouTube. I don't know, but I do TikTok and Twitch.
Okay, I'm done trying to convince a toddler that they're wrong. At the end of the day, here's what I'm going to leave
you. At the end of the day, you put words in my mouth. Yes.
He's
unironically.
He's totally rage baiting at this point. Yeah.
No. You said I said it's completely unreliable. I never said that.
Here's the end of the day takeaway. The end of the day takeaway is that your position essentially just reduced back down to you believing it because you believe it. Okay, first point. If you just believe things because you believe them and you think that you have a right to believe in whatever you want, why did you join a debate live?
I do have like this other point, the fucking immigration.
No, answer my question. If you just believe in things with no external reason, but simply because you want to believe in them, and you think that you have a right to do so, why did you join a debate live?
I mean, you can disagree with me, but the other thing, the immigration thing, I have.
Fuck off. Answer my question.
Because I didn't really. That wasn't the debate that I really wanted. I wanted to debate you about the immigration.
Okay.
Because I have a really good point on it that you guys deny.
Wait. Why don't you just believe in Trump's immigration policy because you believe in Trump's immigration policy, if that's a sufficient standard to recognize and understand truth?
No, because you guys constantly say that even immigrants, you say that they.
I'm not even going to let you make your claim because you're just pivoting. Like, oh my God. We're going to move on to the next guest, y'all. Oh my lordy lord. Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream. Let's get 500 veteran W's down below. Veteran says, as ignorant or denialist as they may be, you should show up every day to hold them to account for their lies. Fighting to protect your generation earns this boomer's respect. Veteran, we love you here so much, guys. Show some love to Veteran down below in that comment section while we're loading that next guest up into the box right now. I would also like to thank Hannah with the $5 over on Venmo. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Joshua, thank you so much for the $35 over on PayPal. And then Kelly with the $20 on PayPal. And Chloe with the 10. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. And Chloe, you're right. He absolutely does just hate women. Let's get 100 Chloe W's. Let's get 400 Joshua W's and 200 Kelly W's. Kelly spelled Kellie. Okay, what is going on, Dav? Do you support Trump?
Dean and Parker, two losers, bro.
Okay, my crystal ball says that after you're done talking, you're just going to leave and run away like a little beta male. And my crystal ball was right as always. The crystal ball never gets it wrong, everybody. I have the ability to just simply read these people to dirt, and then they always do exactly what I say that they're going to do every single time. Would you look at that? Would you look at that, everybody? Would you look at that? Moving on to the next guest.
All right, I'll try to help you out.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start looking at new computers right now. Oh, fuck.
Seriously? Yeah. You should. I think you'll like the update because, I mean, there's been a lot of upgrades since then. That's technically 7 fucking years ago, if you think about it. Isn't that crazy?
Dude, I've really been pushing this PC to its last leg. Like, it's time to replace it. Benjamin, thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate that. Melissa's driving. Okay, what about this? If you are one of the 10.4 thousand people watching the live stream and you want to come up here and debate with me and Parker, go ahead and drop a MAGA attached to your, let's see here. Holy fuck.
What?
The hell?
What?
Oh, we gotta get this. Oh my god, please kick him.
Oh, it's not. Here, I got you.
I just got my water bill in. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, good, they're gone. My water bill.
Was it nuts?
Yeah. What the fuck? Why am I paying $110 for water? What the hell? Dude, I gotta
month? Dude, that's kind of crazy.
What is this? What is this shit? What is this? I'm getting scammed. I gotta see the breakdown of this. Oh, I'm pissed. All right. Y'all, help us get that next guest up in here, y'all. Help us get that. Everybody, if you want to come up and debate, make sure to let me know down below in that chat. What the hell? Wild, crazy work. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Someone said that you got a leak. That's a few people.
Maybe.
Yo, what's up, Vivian? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Wait, I thought that it's coming from the city. I thought that I paid somebody else for water. Why am I getting hit with a water bill from... Oh.
Hey, fuck you both. Fucking faggots. I fucking hate y'all so much, bro.
You're horrible. Are you looking at the right thing?
Yeah, bro. I don't know what's going on. Jesus Christ, I should figure that out later. Anyways, we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Give us a minute to get that next guest up in the box, y'all.
Yeah, it could be a scam. Don't. So I would be.
Let me see where it's coming from. No, it's coming from an official city website. I don't know. I'll have to call them like tomorrow before I go live or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What is going on, Velo and Chuckster? Do you guys support Trump?
I support Trump.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to come up.
Oh, no worries. Oh, okay. They're both gone. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Give us a minute to get that next guest loaded into the box. All right, y'all. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute to get the next guest loaded up into the box.
Zeta mogs you.
That is a young child. You shouldn't even know who Zeta is. Not going to lie. Yo, Pia, dude, thank you for the $17 over on PayPal saying, great job, just found your TikTok, keep going. Need more people like you. I appreciate that, Pia. That is PIA. Thank you so much for the $17. And then Anna, thank you so much for the 50.
Nope, you cut out again.
Over on PayPal. Thank you, Anna, for the $55. That is so kind of you guys. Let's get 600 Anna W's down below in the chat for the $55 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Anna down below. What is going on, King? Do you support Trump? Okay, nobody's here to debate. Guys, I'm dying over here. Keep in mind, everybody, that we are just looking for some debates, everybody. I don't know what's going on. I would really appreciate it if you guys could only hop in that queue if you support Trump and you're ready and willing to come up here and have a debate. What is going on, Andrew? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 20, sir.
You're 20. What year are you born in?
2004.
2004. Where are you from?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. All right. Well,
yeah, so why do you support Trump?
I'm really on the fence about it. I just wanted to debate a couple topics with you guys.
Okay, like if you could go back in time, would you still have voted for Trump?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, honestly, I think that a significantly better place for you to be is watching the live. And I feel like that's maybe where you could extract more value compared to being on it. So we are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Let's see here. I think I'm going to do... Like, did you go to a Micro Center to get your PC?
I can't remember. I think so.
Bro, what do you mean you can't remember?
Dude.
Bro, that patience spin is hitting you hard.
Dude, yeah, it's kind of going nuts.
That's crazy.
You might need to ask me. You might need to
Fuck
ask
me,
me later,
fuck me,
bro.
fuck me, fuck me, fuck me,
Okay,
fuck me, fuck
what?
me, fuck me.
That's
coming on a little bit
diabolical.
too strong there, buddy. What's going on, Ball Knowledge? Do you support Trump?
It's going a little bit wild.
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay,
Yeah,
how old are you?
I think I did.
I'm 23.
You're 23. Phenomenal. Why do you support the man, the myth, the failure?
Are you guys grifters?
Yes.
Yes.
I am a grifter.
Absolutely.
Don't wait. Don't
how
tell
do
me
I-
about that, please.
How do I become a grifter?
We
well,
gatekeep, so we're not going to tell you.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you. We gatekeep.
So do you guys go to Hollywood parties?
Yep, all the time. So why do you support Trump?
Do you guys know what a funky nut blast is?
Dude,
No,
what is
and
this?
I don't want to know either. Goodbye.
Please
So
stop.
goodbye.
Get out. What is this?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Jesus, everybody. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, do just kind of give us a minute here to get the next guest loaded up in the box. What's going on, Alan? Do you support Trump? I think I heard like a very low voice in the background saying that they accidentally requested. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Dude, what is going on today, guys? What is going on?
That's a bet. We're in here.
Hey, what's going on? Can you turn off any like background noise that you have playing there? I hear like another phone or something.
Yeah, we don't. We just have two people.
Yeah, 21.
I have a question.
Can you turn off the 21?
Uh,
What is going on?
I'm 4 years old. Okay, I'm 21, right?
Okay. All right. Do you support Trump?
2004. I just turned 21. I do support Trump.
Okay.
Why
well,
do you?
Let's have a
Wait,
conversation about. Let's have a conversation about why you support Trump or why I don't. That's fine. But before we do, I do have to thank a couple people. Kira, first and foremost, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for my return to the stream. Welcome back here. Show some love to Kira down below in that chat. As well as Ashton. Thank you so much for the $5 for the PC. I appreciate you for the love, Ashton, but it is not needed. It is not needed at all. That's very kind of you, though. As well as Wayne. Dude, Bruce Wayne is back in the building with the $110 dollar donation over on Venmo. Can we please get at least 1,000 Wayne W's down below in the comment section? Thank you so much for the love, Wayne. We love you here. As well as Christian with the $110 over on PayPal. Dude, oh my God. I want to see a...
Oh, it cut out. Alexandra, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much from Cash App. Shella, thank you for the $5. And Lovey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Holy shit.
Okay, you ready?
Sorry, no, I was in the middle of thanking donors when I rudely got interrupted by the fucking lag. So let's get some W Waynes and W Christians down below in the chat. This lag is, I'm just going to make me bang my fucking head into the table. Yeah, both of those $110 donations are going towards a fucking PC right now. I'm not even joking. I'm going to buy it on live. Thank you for the love, both of you guys. Show some love to Wayne and Christian down below in that chat. But take it away, Aaliyah's boyfriend. Why do you support Trump? Or brother, I don't know.
Okay. I have a question. How do you know I support Trump?
Because you told us you did?
When?
When you joined the live?
This is the first question we ask.
I do support Trump.
Right? We know that because you told us that.
Thank you for telling us again.
Why do y'all not support Trump?
Have you want to take it away?
Yeah,
I'm curious.
Yeah, I got you. So he was held civilly liable, forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. There's plenty of reasons why I think he's a horrible dude.
So, if you think that Trump is a horrible dude, correct? Right?
Correct. Right.
And what are y'all standpoints politically? Are y'all Democrats?
Prefer Democrats to Republicans.
Yeah.
Prefer Democrats to Republicans. Okay. You prefer Democrats to Republicans.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever read the Bible? The ESV Bible?
Yes, I have read the Bible.
You have read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Adam and Eve are? Have you ever met them?
I've not met Adam or Eve. I know
Do you
who
believe in the
they
Bible?
are insofar as the story of Genesis.
Do you follow the Bible?
Do I follow the Bible? I am not.
Do you
a
believe in the
Christian.
Bible?
I'm a devout Christian.
Oh, actually,
You're
yeah,
devout
no, I'm not. I am, and I'm also a devout Orthodox Christian. I'm an ortho, bro. Come on.
Okay.
So why do you support Trump, buddy? Can we jump? To
I support Trump because he believes in the Bible.
Oh, okay. Well, fucking phenomenal. No, he doesn't. You know he said
Yes, he
in his
does.
2018 C-SPAN.
The Republican Party is based off of Christianity beliefs. Do you know the one person?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like,
Yes,
wait.
it is.
In order to be Christian, do you have to ask God
Can
for
I
forgiveness?
respond to that?
Do you have to ask? No, you believe in Jesus Christ and you're saved through faith. You know what faith is?
Okay, well then, so you don't know. Okay, so you don't know your scripture.
I do know my scripture.
Where in the Bible does it say that you're
Christ
saved?
died on the cross for your sins, you are saved through faith.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is.
I'm so sorry. That is not true at all. What verse
Yeah,
of the Bible
you go
says
to
that you're
heaven.
only saved through faith alone?
What verse does it say? I don't know.
Because it doesn't fucking say it.
I don't know.
It doesn't say it. In fact, the only time being saved through faith alone is mentioned in the totality of the Christian Bible is in James 2:26, where it explicitly says that you're not just saved through faith alone, and you also have to do the good works.
Really? Well, then why don't you read the verse?
For sure. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Read the exact verse in James.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
like,
you got it, man.
Yeah, but like, I
Are
mean,
you too scared?
wait,
because-
I have a question. Do you think that you can be a Christian?
Wait,
and
can I just
sin-
read this off real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
You
James,
don't know anything about me.
James 2:26, as the body without the spirit is dead, so is faith without deeds is dead.
What Bible?
This is coming
Lot of
from
different
the.
Bibles. There's
This is coming
ESV.
from the NIV.
Oh.
It's coming from the NIV.
NIV. That's why. You know who wrote the NIV?
Would you prefer it from some other
Who
translation?
wrote it?
From ESV Bible.
Scholars. So the NIV is like a scholarship Bible.
No, I was
Oh,
gonna
read the
ask him if he knew.
ESV.
So now new king, now new,
And
now, new,
also,
now James.
Trump,
Now let's go. Let's
you
go
know-
in. No. Let's go KJV, buddy. We're gonna go KJV.
No, go
James
ESV.
226.
Go ESV.
We're gonna go through them
ESV is
all.
the original.
Hey, calm down, little boy. Okay, let's go through them all.
I'm older than you.
James. I'm not calling you little boy because of how many times
20,
you've been
I'm
around the
21.
sun. You're literally about 3 months older than me. But I'm calling you that for other reasons.
still
But I
older.
just want to read you the verse. So James 226 in the KJV, it says, "As for the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead also." So it only becomes even
That's
more
the Catholic
clear.
religion. That's technically Christian, but that's not what I am.
So actually, the King James, I'm in Catholic.
I'm not King James either. I'm ESV. I've already told you that 5 times.
So you want to go to the ESV?
I know you have a headset on. It speaks through you through my phone because
We're going through multiple.
And also, why you put on your screen right here? How do you still support
ESV,
Trump? Have you ever met Trump? Have either one of y'all ever talked to Trump? No, you have not.
ESV.
You've
I'm
never
gonna
talked
read
to
you it.
Trump, so why do you
I'm
not
gonna
like
I'm gonna read you it from the ESV. So you accept
Trump?
the
Why do you not like
ESV,
Jesus
right?
if you never met Jesus?
So I just want to clarify. You like the ESV?
We're God.
right?
We're Adam and Eve.
Dude, Dude, what are you doing? Answer my question. You like the ESV, right?
I do like the ESV. That's the Bible I read.
And you accept the ESV, and you accept every
Yes.
word in the ESV, correct?
Yes.
James 226, pulling from the ESV. "As for the body apart from the spirit is dead, as also faith apart from works is dead."
I agree.
You just told us that you could be saved through faith and faith alone. You don't even need to repent.
Yes, you do need to. You have to be saved through faith alone to go to heaven. You have to be saved through faith
It
alone.
literally says that it is not that you can't be saved.
Does it
through
say
faith
that you
alone.
go to heaven not
It
through
says
faith
that-
alone? Where does it say that?
It says that also faith apart from works is dead. So if you just have faith, and you
Bro,
don't do the good
bro
works, your
doesn't
faith
even
is dead.
understand.
Agreed.
Bro's
Okay,
No, I
lost.
agree.
So that means that you have to do faith plus works, and that faith
Plus works,
alone is not
yes.
enough.
Cooked.
Yes. Without faith, you can't do anything either.
But that wasn't the
wrong
claim
or
they
am I
made.
right?
The claim that you made is that faith alone saves you. But now we are demonstrating that faith alone does not save you, and you need faith plus works.
Okay,
So I have a
so
question
to
for y'all
clarify,
to
do you,
back
do,
it
you,
up.
do you think that you have to repent in order to be Christian?
Yes. No, I don't. I do not. I don't think you have to repent for anything. Because I think every single person since Adam and Eve, when the fall happened in Genesis, Adam and Eve sinned because Adam was made by God, and then God took and realized, man, Adam's alone. He's the only human being on the earth. He needs a companion. So he took from Adam his rib and put it into Eve and made a woman for Adam and Eve. Now, Eve then had the Garden of Eden. They were perfectly happy.
Oh my
They went to
God!
heaven.
Luke
They took it, they ate the
13:3.
apple.
Luke
You're gonna interrupt me.
13:3 from the ESV. No, I tell you, but unless you repent, you will all likewise perish.
Yeah, I said I believe it. You have to repent.
Okay. All right.
No, you just explicitly said that you don't have to repent.
Do you want to listen to me or not?
You explicitly just said that you don't have to repent.
I'm older than you, Dean.
It doesn't matter. You're contradicting yourself.
I'm older than you, Dean.
How old are you?
I'm 23, bro.
We're gonna go to. We're just gonna go to roll you the clip. We're gonna do the cotton 4K shit again.
Yes. No, I don't. I do not. I don't. So I have a
So to clarify, do you think that you have to repent in order to be Christian?
Yes. No, I don't. I do not. I don't think you have to repent for anything.
I don't think you have to repent for anything, bro. Like, not a single thing. Like, you could just sin and, like, not repent at all, bro. But yeah, like, I hold the Christian views, bro.
I don't even know what to say. We're gonna do it slow mo.
Yes.
Bro, put it in slow mo.
I do.
Don't interrupt it, Barker. Don't interrupt it, Barker. We need to listen.
Yes. No, I don't. I do not. I don't think you have to repent for anything. Because I think. Are you meaning me? Because what's crazy is this is why I'm Republican. Since you do want to ask why I support Trump, right?
You're a Republican because you hold contradictory beliefs.
Because Republican, so Trump supports the people. He is
Wait, 1 second. Why are you dating a high schooler?
I have a question for you. She's not in high school anymore. You don't know anything about her.
Says it in her bio. CCHS.
She's already 18. She's already 18. We can look at her license right now, and I'm already 21.
That's not the point.
So what's the point?
Okay,
that
that's
illegal?
just.
I mean,
That's is it illegal?
Is it illegal?
Is it illegal?
To what extent is it illegal? Where does it say in the Bible that I can't date someone?
Hey, wait, does it say in the Bible?
What? I have a question, okay, right? You said why it says why do you still support Trump? Because Elon Musk has the most money in the entire world, right? Whose power is Trump under right now? Who is he friends with? Elon Musk.
Actually, no. Elon Musk thinks that he should be impeached.
No. Look up who has the most money.
It's Elon Musk.
In the world. It's Elon Musk. You know who's friends with Trump? Elon Musk. You know who you haven't met or Parker hasn't met?
Not Elon Musk. No. Elon Musk.
Okay, I have a question. I just need a yes or no answer. Have either one of y'all met Trump?
No,
So why do you not like him?
Trump? Because
Parker, have you met Trump? Parker, have you shook hands with Trump? Well, then why do y'all both not like him?
Hey, have you met Hitler?
I've not met Hitler. I'm also German.
So you like?
I'm
Hitler?
also German.
What? What the fucking relevance does that have?
What are your thoughts on Hitler?
I think Hitler manslaughtered a lot of people, and it was not.
Do you like Hitler?
Do I like Hitler? No.
But you haven't met him.
I haven't met him. I haven't met either one of y'all. I have no reason not to like y'all. It just says why do you still support him?
So but you do have reason not to like Hitler, right?
Yes.
Even though you haven't met him?
Actually, no. I don't have reason not to like him. I do like him.
Okay.
To an extent.
Because
he's another human being and he's all made.
Hey, Leah, how do you feel about the fact that your boyfriend is a Nazi? You just said that he likes Hitler.
That doesn't mean I'm a Nazi just because
Just because you like Hitler? Just because you like Hitler doesn't mean that you're a Nazi, really?
Yeah, just because you like. No, I never said I liked Hitler. I said I don't know.
You just did. No.
You said you
explicitly
don't
said that you
know?
like Hitler. No. You just said that you explicitly like Hitler.
No, you just asked me and said, "Hey, how do you not like someone if you've never?"
Sorry, we're gonna roll back the tape. You just said that you liked it. I don't know why you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. I do not. I don't think you have to repent for anything.
No. Oh, Dead Bark! Wait 1 second. Why are you dating a CHF? We need to talk about
So what's the point? Is it illegal?
Is it saying the butt?
Because Elon Musk, who is he friends with? Look up who have Elon Musk. You know who you haven't met or have either one of y'all met Trump?
No.
So why do you not like him?
Because
Wait, Parker, have you shook hands with Trump? Why do you not like Trump? He's already in office.
What are your thoughts on Hitler?
I think Hitler manslaughtered a lot of people, and it was not.
Do you like Hitler?
Do I like Hitler? No.
But you haven't met him.
I haven't met him. I haven't met either one of y'all. I have no reason not to like y'all. It just says why do you still support him?
But you do have reason not to like Hitler, right?
Yes.
Even though you haven't met him?
Actually, no. I don't have reason not to like him. I do like him.
So you did indeed say that you like Hitler. Yeah.
But does that make me a Nazi or no?
It does.
Because you
What?
Nazi just because I like Hitler.
Yeah, I did. Do I need to say it again?
What's a Nazi?
Nazi, somebody that likes Hitler.
Look it up. Show me where it says it. Show me your screen. Because I don't believe that. I believe that you could like Hitler and not be a Nazi. Tell me where it says it. Because this is the thing. Tens of thousands of people give y'all money. And why? If Trump's already in office, why do you care? Why do you care so much?
Oh my god, my brain! Oh, it's melting in real time.
Wait,
oh my god!
Wait, Dean. Why do you care so much?
Okay,
Why do you care so much? No. Answer this question. Why do you care so much that people support Trump if he's already in office and his term's about to be over and you can only serve 2 terms? Why do you care so much? Are you trying to be president? What are you trying to change?
Let's break it down. Before I answer that question, Aaliyah, how do you feel about the fact that your boyfriend likes Hitler?
He's just saying that out of how he's feeling right now.
I got banned. What did I get banned for?
Wait. Do we just lose multicast access?
Oh, he lost it. Oh, the same thing happened to him.
Let me see what the ban was for. You have been suspended from going live in accordance with our guidelines.
The same thing happened to me.
It'll be restored on the 29th.
Oh my God.
For guest live access. We'll go ahead and submit that appeal. Guess we need to
I was wondering why I wasn't seeing it.
Okay. All right, everybody. Well, it looks like that's over.
By the way, I just want to say, Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Disgusted Veteran. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Christian with $110. Thank you so much for being a beacon of hope. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Christian. Rebecca with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh wait, StreamYard or Discord? StreamYard.
Because I could still serve you guys live debates.
Oh, he said he could still do live debates.
Honestly, I say that we just kind of wait a minute here to see if the appeal goes through before we start setting up like other pathways to get it done here. So everybody, just hang out with us here for a second while we see if that appeal goes through. I think it honestly should. If it doesn't, then we'll figure something out. But if the appeal does go through and it gets approved, Parker can host. I think that Parker jumped the gun because we have a chance to appeal the ban. So I'm not going to be heading over to Parker's yet because if we have a chance
I'm
to
not even live
appeal,
myself.
then I'll just stay on here. But if it gets rejected, then we'll go over to Parker's. But let's give it a minute to see if it gets appealed or not. Hey man, honestly, in the meantime, everybody make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. It should take. I'm not live on TikTok. Oh, dude, Parker's not even live. Yeah, we're gonna see if that appeal goes through, everybody. All right, let me.
How long until you get off? I should be on another maybe 50 minutes or so.
Deanna, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Deanna down below in that chat. As well as Rose with a 5, Scarlett with a 5, and Destiny with a 5. Deanna says, in honor of Matt2540, also the creation story is fiction, and Adam was genderless and split into Adam 2, creating male and female in God's image. Yeah, no, I definitely know that it's taken as parabolic for a very, very long time by a lot of people. As well as Giovanna with a $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for your comments there and intelligent. That's very kind of you. As well as Alexis with a $1. Thank you so much. Felissa with a $1. And Audrey, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal.
All right, he's thanking everyone real quick, so I think I need to catch up if I have any people to thank real quick.
So much for the love, Audrey.
We'll see what he has to say here.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for that love. And oh, you guys, guess what?
He got it back.
Guess what?
What?
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
What? What?
Guess what? We got the live access back. Fuck yeah.
He got it back. Oh yeah, good job.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, we got that appeal back. It was approved. Hell yeah. Okay, all right.
Let's go.
Yippee! Okay, all right. It still looks like we might need to restart the stream though to get that access back.
We can't hear Dean. Oh, sorry.
Let me tell you about the day that I've had, you guys. Well, let me tell you. Holy fuck. The day has been a rough day, you guys. I got a fucking water bill out the ass. Where the hell was that coming from? New PC is just shitting on itself. PC is just shitting on itself. I gotta go get a new PC. The fucking streams are laggy as hell. I fucking got like 4 hours of sleep last night. These guys have sucked. Oh my lordy lord. You know what, everybody? We have some good days. We have some bad days. All right. That's life. That's life for you. That's life for you. We are gonna go ahead and restart the stream, everyone. So for the 10,000 people in here, everybody.
All right, everyone. He's gonna restart. That's what he's gonna do. So. Oh wait, is this even how I had it before? I think I literally moved it. I did not even have it like this before, but low-key, this is like not even a bad way to keep the microphone. It's actually pretty decent to keep it this way. But yeah, thank you so much, Miss. I really appreciate the $5. I don't have like a plan to do that. Oh, this is similar to how Dean has it set up, I guess.
Just come on right back. We're gonna go and do that right now. BRB in like 10 seconds. Yeah.
Alrighty. All right, give it a second. We'll see if he starts it up here soon. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream, everyone. Make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. It should help get it out to more people. Um, 10K on TikTok is not bad. Yes, it's actually really good. I can't wait till we get the main account back. The main account back, we get it back on the 28th at night. I know that. I know that. I also have videos I'm going to post today here. I'm about to post it here soon. He said he got the multi-feature back. Based. And then Kylie, thank you so much for the $15. Do you mind me asking what mic you use? Yes, it is the Shure SM7DB. So I have the DB and I have this SM7B as well. The DB is like for like increasing audio, like how loud it is. So that's one thing. But like I haven't really been able to use it for that because I've been still going on the iPad. But I should be able to do that here if I want to do it. It has the ability I can like turn up the volume of the microphone from it itself. But honestly, it's not really necessary. It just looks cool too. Harker, it's been 5 hours. Yep, I've been live for 5 hours. He should be live. He doesn't even have it. Oh my gosh. Bro.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. Yeah, BRB, this will take me like 60 seconds. Everyone come on right back. I'm so sorry.
Dude, he's already at 4K too. Like that's just actually fucking stupid. I'm sorry. How does the TikTok algorithm do that, bro? It's just nuts. All right, everyone. Give it a second. What's the stupidest debate you've had? I don't know. Jill. Chill. That's over on here on YouTube. It's over here on YouTube. Parker, what's your favorite color? I'd probably go with blue. He hasn't started it yet. We'll join up here in a second. We have a little bit less than an hour left, everybody. I'm gonna probably start, honestly, like I'll probably post it pretty soon because I have to get off. I have to fully be off by like 5 o'clock for sure. But I will probably get off a little bit before that because I have to post my videos for today. I have yet to do that still. Alrighty. Alrighty, do give it a second. I think Dean's about to start up the live. He's about to. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream here on YouTube. I think we have like 1,000 likes right now, everyone. We have 1,000. Let's try to get to 1.5 before we end it today. I don't know. We might be able to. We might be able to, maybe not. We'll see, we'll see. Or at 1.2, actually, sorry. Yes, we will. Let's get to 1.5. Parker, tell us something. I have nothing specifically like that much that's really new to bring up, to be honest. I was gonna start making maybe different types of videos. I tried to do like a news video recently. Seems like the algorithm didn't like it. Post Paul's meltdown from last night. Yeah, there's actually like a few that I had to post still, especially from last night. Last night was kind of wild. How's your day been? My day's been pretty good. It's been good so far. It's been I got up pretty early today. Pretty early. Let me know if you ever want help on more comedy type videos. Yeah, maybe I would. Maybe I would. I don't know if I would end up doing like specifically comedy. But like things happen to be funny on the lives, I guess. They happen to be funny sometimes. Sometimes just like the TikTok algorithm works weird. Like I had a video the other day that actually pushed out, and then like the other ones like don't push. It's so weird. So weird. Yes, my 10 kids are doing great. They're doing fantastic. Once you know this is what you want to do as a career, well, I didn't even think it was something that I could do as a career until I was pretty like I was pretty close to the end of my college, and I was like, because I was like, I mean I finished my degree. I was like, and even through it, I had like I like was developing like the ability to be able to do it full time, like probably like the last year or so of my college time. Maybe a little bit before, like junior year. Let's see what Dean's doing. He's probably already at like 7K. Watch this.
Is the lag bad? I don't think I've
Oh no, he's not.
lag this bad.
Okay, we're in. He's already at 1.1K. It's kind of already shooting up, dude.
This lag is like terrible.
Parker, how old are you? I am 23.
Caught in 4K slow-mo is diabolical.
Diabolical. Look at that.
Okay, all right. Welcome back into the people tuning back in on.
Look at that. Diabolical.
I appreciate you so much for being here, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. All right, everybody, go ahead and hop.
We'll see if he adds me. When's your B-day? April 7th.
A discussion, y'all. We are live once again on TikTok, though. We did get our guest request feature back, but oh my god, it.
Oh. Does it have me completely can you see me?
Yeah, no, I can see you.
Okay, well I can't see you or myself at all.
Then just leave and then rejoin. It'll
Okay.
work.
All
Welcome in, Maddie. Do you support Trump?
And educating myself more because of you.
Hey, man.
So I appreciate everything. I've been watching your lives every night when I get off work and stuff, and you've educated me more and keep
To talk to Trump supporters, but that is awesome, and that makes me really happy to hear. Guys, show some love to Maddie down below in that chat while we get the next guest up here, y'all. But seriously, if you do happen to be one of the 3.2 thousand people in the stream, y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live, etc. And oh my God, yo, dude, Sarah, thank you so much for the $130 over on PayPal for the new PC fund. Hope your day gets better, Sarah. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Show some love to Sarah down below in that chat. Also, Parker, out back in that queue. You weren't showing up on the live side of Bucha. But guys, seriously, show some love to Sarah down below for the $140 for the new PC. You know what? Honestly, fuck it. The donations for the rest of the stream are going to be going straight towards the PC fund. That's what we'll call it for the rest of the day. Let's go and get that next guest up in here. Thank you so much, everybody, for double tapping. And if you're a MAGA, seriously, hop in that queue. We'll get you up in the live, everybody. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Aaron loading up into the box. Welcome back in, Parker.
What's good? I probably got like 40 minutes or so left on the live.
Awesome. Well, happy to have you here with us today. Am I lagging again? Oh, I don't even know.
Maybe.
Everyone just...
Oh.
Am I lagging again? Oh, I don't even know. Everyone just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. Would you try to help us get a Trump supporter up in the box?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I had a question for you before we start.
I don't know where he went. Okay, you're 18.
You
what year
kicked
you
me
born in?
out.
I didn't kick you out.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Okay, it's not showing any of the guests on the live.
What is going on? TikTok is totally glitching.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I should leave, refresh, at least, go back in. He's so mad. I feel bad.
Okay, I might just end for the day. I'm not even lying. It may just be better.
We'll see,
to
we'll see.
End
Everyone's like, no, no, no.
for the day. Because this is getting ridiculous.
A little brutal, I tell you.
This is getting very ridiculous. We may do a shorter stream. Load it in. I think that we're just gonna
What's
slow
up?
things down.
I think it's working now.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Okay. Phenomenal. You're in?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Great.
Okay, let's see if I'm sorry. I'm just like on edge right now.
I get you.
Because nothing is working. Nothing is working. Hey, do you support Trump?
You're silenced, I tell you. You're silenced. You're done. You're silenced, I tell you.
It's been a while since we've
got a debate.
Yeah, moving on. Yo, this came in a while ago. I'm just seeing it now. Yo, Brandon, like 30 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Brandon says, so hey, try tart cherry juice before bed. Naturally increases melatonin production rather than force it, which is healthier. That's actually a pretty good insight. I appreciate you for the love, Brandon. Everybody, show some love to Brandon down below in that chat. I thank you, Brandon. What's going on, Arman Fitness? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you driving?
Just park right now.
Sorry, man. You can't be up here if you're driving. We're going to go move on to BZ. Yo, Eva, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal as well for the debates with crazy people. Eva, that is so incredibly kind of you guys. Show some love to Eva down below in that chat. Thank you so very much. Show some love to Eva down below. Welcome in. What is going on, BZ? Do you support Trump?
I just got one question.
Sorry, man. I don't like.
No, do you believe in it?
Hello, Gavin. Do you support Trump? Gavin left. Nice. Kai, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Kai says, I listen to your lives every day while I drive after work. I also really enjoy your Spotify show whenever you're not live. Keep it up, man. Yo, I'm actually happy that somebody's using the Spotify. That's right. That's phenomenal. Thank you so much for using that Spotify, Kai, as well as Carolina with the $10 saying, I support you. Well, thank you so much for the love, Carolina. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Caitlin, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo to get off and to go to sleep. Caitlin, thank you so much for the love, chat. Please show some love over to Caitlin. Yeah, we're on Spotify, everybody. It's just called the Dean Withers Show over there. As well as Robert. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you, Robert. Guys, show some love to Robert down below in that comment section. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Robert. Okay. Do we have anybody on the live that's here to debate?
Yeah.
Who is that? I don't even know who that is. Is that Kevin?
Hello, anyone?
Bro. Parker.
Charlie Kirk owns you. Charlie Kirk owns you. Charlie Kirk owns you.
That's pretty funny.
What is going on, dude?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Hey.
What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah.
How old are you?
I think he supports more than
Oh
just
my
Trump.
god.
Tell him your
Dude.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know anymore. Yo, veteran. Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for the love, veteran. Dude, you've been so incredibly kind. We love you here. Let's give 500 veteran W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, veteran. And yeah, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can buy my Venmo, my PayPal down below in the link tree in my bio, everybody. I appreciate everyone so much for the love today. You guys have been incredibly kind. And like most of the day hasn't even been spent debating. It's been either trying to fucking fix a lag or find a debate. It's just been terrible today. What's going on? How do I pronounce her name?
P. Kamaki. You can just call me Kamaki.
Okay, Kamaki. How do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, hey, man, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. After, real quick, I need to thank Robert for another $25 over on PayPal for a lanyard and for my anxiety pin. Dude, you're right. I'm always dropping this motherfucker. Anybody that watches a lot hears that. Thank you for the love, Robert. Show some more love to Robert down below in that chat. But take it away.
All right. So I have supported him in a lot of different areas, but I'd say we can start with immigration. Sorry, my voice is raspy.
Yeah, for sure. Take it away. Why do you support Trump on immigration?
Well, it shut down the border pretty effectively. And I agree with the deportation effort.
For sure. Why do you agree with the deportation effort?
Because they're here legally.
Okay. Well, my thing is I don't like mass deportation because I think it literally only leads to negative outcomes for America. Meaning I think it's an American last policy. I mean, sure, it hurts the economy. It also increases crime rates. It has a lot of ethical concerns that comes along with it, as well as a lot of practical concerns. And like more so, I just can't identify like one solid way that it benefits this country. Would you be able to identify like one solid way that mass deportation benefits this country?
Well, I mean, you mentioned the economy.
Yeah.
And you think it helps?
Yeah, I think that mass deportation hurts the economy like significantly.
How is that?
For sure. I mean, so the Center for American Progress would, come to the conclusion that the total contribution of undocumented immigrants to the GDP is around 1.1 trillion to 1.7 trillion dollars annually. So if you remove them from the economy, you're also removing their total GDP contribution. They also pay $100 billion per year in taxes, so you're reducing our government's taxable revenue, as well as the operation just costs $88 billion per year. So it's incredibly expensive. It really weakens the economy, reduces our GDP, reduces the productive capacities of our manufacturers, and then forcefully cuts 12 million people out from the consumer base. And those are all really bad outcomes.
So you could throw prison inmates into the economy and GDP would go up, right? If they were.
Prison inmates into the economy. But we would disagree with that. We'd say it's immoral because that'd be forced slave labor.
I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying there's a parallel argument that bringing someone to the economy makes it better. It's going to make it bigger in GDP, but what about GDP per capita? I think that goes down.
Okay, well, I mean, I would argue, A, I'd just simply ask you for a source. B, it may be a reasonable them more bargaining power by giving them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Cut them out. Oh, it's lagging. Hello? Oh, Dean, hello? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. People are saying you're lagging on YouTube too, apparently.
Oh my God.
Well, good thing is you're still gaining viewers. Dude, like you're lagging while gaining viewers is crazy.
Hey man, for everybody in here, you guys have been troopers today. Okay? You guys have very
Oh, he's lagging again, chat. Wait, chat, can you hear me through it all, or is it lagging for me as well? They hear me fine? Oh, both are lagging? Okay. That's rough.
I think that we may just... So, by the way, but can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
So for that last guest, we got a live violation. It says a guest in your life has violated our hate speech and hateful behaviors policy, repeated violation. So it looks like we are back to the basics of like guests just getting banned for saying whatever. So,
dude, like it was good for a second, and then they have to screw it up again.
Yeah, not truly. Hey, Morgan and Account. Both Morgan and Account are just hit us with a $10 donation each over on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you both. Show some love to Morgan and Account.
Oh, it's lagging again. Well,
Morgan says, hey there, Dean. Your ability to communicate such complex topics in such a way that is digestible is important for so many people. But I have a question. Is there anything that you and Parker disagree on? There's like a lot of like smaller things, but I think that we've kind of worked most of those disagreements out over time. I think that we disagree on like when you become a human being. As well as K, that is KAE. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying that magnesium and cherry juice have always worked better for me than melatonin. Hope you get some good sleep soon. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. I appreciate you so much for the love, K. That is incredibly kind. And yo, Zandy! Thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 1,000 Zandy W's down below in that chat. Zandy says, this is refreshing. Keep going, and I hope that there's more of you out there. That is incredibly kind of you, Zandy. Dude, that is seriously so much fucking money. Show some love to Zandy down below in that comment section. As well as Kita with the $15 over on Venmo, saying towards a new system. I'm so sorry it's been a day. Jesus, Kita, the day it has been. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you for the $15. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, Parker, I don't know what to do.
I don't know either, because it's laggy across the board. I do think it's like a TikTok thing. It might be your computer. I don't think it's 100% your computer.
I'm 110% having lag on the computer. I know that because I can't even interact with a TikTok live studio. Like when I hover my mouse over the TikTok live studio, it just breaks. And you know, there's good evidence that it wouldn't be the computer. It's just the fact that maybe it's the TikTok servers because I'm not lagging on YouTube, but I am lagging over here. But like, I think that maybe like TikTok Studio is just like the computer application is just like simply not as optimized as like OBS for streaming to YouTube.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I think that could definitely be what is causing it. As well as, yo, Sid! Sid, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Jesus, Sid. Sid says, Nami, just getting off work and being excited to not only join to hear you're getting off early. JK, sorry about the lag. Oh my God, man, it's been a lot today. We got the lag, we got the fucking, we got the bands. Oh, Jesus. But Sid, I really do appreciate you so much for the $100 super chat. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Sid. Show some love to Sid down below in that comment section. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and try one last debate here. We're going to go ahead and try one last debate here. If you are in that queue, make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump. Let's go ahead and load up one last debate before I just get off early. Nick, thank you for the galaxy. That is a kind of you. What is going on, GT Tater? G Tater. Do you support Trump? Okay, and they're not here. So we are going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. If you wouldn't mind just giving us a minute here, that would be great. Let's go and get that next guest up of the box. We are going to go to get Sota connected. Christine, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. I will not read your message out loud. Thank you so much for the love. Here we go, everybody. Last guest of the night. Dustin Gray in the chat says, come on. Let's try to get Dustin Gray up in here. Maybe Dustin Gray wants to debate. What's going on, Dustin?
What's up, man?
You support Trump, bro?
I do.
Oh, geez. Why the hell would you ever support such a terrible president? As well as Nerissa! Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal for the quote-unquote Wi-Fi bill.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah, you could ask me a question, little bro. Take it away.
So, as well as Judy, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you. And Hannah,
instead of like all the hate about politics, bro, why can't people just come together and like be civil about things? That's my main thing. Like, I support Trump, I do, but I also want things to be civil.
Okay, I don't doubt that we could have a civil conversation with one another. It just takes like two good faith interlocutors.
I totally agree. What I'm saying is people in general, it's today's world. I feel like no one can have a civil conversation about different topics and have disagreements without the other. And I just, it's if you love Joe Biden, if you love whoever's on the Democratic side, it's, oh, you're stupid, you're this, that. If you love a Republican, it's like, oh, you're racist. It's like, why does it have to come to this?
Donald Trump is like objectively implementing like incredibly bigoted policy, and he's been violating the human rights of immigrants.
He's violating the human rights of immigrants as well.
So how do you feel about
by the Constitution?
How do you feel about the whole Iran situation?
What about Iran?
Thank you, Parker.
How do you feel about the whole Trump sending the bombs over? Like, how do you feel about that? Like, what is your whole stance about that?
Okay, so in terms of that, we think that he's increasing global conflict, particularly by bombing Iran, something that was particularly caused by him pulling out of the nuclear peace agreement in the very first place. They're at 60% enrichment, and I don't think that's one near a point where they would even be able to get nuclear weapons right away, along with the fact that it seems like our attacks, according to AP News, only set them back by a few months.
Okay. Now, because honestly, I like what you guys do. You guys debate and you give people chances, and that's what I like. So, if there's anything, I just want to know if there's anything that you could say you do agree with what Trump has done since he's taken office. I would want to know.
Since he's taken office, the AI deep fake thing is pretty good. That's about it.
And what about you, Dean? Is there anything that you've seen that you personally said, okay, you know what, this is actually good that Trump has done?
Yeah, for sure. Exactly what Parker just pointed out. Now, do you want to tell us why you support Trump?
I support Trump. It's just because I like everything that he stands for. I kind of agree with, like, politically wise, not how. I'd say this: Trump's an asshole for 100%.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So you're saying that everything that he stands for, you agree with. So you agree with the redistribution of wealth from poor people to rich people? I mean, like the BBB, which is the bill that he stands for, is estimated by the CBPP to reduce the after-tax income of the bottom 20% of income earners by $2,200 per year, while increasing it for the top 1% of income earners of upwards of $25,000 per year.
Well, I mean, there's I feel like there's just more to it than just that. I mean, like I said, there's things that he's done that I can say, okay, you know what, I understand. But there's also
so then you don't agree with everything he stands for. So then identify like a couple specific things that he stands for that you agree with.
Okay, I'll give you one. Just like I was asking Parker about like the situation with Iran. I feel like that Iran shouldn't have had any nuclear weapons, and I feel like that
the outcome of all of it only expedited it. Or that only is giving us less confidence.
What makes you feel like it did expedite it, though?
Yeah, for sure. Because the outcome of us bombing them, pulling out of the JCPOA, and telling them to hold to a ceasefire agreement that then our ally violated, was them turning around and passing new legislation through their parliament to restrict access from the IAEA and to having oversight of the levels of uranium enrichment in their country. So now we don't even know how much enriched uranium they have. We don't know how far close away they are from having nukes. We don't know. That was the outcome of America meddling in shit that we shouldn't have been involved with and fucking them over 3 times.
But don't you feel like they shouldn't have any nuclear weapons, though?
I agree. I think that every country should denuclearize. But the fact of the matter is, what Donald Trump has done by pulling us out of that nuclear peace agreement we had with him in 2018, bombing them a couple days ago, then suggesting the fake ceasefire agreement, was literally them revoking oversight from the IAEA over their uranium enrichment. So now we have over how close or far they are away from nukes. Isn't that like a bad thing? Like that they're no longer being overseen by international nuclear watchdog? I mean, that's obviously a very bad thing. And that was the outcome of Donald Trump's meddling in their business.
Yeah, but I think that it was for good reasoning as well, too. We can't forget that. I mean, he did it for good reasoning. I mean,
okay, what was the good reasoning? Because I don't understand how we could have good reasoning to do something that has only led to bad outcomes.
Well, that's just with every situation, though. Not every situation is, to some people, is going to be it's going to be this kind of outcome. But no matter what you get, no matter what you do, you're going to have shitty things that come along with it. So,
what was the good outcome of us bombing Iran?
That they're not going to have any nuclear weapons, my guy. Like, why?
That's not true. Even U.S. intelligence indicates that we only stalled them like a month or two.
But don't you think that Trump's not going to do it again if they keep on and keep on and keep on? Like how they were when he asked them to stop on Twitter and he wrote that big ass tweet, like, and he even told them.
Oh, okay. So now you're admitting that the strikes that he did were unsuccessful.
Yeah. Well, look at the sites of the bombs that were dropped. Look at this. Did you see the pictures of the sightings of everything that he bombed?
I did see the pictures of the sites that he bombed, but I don't think pictures of a little ash, right, would like qualify success. Okay, all right. Here's my reasons why I think the strikes were unsuccessful. Okay, it didn't take away their nuclear capabilities; it only delayed them by around a month. Okay, and B, right, it led to Iran revoking the IAEA's access into oversight of their level of uranium enrichment, which is a bad thing. So those are the two reasons I think that the bombings were unsuccessful.
But yeah, I don't think that I can understand what you're saying, but I also understand it from the standpoint of people who would say that it was successful because
why?
Because it had to happen, in my opinion, because of what was
I'm going to lose my mind. Why did something that was unsuccessful and only generated bad outcomes have to happen?
Then why are we not having the same picture about Iran not doing what they were doing to Israel? Why are we not having that same
Dustin,
kind
actually, I
of
have a question.
reaction?
Actually, do you think that the war in Iraq was justified? Iraq.
I'm sorry, you cut out. What was that?
Do you think the war in Iraq is justified? Was justified? Like to go in based upon the set of justifications that they provided?
Like, what do you mean?
Do you think it was justified to go into the Middle East in the early 2000s because they claimed that there were weapons of mass destruction?
Yes and no. Like I'm iffy on it.
What?
You don't know? Wasn't Donald Trump so against that?
Well, like I said in the beginning, there's a lot of things that he's done that I do stand with, and there's a lot of things that he doesn't. Like there's things
I'm sorry, we're just not getting like, oh shit, I'm lagging. Okay, we're not getting any type of clear response here. I've been able to tell you the reasons. Okay, that the strikes in Iran were a bad thing. They only generated bad outcomes. We only pissed them off more, leading to them revoking clearance for the nuclear watchdog of the AIEA to have oversight over their uranium enrichment. And via leaks from U.S. intelligence, we know that we didn't obliterate their programs. We only set them back by around a month, and now we have no clue. And now there the lag goes. And now the lag's over. And now we have no clue, right, what's going on with their enriched uranium, where is it at, or what levels it's at, okay? And those are the reasons why the strikes were bad. But now you're saying, well, no, Dean, you're wrong. Okay, the strikes were still good. So tell me why you believe that the strikes were a good thing that makes you support Trump, even though they further increased tensions in the region. They led to Iran revoking oversight from the IAEA over their nuclear facilities. They were not successful in destroying their nuclear programs. Respond to why the strikes were good and successful in lieu of those three facts that would typically
Because
make them unsuccessful.
has Iran done anything to try to mess with Israel at all since Trump did what he did? Has Iran?
Yes,
literally.
According to Trump himself.
According to
What
Trump
have they
himself,
physically tried to do other than people talking about Israel and
according to Trump, they violated the ceasefire agreement.
And what did they do violating the ceasefire agreement?
Sent missiles at Israel after the ceasefire started, according to Trump and Israel. Now, is that true? We don't know.
Okay, exactly. We don't know. You just said it. We don't know.
But according to Trump, it is true.
So how do we know that it's true? How do we see bombs that were hit the first time, but now since the ceasefire was, like you said, it's not there anymore. Now that we don't know, how is that even a thing?
What the fuck are you saying? Words.
This guy. How many alcoholic beverages have you had today?
Yeah, just because you could like put words into a sentence, it doesn't mean that what you're saying is comprehensible.
Well, I could say this. I could say the same to what you're saying, and it just goes to show.
I don't think you can.
It just goes to show a lot of the ignorance too in the country.
What the fuck?
It's a lot of. Bro, I don't understand anything that you like it doesn't even make sense. I can't even put it into words.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I'm ignorant or wrong. Okay, listen, I'm not accusing you of this.
It out of his mind.
But I just want to give you an example.
It flabbergasted me.
When I was in my junior year of high school, I bring up this example every so often. When I was in my junior year of high school, I had a math teacher, and I was learning calculus 1 or 2. I forget which one. And I didn't do my homework. So when I went to class and I tried to listen to what the teacher was explaining, I didn't understand a damn thing that they said. But once again, it wasn't because they were a bad teacher. It's because I wasn't doing my homework.
Okay, and what does that have to do with
Oh my god, dude! I can't.
What does that have
I
to
can't
do
do
with
it, man.
what does that have to do with Trump? What does that have
If
to
you
do?
could draw the parallels between that and your statement that I'm ignorant because you don't understand what I'm saying, I'll give you a gold star.
Well, I'll gladly, I guess, take it. I guess.
Describe the parallel.
Dude, there's no parallel. That has nothing to do with Trump.
No, I'll help you out a little bit, buddy. So it's not a parallel with, Trump. It's a parallel with your accusation that I'm ignorant because you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, what you're saying is that you don't agree with what Trump is doing, and I get it. Like I understand, but that parallel has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Well, I know, but like I just said, it wasn't a parallel to Trump. It was a parallel to what you said about how I'm ignorant because you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Do you know what? Could you describe the parallel to us?
What do you need the gold star? Like I don't understand.
No,
okay.
the gold star would be for you.
Let's get back to the main thing, okay?
Oh, okay.
Let's get back to the main thing.
After, real quick, I need to thank Andrew for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Andrew. Andrew says, I'm sorry that you've had a rough day, man. Here's $20, and I hope it makes it better. Dude, Andrew, that is very kind of you. Show some love to Andrew down below in that chat, everybody. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Thank you so much, Andrew. As well as the Encrypted Afro. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying always be mindful that you are debating people with overtly sanitized and propagandized knowledge, unless Fox News or their favorite quote-unquote source says otherwise, they won't believe it or consider it. Yeah, that's a hard barrier to break through, and you're absolutely right. But thank you both for the $20. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. You could even add a message, and I could read off your donation in the message on live right now. And if you're watching over on YouTube and you'd like to support me, you can find those two same avenues either in the bio of the video or in the pinned comment. And it looks like our guest actually left.
Very unfortunate, I tell you. Look at that.
Dude, that guy was smart, wasn't he?
That was kind of brutal.
That guy was really smart. I think that guy was probably the smartest guest we've ever had up here.
I think I had a smarter guest earlier.
Yep.
No, that is a child. Goodbye, child. You had a smarter guess earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Doubt it. Doubt it. Doubt it, buddy. What's going on, Connor? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean, what's going on?
Not too much. Not too much, Connor. Okay, I have a question. Do you drive a lifted truck?
Nah.
Connor Berg.
I appreciate the assumption, though.
Let me take a... I gotta take a guess.
All right, take a
Let me
guess.
see here. What kind of truck does Connor? Wait, what kind of car does Connor drive? Oh, like a 2017 BMW Coupe.
Nope.
What do you drive?
It is a truck. It's a truck. It's a
Oh.
2023 Ford Raptor.
Oh, you drive a Raptor?
Yeah.
Damn, bro, you're loaded.
All right, Dean, let's get it talking.
Well, take it away.
Connor, can you name 3 economic policies of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like? He left.
What?
Wow, that was quick.
Well, yeah, he did leave. Unfortunate for Connor over here. I mean, he drives a nice car. Dude, 22 Ford Raptor R? That's a very nice truck, Connor. Very nice truck, let me tell you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Marcos loading up into the box. Here we go. And yo, Elsa, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Saying, I started my own debate channel on TikTok. Would love some advice. Well, also, what do you plan on doing? Like uploading videos or like doing live debates? Let me know. But I really appreciate you for the $20. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 200 Elsa W's for the love and the generosity. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Let's go ahead and get them up in here. Now, this might be the last guest of the night, everybody. That's right. That's right. Here we go.
Last guest of the night. I think
we've
I'll
been
get
saying
off
it.
after this guest as well.
Nice. fire. Dude, today's been rough. But like I feel like I haven't really crashed out, you know? Like I usually like have like a really emotional reaction when things get rough, like a little baby. But today I feel like I've kept my cool, you know? I guess he disagrees. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest.
Oh, you've done great today, man. You've done really good. I think you haven't crashed out once.
Wait. When I crashed out on you, it was a fake crash out, though. That was just for, like, there's for, like...
No crash out happened.
Wait, but no, when I was like, Parker, shut the hell up! That was a joke!
No, it wasn't me that you crashed out on.
So what's going on? Do you support Trump? Why are all the guys just leaving, bruh? Dude.
Diabolical, dude.
Dude. Oh, wait. No, I did crash out. Remember when it's like, I remember it was like that. Yeah, you're right. Oh, let's go to get the next guest loaded into the live. Here we go, everybody. It looks like Marissa's actually found her way back into the queue. Here we go. Yo, Ian, thank you so much for the, let's see here, $20 over on PayPal. And Christian with the 15. Ian says, thank you for making us all a little bit smarter. Oh, I appreciate you so much for the love, Ian. And then Christian, I agree with you. That would be dangerous. Thank you, Christian and Ian. Let's show some love to Christian and Ian down below in that box while we are loading the next guest up into the box. And then also Nora, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. You guys... I'm not even going to read that one out loud. You guys don't even want to know what that one said. Thank you for the $20, though, Nora. As well as Swetha with the $5 over on PayPal. Elizabeth with the $5 on Venmo. And Elsa with the $2 over on Venmo as well. We are going to go and get that next guest up in the box. If you are in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. That guy's still driving.
How you doing?
You're still driving, man. Still can't have you up here. Yo, look it's the king of crash outs. The king of crash outs is rejoining.
Oh.
Darian. Oh, but he left.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I think after this, I'm going to Aspen later this week. By the way, everybody.
Oh, you cut out. Couldn't hear you. Hello. I hear you now. What happened? Oh,
by the way,
he's crashing out again.
By the way, everybody, to the June 28th, 6:30 p.m., I am going to be up in Aspen, Colorado, and I'm going to be on a panel to discuss why the right won the election. And what we should do in the future. And it's going to be a panel, it's really fucking rigged, okay? Because it was supposed to be conservative, a moderate, and a liberal, but the moderate they got is just actually another conservative. So it's going to be a 1v2 panel for an hour long. Do I feel like they did that on purpose? Yeah. But can I handle it? Also, yeah, I could definitely handle it.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a 1v20. What's a 1v2, you know? What's going on? Do you support Trump, Sarah?
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah. So why's that?
I mean, Trump did first of all, a lot of things that he promised in doing. I mean, the Republican base, at least, is pretty satisfied. You know, Trump said he would go hard on immigration, which he did. Regardless of what someone's stance is, Trump pretty much did everything he said he was going to do.
Like what?
Not true.
Like really? Like can we go through this? Like he ended the Russia-Ukraine conflict day one within the 24 hours. He repealed and replaced the ACA. He drained the swamp. He built the wall. Do you want me to keep going? He got the infrastructure bill.
Clearly,
there's somebody by the name of Gittos. There's somebody by the name of Gittos watching the live. Getos.
For example.
Gittos. Gittos watching the live over on TikTok, and the TikTok chat just said, I gooned to Dean, but nobody will ever know because there's so many comments. So Gittos, now everybody knows. Go ahead, Sarah.
That's gross. All right. So For example, Trump said he would go hard immigration, right?
Say that
Okay,
again.
so he's saying that he's going to
He
go
said
hard
he
on
would go hard
immigration.
on
So you're
immigration,
saying that
right?
he's like been like fulfilling a promise with mass deportation. Sure, yeah, that's
Correct. I
something that he
mean,
ran on.
at
and that
least
he shared
one thing.
video.
Like, granted, there's a bunch of shit he didn't do, right? I'm not a forever Trumper. Like, oh, Trump's my guy. He's the best president.
I think that mass deportation fucking sucks. Name one positive outcome on America, American society, or the American people.
Well, first of all, significant drop in criminality and drug transportation across the border.
Really?
Well, bam,
Based on
boom,
what?
wrong. So mass deportation actually increases crime by weakening the economy, which increases poverty, and poverty leads to a lot of crime. A lot of crime.
How does
is
deportation of criminals
Also, it leads
increase
to
criminality?
mass deportation.
Well,
leads
what
to,
evidence do you have that
mass
deportation
deportation leads
increases
to more
criminality?
crime as well because undocumented immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So if you deport more people who have a lower rate of crime on average, well, then that's going to increase the crime rate.
It's not going to increase the crime rate. It's going to
Yes, it
increase.
will. That's actually exactly what would happen. If you decrease the amount of people in the population that have a lower crime rate, on average, comparative to the natural-born U.S. citizen crime rate, well, then that's going to mean that you're going to have higher rates of crime if you deport people who meet that set of criteria.
Parker,
but-
it's going to
but I'm
clearly it may increase the rate, but the amount of crime is
total
still
amount.
going to be reduced.
The total amount of crime is going to
Yes.
reduce. That's your claim. That claim is wrong.
Okay, why? What evidence do you have that it's wrong?
Great question. I have a great response. The economic impact of mass deportation is serious, severe, and detrimental. Okay, incredibly detrimental. It will weaken the economy a very significant amount. And with a significantly weaker economy will come higher levels of poverty. And a lot of crime.
What economic impact are you talking about? Are you talking about people who are working abusively low wages for us?
I'm talking about the 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars that are put into the American GDP every single year, either directly by undocumented immigrants or indirectly through the productivity that they generate, as they're more likely to participate in the workforce, meaning 8.3 million of them work.
paid
I'm also
abusively
talking.
low wages.
Okay, you're interrupting me, and you are now changing the topic. I will wrap in your change of the topic at the end of my explanation.
All right,
But for
sounds
you
good.
to like
You're
interrupt
right,
me
you're
like
right.
two
I won't-
times during
I
my
won't.
explanation to change the topic is kind of a lot.
No, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna start from the top. So the reason why mass deportation will weaken the economy is by expelling the 8.3 million undocumented workers in the workforce. And according to the Center on American Progress, the total net impact that will have on the GDP will be a reduction of 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. So we have to factor in for that. We also have to factor in for the loss of government revenue. Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, as well as it would cost $88 billion per year. So that's around $2 trillion in the next 10 years. Okay, spending $2 trillion to wipe out 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars from the GDP per year, and to reduce the overall efficacy of our manufacturers by reducing their productivity, by removing over 8 million laborers from the labor force and 12 million consumers from the demand side of things, will have detrimental impacts on the economy. And those detrimental impacts will weaken the economy, which will increase poverty. And because a lot of crime is consequential of poverty, we will see more crime. So there's the explanation on how mass deportation leads to more crime. Do you want to start there, or do you want me to also wrap in your counterpoint of saying that the workers are being exploited and getting lower wages?
Well, 2 points, right? So first of all, yes, I understand that obviously removing all of this contribution from the GDP and taxpayers. To be fair, not a lot of undocumented immigrants pay all their taxes to begin with, but granted, there's a large amount that do, and it doesn't
change what I said. My argument still leads to the conclusion that
Sure,
crime
sure,
goes
sure.
up.
Okay, I still don't believe crime goes up because of the following reasons. So first of all, a lot of these undocumented immigrants are criminals. Those criminals will leave, which can
Undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes or bad crimes.
It's still going to reduce this total amount of crimes, Parker, if they're not here to begin
The
with.
argument I gave you,
I understand.
the argument I gave you lends the conclusion that total amount of crime goes up. Now, you're supposed to be rebuttaling that position right now.
Right,
However,
Dean. I was just
you're
answering Parker
not
because
giving
he
reason
interrupted.
for the rebuttal.
I'm
You're just
answering
merely
Parker.
repeating that you disagree.
Also, I
Right,
just want
I
to know
was
if you ban
thinking-
tourism, the nominal level of crime decreases. Do you want to ban tourism?
Do I want to ban tourism?
Yeah.
Depends. What are we talking about? Violent crime? What crime are we talking about?
I said tourism.
Right, but you said the nominal number of tourists.
Overall, all crimes. Because if you reduce tourism, right, then you're gonna have less people in the country who are tourists committing crimes.
Well, tourists don't commit a large amount of crimes.
But they still commit some, so it still net decreases it.
Right, but their benefit
okay. So now he doesn't give a shit about that. Now he doesn't give a shit about nominal.
Well, I
level
do
of crime
because
increasing.
tourists aren't criminals, right? Tourists are being legally allowed by our government. They're being vetted. Maybe the vetting process needs to improve, right? And tourists can be.
You voted for a convicted criminal. Okay, don't act to me like don't talk on the live like you specifically care about limiting crimes or trying to restrict crime.
We're still like now this argument is getting drawn out. Okay, so Parker made a really good point there. He brought up the fact that tourists commit nominal crimes. Now, you then said, oh, well, tourists benefit the economy, so you still want them here. So then when the adequate response as it relates to undocumented immigrants be the same, okay, well, then you retorted that by saying, well, it is the case that tourists are legal.
Well, not undocumented.
And they're vetted. So, one moment. Your comments as it relates to tourists would imply that you would support mass amnesty. Why? Because we'd be able to vet all the undocumented immigrants, and they'd be here legally, meaning you would have no issue with it.
Well, see, that's the thing. My stance on immigration, being an immigrant, isn't what Trump's stance is, right? I think his stance and a lot of people's stance is a little too high, right? However, I completely understand where they came from. You know, I mean, I was raised in a pretty poor neighborhood with a shitload of immigrants, and crime was through the fucking roof. Right?
Okay, now you're just repeating your original claim. You're saying that crime was through the roofs in a neighborhood with a shitload of immigrants. This claim is fucking dismantled by what Parker brought up. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 4 times less likely to commit petty crimes. So when you claim
you're talking
the
about
more undocumented immigrants there are in a particular space, the higher the crime rates are, is actually false. And you still haven't responded to the original argument that I gave to you that would show that there'd be a higher level of nominal crimes if we did a mass deportation. You've simply ignored it. And you definitely haven't responded to the fact that in lieu of all these facts, you voted for a felon rapist in the Oval Office.
Wait, so Donald Trump's a rapist?
Yes.
That is true.
He's a convicted rapist?
He's liable in a civil court.
So he wasn't convicted of rape.
If you think that a conviction is just a guilt found in a criminal court, then no, he was not convicted. He was held liable. But if you just use the term convicted to mean proven, then he was convicted because it was proven.
Gotcha. All right. So what do you want me to answer first? Because you and Parker were coming out with different things. You want me to
we got like a bunch for you. You could address the argument that I gave you that shows that mass deportation actually increases crime. You could address the argument that undocumented immigrants are just less likely to commit crimes. And you could address the argument that you should support mass amnesty because theoretically you have no issue with tourists because they're here legally. Thereby, you would have no issue with undocumented immigrants given that they were vetted and became an individual with a legal status. Or you could address the point of hypocrisy, pointing out that you act like you're so tough on crime, but then you put a rapist felon in the Oval Office. So there's 5 arguments. You get to choose which one you want to respond to.
Gotcha. Yeah. So we'll start with the third one, the amnesty one, right? Because I think there's a little common ground there at least. So I'm absolutely in favor of legal immigration, right? In a lot of ways. For example, I'm very in favor of a lot of us receiving and vetting people who are here illegally, and just legalizing them and letting them stay. Especially for people who have worked here for many years, paid taxes, committed no crimes, and are just good working citizens, right? If they're willing to just adopt America and become Americans, I'm absolutely fine with that. However, I do also think there's a criminal problem. But that's the amnesty thing. I'm not full amnesty for every undocumented immigrant here.
Oh, well,
because I think that...
Wait. Do you think that there's more of a criminal problem in citizens?
If there's more of a criminal problem in citizens?
Yeah.
I mean, nominally, yes, there's more citizens than there are immigrants, but that's besides the point because
wait, it's not because why do you say that there's a criminal problem in undocumented immigrants? It's not nominal levels of crime, it's going to be crime rate.
Well, because
we've already demonstrated to you that that's false.
Here, right, because the illegal immigrants that are here, all the crime, regardless that the average is less, all the crime that has been committed here by illegal immigrants would not have been committed if they were never here.
Okay, just
yeah,
like
but
all the
the same
crime
thing with
committed by
tourists.
citizens, wouldn't it be
Right, but
committed by citizens if the
are
citizens
already
weren't
citizens
here?
of here, right?
And all the crime committed by tourists wouldn't be a problem if the tourists weren't here. And once again, if it's all about crime, point number one, you want to put a criminal in the White House, and point number two, you wouldn't support the criminal's mass deportation because the mass deportation will cause more crime. It's so fucking hypocritical for you to say, nah, I hate crime, but then advocate for policy that causes more. Literally, explain to me how you support that.
Okay, so we were going to them one by one, right? So the most recent one that I was addressing was we were talking about amnesty, right? And
you didn't tell us anything about amnesty, but you just ended up talking about how you think that there's this criminal problem that persists. So now the most urgent argument is you telling us if you care so much about crime, how come you put a criminal in the White House to pass policy that causes more crime?
Okay, so you want to go back to Donald Trump?
Yeah, how come you put a criminal in the White House that passes policy that causes more crime, such as mass deportation?
Who said I put a criminal in the White House?
Yeah, you voted for Trump.
Who said I voted for Trump?
I mean, hopefully that would be implied given that you support Trump, unless you just opt
Well,
out to
maybe
vote
I
for
support
someone
him
who
now.
represents-
Maybe I thought he was a piece of shit, and I was like, you know what, this guy's actually doing some good shit.
Oh, geez. Well, then, Jesus Christ, I would just be giving you the benefit of the doubt because that's absolutely insane.
Okay. Well, I didn't vote for him initially, right? I changed my mind about Trump. I was kind of in the fence, and
Oh, geez. Yeah, I gave you the benefit of the doubt by assuming that you voted for Trump. You're just insane. Now go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, I
If you
guess
care about
I'll
crime
go.
in America, how come you support a criminal in the Oval Office who has passed policy that causes more crime, and then you also support that policy? No, you're not against crime. You're for crime.
okay, so you're talking about the immigration policy that you tried to make the argument that would nominally increase total crime.
Yep, increases total
Okay,
crime.
so I was going to address them backwards, but let's just go to that one first since you want to focus on that one.
Right.
So, first of all, the fact that us losing all that GDP, right, all these illegal immigrants leaving, and us potentially having, so now the economic crisis can likely cause all these problems that would increase crime. That's not a fact, right, in and of itself, because the fact that we're going to lose all these very cheap labor means that the American
Very cheap
workforce
labor?
so you don't think immigrants are paid very cheap labor?
No. So like when you say we're advocating for mass amnesty as a comparison to mass deportation, right? You're not getting rid of, right, quote unquote cheap labor because they could have been under the legal process.
Well, I'm not addressing mass amnesty right now. I'm addressing Dean's point. He said that if we
So
remove
what's the response? What the fuck is the response?
Well, so the response is the fact that all these people will leave doesn't mean that our GDP doesn't mean that Americans will automatically be more violent and be out of a job. To the contrary, they'll now have to contract American workers who are, especially blue collar workers. Their pay is significantly lower right now because people are paying undocumented immigrants substantially less than they would pay normal legal American citizens. Right? These citizens will be paid significantly more, and there's no conclusive evidence to believe that, because all of these immigrants' wages will now leave, Americans will now just not have money. The American economy will drop significantly and we'll start committing more crimes.
Yes, there is. So you made 3 points there. 2 of them were relevant. 1 of them was irrelevant. So the 2 relevant points that you made, which were false, and I'll explain to you how, was the idea that, well, maybe if these individuals lose their jobs, they'll just be replaced by Americans working those jobs, so we'll keep the same level of productivity and we'll be good to go. The second point that you made was saying that there's no conclusive evidence to demonstrate what I'm saying was true. This wraps in with the first point. Those 2 points were the relevant ones. Now, the third irrelevant point that you brought up was that undocumented immigrants lower wages on average for American citizens now. And I'll explain why that's irrelevant and also explain to you what a better solution would be after I address the 2 relevant points. So the 2 relevant points, let's talk about them. No. I do not believe that Americans will just replace the jobs that undocumented immigrants leave. And I have 2 reasons to believe that. The first reason is, well, there's 8 million job opportunities that would be created via mass deportation. It just so happens that we already have 8 million open job opportunities already today without the mass deportation. Americans aren't filling the 8 million ones that are already open, so why would they fill the 8 million ones that would open? It doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical. Now, second, if they would fill them out of necessity, why aren't they already filling the 8 million job
Because the
opportunities
pay
that
is
exist
too
as is?
because the pay is too low.
Because the pay is too low? So
Well,
people
one of the
don't
reasons
pay?
the pay is too low. Another reason is government assistance is helping people substantially too much and just letting them live off
but
of
but you're talking about but government assistance would still exist after mass deportation. So wouldn't they just still opt to not get a job under your view?
Well, depending on it, if the job offered a lot more money, a strong argument could be made that many of them would be convinced to take that job because now, hey, shit, sure, I get paid this on government assistance, but I could get paid a lot more if I'm doing this, so maybe I'll do this instead.
Okay, so you're basically not saying that it's a mass deportation that would make the Americans take these jobs. It would apparently be the employers asking or like giving them more pay. I don't get the argument.
Because
then also something else here.
deportation-
Something else that I also want to point out here is I mean, I think that your position is a
Sorry,
fair
you cut off.
why I
Like,
don't
I
believe
didn't
that Americans
get what you
would just
said.
fill.
Can you repeat that?
So I've given you reasons why it is the case that I don't believe Americans would just fill the 8 million open job opportunities that would be created. But listen, let's just assume that they did. Let's assume that
Wait,
tomorrow.
what were the
Americans-
reasons you gave? I'm sorry, I must have forgotten them.
Yeah, for sure. The main reason is that there's already 8 million open job opportunities and there's not Americans filling them. So why would they fill 8 million new job opportunities? It
Well,
doesn't make much sense.
because the wages for those jobs would necessarily increase because the companies don't have the cheap labor of illegal immigrants working for them.
Oh, wait. So then we could increase wages through mass amnesty, and you should support it more because it wouldn't be hitting the economy hard and then increasing wages. It would be allowing the economy to grow at the rate that it is and increasing wages. And I'll explain to you how. Why is it the case that undocumented immigrants get paid lower wages on average compared to citizens?
Because they're illegal and companies can get away with it.
Boom. Fucking facts. Because they have less bargaining power due to the lack of residency or citizenship. Well, if we gave them residency or citizenship, they'd have more bargaining power, just the same amount as any other resident or citizen, meaning that they'd be able to collect higher wages, meaning that the companies wouldn't be able to get away with it. Do we see how fucking in less than like one sentence back and forth, we have now determined that mass amnesty is the best possible solution to deal with undocumented immigrants, economically speaking, because it would increase average wages per capita. It would be better for the open job opportunities, more individuals that would be willing to fill them, as well as we'd be able to maintain the current trajectory of GDP growth, and we wouldn't be excommunicating the 8 million undocumented workers and the 12 million undocumented consumers?
Well, like I said before when I was talking about the mass amnesty, I'm not in favor.
Hey, Dean, I'm going to get going, bro.
Parker, appreciate you for coming up, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day, bro.
I appreciate you, man. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, show some love to Parker down below in that comment section.
All right, everyone. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, show some love to Parker down below.
Definitely getting tired. Myself, I want to say thank you, Disgusted Veteran. Thank you for the $70 as a whole. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Disgusted Veteran. I absolutely will. I'll get one on you, I promise. I got you. I got you. I just posted a video if people want to check it out. I just posted a video if you'd like to go check it out. I love y'all so much. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. I'll keep y'all updated about when I'm going live. Kiona, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Rachel with the $5. Becky, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. All right, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. Again, Rachel, thank you so much. All right, have a good night, y'all. Peace out. Peace out.